Okay, hello everybody, and welcome to the third edition of New Thinking in Industrial Policy, Perspectives from Developed and Developing Countries. I should first recognize the various organizations, groups that have been involved in both funding and organizing this. So the organizers are the Initiative for Policy Dialogue, which is Joe Stiglitz's shop with funding from the Sloan Foundation, the Center for Political Economy, and especially the Idea Lab on Firms and Industrial Policy, which Eric and I direct. The CPE is sort of organized into Idea Labs, has funding from the Hewlett Foundation. It's run out of Columbia World Projects, directed by Suresh Naidu, Katerina Pastor, Ira Katz-Nelson. Other sponsors are Center for Development Economics and Policy, which Eric directs, and the Institute for Global Politics, which is here in SEPA. I'm not going to say much other than that this is an interdisciplinary conference, represented in part by the fact that I'm a sociologist, although we actually have separation at the moment on the stage. That's just sort of how it worked out. But we actually try to talk across. I'm now going to introduce one of the other people who's been heavily involved. Oh, I should also, sorry, I was the one who's also supposed to thank the organizing committee, so I'm going to, and it's a big one, so I'm going to name everybody. That's Laura Boudreau from Columbia, Bill Gaerten from Northeastern, Martin Guzman, Columbia, Susan Helper, Case Western Reserve, Luis Jaramillo, Columbia, Nils Kupchak, Columbia, Philippe Frank Brown, Joe Stiglitz, Columbia, Eric Verhoogen, Columbia, and Josh Whitford, Columbia. I'm now going to introduce Joe Stiglitz, who, though an economist, is very interdisciplinary. Obviously, he's gotten a little bit of recognition in economics, I'm told, but he's actually well known outside the discipline of economics as well, and he'll say a little bit substantively about why this now. Joe.
Oh, well, thank you. And let me just add a little bit to some of our funders. At IPD, we get money from Sloan Foundation, from Open Society, and from Ford, and also from FEPS, which is a Foundation of European Progressive Studies. This is the third edition, and it was really exciting during Biden's administration to see that industrial policy was back. But for those of us who had been working in development, it never left. And we've actually at IPD had a number of conferences around the world, and particularly in Africa, about the role of industrial policy. So this is the first time of our three where we've made a big effort to integrate the lessons from developing countries on the globe, what we can learn from them on the design of industrial policy. We've tried to bring into this conference in a fairly unusual way both academics and both theory, people like me, and people who've done econometrics, and we'll have a study, talk about that later, but also policymakers, people who've actually been trying to implement industrial policies. As all of you know, Biden didn't get reelected, and that has made a major change to the nature of industrial policy, but not to the view about the desirability of industrial policies. It's very clear that in the Trump administration, there is a very strong view that government ought to be shaping the economy. Now, I don't want to get into politics too much, but I think the particular instruments and the particular directions which they may be shaping policy may be wrong, but it highlights both the power of the idea of industrial policy, the idea that just leave it to the market is no longer widely accepted, but the risks that have always been associated with industrial policy, that when you take it away from the market, it may get mucked up. And so we're seeing some of that. So that's why it's so important to have a interdisciplinary approach where we take into account the broader determinants of industrial policy, including political economy, the social forces that are giving rise to the desire to have industrial policy, and how we can design industrial policy not only to correct, you might say, the market failures, but in ways that have some consequential effects on our society. And that's why I think this is a particularly interesting venue. So with those remarks, and hoping that there'll be a time in the future where the lessons of rational industrial policy will find a marketplace in the United States, and with the belief that there are places elsewhere in the world where rational industrial policy already has a marketplace. Let me turn it over to Eric for a few comments.
Hello? Yeah. So I don't want to take much time. But one thing I do want to say, what I see this series of conferences and the community that's sort of forming around them as trying to do is sort of strengthen the knowledge base for industrial policy. That in part because there's always been interest in lots of countries in what should we do, but as economists, I haven't always felt that we have a solid basis of studies and evidence to recommend, as opposed to, if it were early childhood education, we could say, okay, we have a bunch of studies, I guess you should do this and this and that. And industrial policy, I don't feel like we had the same knowledge base. And so that's part of what I see our role as doing, is sort of developing a bunch of studies about industrial policies that have been done in various countries in order to sort of inform, hopefully, if there are rational policymakers on the other side, what's done. Okay, so let me just say a little bit of ground rules. We're going to play by economics ground rules, even though we're trying to be interdisciplinary in the sense that you can feel free to raise your hands and interrupt. The speakers have been warned that that's going to happen. The speakers are empowered to shut down questions also and say, I need more time, I need to finish my talk. But we're going to in the past couple of years, we had people being very, very polite initially. So I think I want to encourage you to be a little less polite and go ahead and jump in and make comments. I think the economists certainly on the stage will be used to that. Hopefully the non-economists will also be able to adjust. Okay, so I think without further ado, I think we should go ahead and get started. We're a little bit early, but I predict we'll need the time because we have a great session lined up. We have Felix Tintelnot from Duke talking about the effects of Buy American. Then we're going to have Marc Melitz from Harvard talking about industrial policies for multi-stage production and battery-powered vehicles. And then Eduardo Morales from Princeton will be talking about market entry and plant location of multi-product firms. So I think what we're going to do is just have the speaker on stage. I'll come and sit down in the audience, and we'll just have the speaker at the podium while we're going. And we've got 30 minutes each. We'll have a couple extra minutes I think we can add maybe for general discussion at the end. Okay, thanks very much. All right, good, yeah.
Well, thanks so much for having me. It's great to be here, and I'm really looking forward to these 2 days and learning from others in this room. This is joint work with Hunt, Joe, and 2 promising PhD students from UChicago, Kane and Max Maydanchik. Okay, so in this paper, we evaluate the central part of the Inflation Reduction Act. As you might remember, the Inflation Reduction Act was by some assessors, the most ambitious climate investment in world history. It had a series of goals to mitigate climate change, to create green jobs, conduct industrial policy, and sort of many others. And whereas they had many sort of credits and subsidies in it, a central piece were these electric vehicle tax credits that we are studying here, which had over a decade a projected range of costs from 70 to almost $400 billion, depending on sort of the uptake of the program. Now, after the new administration was elected, initially the Speaker of the House said we should use a scalpel, not a sledgehammer, to modify these EV tax credits. However, then President Trump said, I hate green tax credits, and so we just lost them. The research questions we're going to study here are what are the IRA EV credits efficiency and distributional effects? Would there be gains from differentiating these subsidy policies across vehicles? And broadly, we see it as a showcase of quote-unquote green industrial policy that sort of pits trade against the environment and thinks both about foreign and domestic welfare. And what I find personally quite interesting is that even though this was a climate bill, by some interpretation, the leaders from other countries were quite negative about it, right? Sort of, so Emmanuel Macron called it like super aggressive and not meeting like the common objective. So that's interesting because you have sort of, on the one hand, the positive externalities the US is creating on the rest of the world by doing something against climate change. On the other hand, through the industrial policy angle, they're actually shifting profits towards US companies away from foreign firms and sort of reducing foreign welfare. Okay, let me summarize some of our key results. Well, because this had sort of an environmental motivation, we first actually examine the externalities that are created from driving either electric or gasoline vehicles. So we find that the global social cost of carbon, EVs, as you might have expected, have lower, on average, lower sort of externalities than gasoline vehicles. However, there is a similar externality dispersion within electric vehicles as within gasoline vehicles. Sort of, so the blanket view that EVs are like good for society and the environment, and like GVs are bad is a bit simplistic. When we conduct an event study analysis using sort of various changes in credit eligibility, we find that the short-run incidence of these credits largely fell on the consumers, to a large fraction, sort of they were passed on to consumers. And we'll talk about this in a bit more detail, but there were trade restrictions or Buy American restrictions on the purchases of electric vehicles, but not on leased vehicles. So companies could basically Hyundai Financial Services could purchase from Hyundai Manufacturing, then register the car and claim the credit, and then sort of lease the vehicle to consumers. And in this way, sort of these Buy American restrictions could be avoided if you sort of are leasing the vehicle instead of purchases it, and that sort of drives a massive shift towards leasing. Now, then, utilizing an equilibrium supply and demand model, sort of estimated to sort of rich microdata and some of the estimates from our event studies, we find that overall there were sizable benefits to the US from these credits. So on a marginal value of public funds basis, there's like a $1.96 return compared to the pre-IRA policy for each dollar of credits given. So that's like a sizable return. When you compare it to a world without EV credits, the benefits actually shrink to $1.11. So now it depends on what you think is the marginal cost of raising public funds. If you think that's sort of one, as sort of, I don't know, in many models it is sort of economists use that is assumed, then it's still like a sort of a positive welfare. If you think the marginal cost of raising public funds is actually, I mean, 1.4 or so, which some public finance economists have argued, then this is less clear that this is a great use of public funds. Now, getting additional EVs on the road is expensive because a lot of these credits go to consumers who are inframarginal. So in other words, they would have bought the EVs even without the subsidy. So actually getting, again, depending on what is your comparison, the pre-policy or no credits, takes around $30,000 to get like an additional EV on the road. We find this leasing loophole does poorly from a U.S. welfare perspective. So I don't know, it would have sort of been better not to have this, this loophole. And if we were going to differentiate subsidies across models, we could have doubled the benefits. Finally, our estimates are that removing the IRA EV credits leads to like above 20% drop in registrations for electric vehicles. Okay, briefly what is new here. So this is the first exposed microeconomic welfare analysis of a central part of the IRA. It's also, to my knowledge, the first sort of joint analysis of profit shifting and the environment. Finally, we add sort of to the literature on auto market environmental regulation by sort of jointly thinking about EV externalities, including fiscal externalities, fatal accidents, market power, and the profit shifting motive. Okay. Let me give you a little bit of background. So we have actually had tax credits in the US for electric vehicles for a long time. First established still under the Bush administration. So there were the $7,500 credits per new EVs. However, the policy from 2008 had eligibility caps. So each manufacturer, the vehicle from each manufacturer would only qualify up to that manufacturer having had 200,000 vehicles registered that then led to consumers receive the credits. By 2018, 2019, both Tesla and GM were ineligible to receive credits. Toyota and Ford later became ineligible, and Stellantis and BMW would have become ineligible in 2023. So the pre-policy on which the IRA was built, largely at the end actually only offered credits to foreign car makers because most of the US car makers had already received the cap, So that's why some of the welfare gains actually are quite large when you compare to the pre-IRA policy, because towards the end of that policy, the pre-IRA policy was not particularly sensible. Now, the Inflation Reduction Act made several amendments to this credits. It actually kept the level the same, but then it put restrictions on what kind of buyers are eligible. The household income limits, and importantly, trade restrictions. So the vehicle had to be assembled in North America, which for electric vehicles largely means assembled in the US because the share of EVs made in Canada and Mexico is quite small. And then later also a large enough fraction of components of the vehicle have to come from the US or allied countries. It also had a separate commercial credit that businesses could claim for registering electric vehicles. And those didn't have any of these Buy American restrictions. That was clarified in late 2022 that this leasing loophole actually kind of would be legal. So that you could take a foreign-made vehicle, the financial services registered it, and can claim the credit when then leasing it to consumers. So here's a quick timeline. So August 2022, the IRA was signed. Right away, vehicles not assembled in North America were excluded. Next event time is January 2023. Now the leasing loophole has opened up. Also vehicles became eligible for credits that were made by manufacturers that had previously reached the cap. So Tesla and GM, for example, became eligible again for EV credits. And then April 2023 onwards, we exclude or reduce credits by half for vehicles that have too much foreign battery components or use too many foreign minerals. And our data sort of ends in 2023, and there have been some moderate subsequent changes until the elimination, but we won't cover them here. Okay, so what is an observation here? Observation is a combination of a vehicle make, let's say BMW, a vehicle model, let's say X5, vehicle trim, then a particular version of that X5, and then a powertrain. So like either EV or GV or hybrid. And we have monthly data. Registration counts come from Experian. This is national US car registration data by model by month. One object we're going to define as a lease share, which is the ratio of the leases over the registrations. Price data comes from various sources. We use data from Cox Automotive. They run dealership software on around 1/3 of the US car dealerships. So here we have transaction level microdata. Now this excludes Tesla, Rivian, and Lucid, where we get the prices from those websites. We also have the registration data for the entire state of California, which also has registration prices, which are highly correlated with those from Cox. And then another important data source is the second choice survey data from Strategic Vision. That includes information about the car buyers, such as household income, which vehicle you bought or leased, and then what your second choice would have been. So if you didn't buy or lease that vehicles, what sort of choice would you have made? Alternatively, that's going to be helpful to think about the substitution patterns, as you change the credits. Okay. So let me give a brief summary of the work we do on assembling data on the externalities. This is largely bean counting. But so some assumptions here is that each vehicle is driven for 150,000 miles over its lifetime. We take a global social cost of carbon of $241. That's what others had found, and then updated by inflation to 2023 numbers. Now, importantly, the US social cost of carbon is actually substantially lower than that. So when you think about industrial policy, right, then in principle you might only want to evaluate the welfare changes to the US, and that's given that the global social cost of carbon counts the effects of carbon also in other countries. Some policymakers might want to use the US social cost of carbon in their objective function. We don't take a principled stance on that, but we're going to compute results both with either the global or the US social cost of carbon. Now, the externalities that we take here into account are the pollution created by manufacturing the vehicles and recycling them. The driving pollution from CO2 as well as local air pollution. Here we heavily build on work by Holland and co-authors. We also take into account the externality that are created by fatal accidents, which have been shown in this past work by Anderson and Aufhammer to be strongly correlated with vehicle weight. And that matters here because electric vehicles on average are heavier than gasoline vehicles. So we take that into account. And then we take into account positive fiscal externalities, either from collecting gasoline taxes or from electricity markups that help building new power plants. Okay, briefly some description. Yeah. Yes.
About the assumption of
yeah.
the fact that each car is driven throughout. Is that
yeah.
kind of a standard, I guess? The way I was wondering, or I was thinking about, I'm wondering about the assumption
yeah.
about the first general
yeah.
parameter on lifetime miles.
Yeah.
Mainly because I was just thinking about the subsidies as a potentially short-term policy to induce a transition to an equilibrium where now everyone's driving an electric car and there's no more subsidies. And so there, I think, wouldn't you want to subsidize people who drive intensively kind of their cars and want everyone who only drives like around town fewer miles to keep their gas cars? And then you don't have to subsidize as many. So is it true that like all of these cars are being driven? I would imagine there's a ton of variation in how much.
Totally. Yeah, so we don't have great data on this sort of by vehicle, and it might also change about the future, right? Even if you took the snapshot of how much was the vehicle driven, like it might change. But it is, I know. You raise a good point, and it's something for us to think about. But for now, I don't have a better way of doing it. So, raise a good point. Thank you. If you put sort of this externality data together, as I mentioned earlier, you do get the pattern that you might expect, that on average externalities are lower for gasoline vehicles than for electric vehicles. Electric vehicles shine especially on the pollution part. They shine less on the excess weight and accidents. That these excess weight and accidents is quantitatively as important as pollution. That's not new. That's also in the Anderson and Aufhammer paper. Now, if you do use the domestic social cost of carbon instead of the global social cost of carbon, actually EVs and GVs look largely similar in terms of total externalities. Now, foreign EVs are somewhat greater have somewhat greater negative externalities, or here I'm actually plotting fuel efficiency, so they have lower fuel efficiency, the 30D ineligible vehicles. There is quite a bit of dispersion in these externalities, both for GVs and EVs. You might we might be subsidizing some EVs that have worse externalities than the GVs that are ineligible. So, for example, the Rivian R1S was eligible for partial tax credits, whereas the Toyota Prius hybrid, which doesn't have a plug, wasn't eligible, and the externalities from the hybrid actually are lower. Okay, let me briefly go through the event studies. So we're going to look at three outcomes around the changes in eligibility. The first is what is the change in purchase price. And recall that the credit for purchases is claimed by the consumer on their tax form. So no change in price here is actually good news for the consumer, because then you later are going to claim the credit with your taxes. So what we find here is that around changes in vehicle eligibilities, prices were largely flat. Okay, so which here you can interpret as close to full pass-through to consumers. When we look at relative lease prices, so where we sum up the cost that are involved with leasing a vehicle and then subtract the cost of purchasing a vehicle, we find that that is falling substantially, especially for the foreign-made vehicles that were excluded in August 2022. Here, the relative lease price drops around by $5,000. The U.S. car makers that later became eligible, Tesla and GM, they passed on the this leasing benefit somewhat less. So there we only find around $2,000 decline in the relative lease price. And here in the middle, it's not a data error. It looks a little bit funny, but there was Tesla slashed their prices before the change in eligibility in the months before. So that's sort of driving, making this middle graph a little bit funny. Yes. Yeah.
Just say again, what is the variation that you're using? So it's Tesla, GM versus the foreign car companies?
So this is against gasolines. So we have done it multiple ways, but the plots I'm showing you here is the change in price for the EVs against the GVs at the same time. We have also done a version where we have used a small set of EVs that had no change in credit eligibility as a control. It's sort of it's fairly similar, but we saw like the GVs actually kind of further from the EVs, so it's a cleaner control.
But I thought that the vast majority of EVs sold in the US were not eligible because they were for foreign made, or most of the components were for foreign made, right?
Right? That's not quite right. So yeah, many vehicles were indeed eligible. Yeah. But okay, is this still to your control question? It seems like.
I'm just trying to understand the variation.
So the variation is here against GVs, sort of against gasoline vehicles around that time. Thanks for clarifying that. That's important. Okay. Thank you. And then finally, I was sort of showing like an analogous pattern to the change in the relative prices. The relative price of leasing is falling. You see a big response in the lease share. So that rises from like a baseline of like around 15 percentage points by 45 percentage points for these foreign made EVs on the left. And you see a moderate and late uptick in the Tesla GM leasing, consistent with sort of the pattern when they are starting to pass that on. And you also see that some of the other EVs that include vehicles that, for example, had foreign made parts and became, some of them became ineligible in April 2023, they are also sort of starting to shift toward leasing. Okay. Now, we want to sort of do counterfactuals on these policies. So for that, we need a model. So let me sort of briefly describe what we do here. This is a static model, partial equilibrium for the car industry with standard sort of quasi-linear utility assumption. And the baseline, we assume lump sum revenue recycling. So the marginal cost of public funds is equal to 1, but we also sort of relax it in some extensions. Demand is sort of nested logit for a given household type. Nash-Bertrand supply, meaning that car makers sort of are choosing prices strategically. And the choice set is sort of the vehicles available in 2023 or an outside option of sort of not buying a vehicle. So how should we think about this model? So it's not like the non-model of the very short run where you kind of would have inelastic supply. It's also not the very long run because we sort of abstract away from some things that might be important over the long run, like model entry, supply chain adjustment, and et cetera. Some of the things that Marc and Eduardo are going to talk about. Sort of, yeah, but we think it's for the short and medium run, given that this policy only lasted for a little over 2 years, actually, maybe the short to medium run is something still important. Okay, so we can go over this quickly. I don't want to sort of tire you with notation. The thing sort of perhaps to point out is here the consumer eye. And credit eligibility also sort of varies by household eye, depending on the household income. The price sensitivity might also vary by household income. Otherwise, it is sort of a fairly standard discrete choice. A demand model within each household type, particular income, the preferences have kind of a nested logit structure that which you can think of. There are some shocks to how much do you like EVs versus GVs or not buying a car. Then within each vehicle category, you can pick between different classes like a sedan or SUV. And then within each class, then you might have sort of, again, heterogeneity and preferences for how much you like a vehicle of the particular class. And then final sort of choice you have to make is on the buy-lease decision on the purchase type. Okay, we sort of skip this. Yeah.
The two parameters or the two aggregate parameters that you care about is the market elasticity of demand and the elasticity of supply, right?
Yes.
Because that determines the incidence, right?
Yeah.
So first, in the demand structure that you just wrote out, what is the parameter that parameterizes the
it's a price sensitivity. It's a price sensitivity parameter, the alpha, and we have it in the paper. I might not have it on the slide, but like we get like a market elasticity of demand a little over 1, which is sort of in line with what other.
But there, don't you also have an extensive margin as well, right?
Yes. Yeah, there's an so I mean there's sort of a choice. Do you buy a vehicle at all, right? That's sort of what you mean by.
No. What I mean is, do you buy an EV or you buy a gasoline car?
Yes.
Right. So what's the parameter there? I mean,
you
went through it too quickly.
Yeah. No. Great. So it's going to be. I think it's our sigma G. It's like a correlation, basically how correlated are your draws for getting GVs versus EVs within the EV and GV nest, sort of.
Okay, and then in terms of the supply side, so that you said you were going to skip, but it seems that that's crucial. That is, you want to know then what's the elasticity of supply?
Right. Yeah. So the model is quite simple here. It's like assuming flat supply curves. We're going to back out marginal cost, but
then doesn't that assume the answer then? If you're assuming that supply curves are flat?
I don't think so. But we can talk more about this after. Yeah.
Jobs. So
right.
Questions. First, do you take the employment multiplier into account? Second, do you recommend getting rid of the Buy America restrictions or getting rid of the leasing loophole? And thirdly, do you take account of the fact that the leased vehicles will eventually hit the secondary market?
Okay, great questions. Employment multiplier, it's work in progress. We're working on this currently. It's not going to be in this slide deck, but it's going to be on the version of the paper. It's going to come out in a month or month and a half. It's sort of, we have now these numbers ready, and you can add that to the policy objective function. Under what people have estimated for value of a job, actually it doesn't change so much what would be the optimal EV credit, whether you take that channel into account. Sorry, I forgot the other two. Maybe we can. Yeah.
Buy America.
Yeah.
Get rid of.
Yes. Yeah. So I'll have. If I get to it, actually, Buy American here is welfare increasing for the U.S. Yeah. Okay. How many? 1 minute. Okay. 1 minute. Okay. So. Okay. Well. Yeah. Okay. 2. Let me stretch the 1 to 2, and I know. I think we have a pretty good sort of. So we're gonna match sort of these facts on like how likely are EVs buyers to, for example, have an EV as a second choice, related to what Changtai sort of asked about. Sort of all of that sort of. Is in here. The lease response sort of telling us how much likely they are sort of to switch, and then also by household income type that sort of household income types are substantially more likely to buy a vehicle, but also a lot more higher income households are a lot more likely to buy an EV than lower income households. Okay, we do a pretty good job and matching the substitution patterns. Here, leftist data, rightist model implied. Ours is a little bit more checkerboard style, but I think gets sort of some of the key patterns. Okay, so we have some thoughts about optimal policy, but I have to refer you to the paper. Let me do sort of maybe let me address the question that was asked about the Buy American. So this will come here. So the conclusions here is we should actually get rid of the, or should have gotten rid of the trade. We should have imposed trade restrictions on leases. That would have saved us a lot of government spending, and it would have lowered foreign producer surplus, but actually raised U.S. producer surplus and would have been welfare beneficial. So the leasing loophole has a return of only 45 cents per dollar given. And if we had removed these Buy American restrictions on purchases, it would have been good at global social cost of carbon, but not evaluated at a US social cost of carbon. If you evaluate a US social cost of carbon, the return of that would have been 85 cents per dollar spent. So let me finish here. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to present this work, which is joint work with Keith Head, Thierry Mayer, and Chenying Yang. So we're going to stick with the example of the car industry. Here, it's going to be electric vehicles, and it's going to be about thinking about the impact of industrial policies for a sector that has two important characteristics, which is a characteristics for electric vehicles, but also for a lot of industries that receive, that are targeted by industrial policies. And so these two characteristics are going to be, one, that there are very high fixed costs, very high investment costs, and also this idea that when you do industrial policy, most locations aren't going to receive these plans. So there's going to be a very strong substitution pattern between location being a production location, one production location relative to another. And then the other thing is that that's going to introduce a very strong substitution force. And then the other one is there's going to be multi-stage production. And so there's going to be this key input. In the case of electric vehicles, it's going to be batteries that is going to drive down the cost of the downstream product. And that's going to introduce a competing force, which is going to be a complementary force, which is going to say that battery cell production is going to be is going to be a complement to assembly location and vice versa. And so I'll talk about in a second how solving these location choice problems and how supply chains reconfigurations subject to industrial policy are going to be very complex under this environment. But the counterpart to that is that because these industrial policies are going to cause these types of reconfigurations, that understanding how the supply chains are going to reconfigure is going to be critical for evaluating the impact of these industrial policies. If we want to think about what's happening to prices, what's happening to production levels, what's happening to expenditures on electric vehicles, we have to understand how these industrial policies are going to reshape these global production networks. And I'm going to show too that in this case, especially where the increasing returns take the form of these very high investment costs, that there's going to be this additional feature that when supply chains are going to be reconfigured, it's going to create what I'm going to call open-close decisions. Some facilities open, some other facilities close. And that's going to induce basically jumps in what I'm going to call delivered marginal cost. The new facility is going to have a different cost of production than the older one. It might be bigger capacity, lower marginal cost. It may also be located in a different part of the world, which is going to make the delivered marginal cost component different. And that's going to look very different from a model where these increasing returns are going to be smooth, where for every percentage increase you get in production, you get a certain decrease subject to a parameter in the marginal cost. So these open-close decisions that respond to industrial policy are going to create, not only are they going to create jumps, so they're going to be these discrete effects, which we want to quantify, but also even the direction of those jumps cannot be determined a priori or by a single parameter like it can when the increasing returns are going to be smooth. So kind of let me give you a simple example of that. I'm not sure if I can keep using my example of industrial policies in the U.S., given that most of them have been killed. But I could switch it to the effect on European policy and ask: does industrial policy in Europe for electric vehicles, which is still at the moment very much in the works, both existing and planned policies. How is it going to affect the delivered marginal cost of electric vehicles in the US? And there are cases where it can lower the delivered marginal cost in the US. New production facilities open up either in Europe. They may even have some incentives for some American facilities to open up with the increased volume of electric vehicles being consumed in Europe, and that could lower the delivered marginal cost of vehicles in the US. It could also have the opposite effect. So you could think about the opening of a big battery facility in Europe as also being associated with the closing of a battery facility in the US, which is then going to raise the cost of batteries available for cars that are being assembled in the US. Yeah?
Do the battery plants and the auto plants have to be co-located, or do they?
No, they don't. And in fact, I'll show you in the data that they aren't. There's pressure over time to bring them close together, but they're spread all around the world. And currently, for example, if you think about the assembly of electric vehicles, both in the US and in Europe, it's still pretty much dominated by batteries that are coming from Asia. And so the last part then is we really need, if we want to quantify, if we want to do a quantitative evaluation of industrial policies, we really need to understand kind of where these jumps occur and even kind of the direction of those, jumps. I'll close with our policy evaluations, both for industrial subsidies in the US and in Europe, and show you kind of what direction they go in and the size of those impacts. Yeah.
You can imagine, so suppose that you wanted to think about sort of this trade-off that you have in mind in a world without industrial policy. There's no industrial policy, and then you think about that there's heterogeneity in technology. Some technologies are ones where the fixed costs are high and the marginal costs are low. Some technologies are ones where the fixed costs are low and the marginal cost is high. But then you think that there's some equilibrium in which there's some indifference condition between the two, right?
So we have that set up in our baseline, and it's exactly the case that you have. I'm going to argue in a second, well, actually in this slide, that figuring out the equilibrium with those heterogeneous technologies because of those jumps is going to be very challenging. But that's exactly the setup that we have. So it's also true in a baseline, even without industrial policies. That's for sure. So if you want to ask kind of what is the equilibrium industry configuration in a sector like electric vehicles, where there are both these strong substitution complementarity forces, that's a very hard problem to solve. And actually, this is kind of the point I wanted to make here. We have strong substitution forces within a production stage, both for competing locations for either cell production or for assembly production, and very strong complementary forces across stages of production. So I don't want to get kind of too technical into the lingo of the literature on supply chains, but basically solving these types of models that have both of these forces is very complex. We have algorithms that work very well if we assume just one of those forces and not the other, and vice versa. When we have both of those forces together, there's a big complexity, which means we're back to this kind of combinatorial discrete choice problem, that if there are, say, 2 stages of production in our case, and L locations, right, we have just a massive number of potential configurations for the industry. So for us, for the typical car firm that we're going to solve for, the number of possible configurations of their network on average is going to be a number that has 25 zeros to, behind it. So, right? So that it's just a massive complexity here. And so part of what we do is we adapt some methods from the operations research literature that are going to allow us to solve that kind of optimization problem in a matter of seconds. And the way we do it, I won't go into too many details, but one is we find a formulation of the problem where even though the profit functions are very nonlinear, we transform it into a problem that is a linear objective as a function of the path that the firm can choose for sourcing its vehicles. And so we transform the problem into one where the basic decision for us when we solve the problem, say for Tesla, is when Tesla sells a particular model, the Model 3 or the Model Y in Germany, say, where is the assembly going to come from, where the car is going to be assembled, and for assembly in that location, where the battery is going to source from. And so, for example, for the case of Tesla and delivery to Germany, I'll show you some data for that in a few minutes. We see that Tesla has changed that decision over time. The cars used to come from California. Then when the Shanghai assembly facility opened, they came from Shanghai. And then when the Berlin facility opened up, the models that were produced in the Berlin facilities were then sourced from the Berlin factory. So we're going to focus on those problems, basically solving for the path of the problem. Now, this is going to rely on data that has enough detail to be able to capture that. And in our case, we do have that amount of detail about where the cars are going to be assembled, which model cars are being assembled, what batteries go into those cars, and where those batteries are produced, along with kind of all of the associated volumes. And so we're going to rely on both kind of this new data and this new kind of computational approach to solve this very computationally complex problem. Now, of course, the problem I described for Tesla is still a very complex problem because Tesla still has to decide, well, which facilities, assembly and battery facilities, is it going to operate? And so the decision about sourcing the Tesla Model 3 in Germany is still going to be linked with its decision to offer the Model Y, which shares a platform in other parts of the world. And so what we have essentially is we're going to transform this into a linear programming that is going to have these integer constraints. That Tesla can open 50% of one facility and 50% of another. It's going to have to either open or close all the different sets of facilities. We're going to rely on some commercial software which basically handles this kind of optimization problem, solving for the global optimal. So this is not this characteristics, this is not the sub-branch that is about heuristics. Because of the linear structure of the problem, you can actually solve for the global optimum with these integer constraints, and that's the type of problem that we can solve, as I was saying, in a matter of seconds using this type of commercial software. So this approach also has a lot of other advantages. It's something that this type of problem has received a lot of attention in the operations research literature, hasn't been used very much in the economics literature. We adapted to kind of make the problem look more like the ones that we have in terms of economics. So we, instead of thinking just about cost minimization with a fixed flow of goods, we endogenize the flow of goods. So that involves going from cost minimization to profit maximization. We allow for the entry of models, so the firms decide which models to sell in which destinations, subject to market entry cost. And this part of it was already in the literature, so this type of modeling is very flexible in the sense that it can accommodate multiple stages of production with, again, really importantly, no restrictions on complementarity or substitution forces between the facilities. It can allow us to give us a very flexible specification for the fixed costs. So in our example, an assembly facility can be shared by any model of a firm that shares the same platform. We also have data on what platform the cars are assembled on, and we can do it at that level of disaggregation. And then for batteries, it's going to be about the shape of the battery and the battery chemistry that is going to allow a battery facility to share the fixed cost between different types of batteries within that group. I already mentioned that we extend this to endogenous market entry in multiple markets. And in what I'm going to present, we're assuming CS demand, but you can also use different types of demands because, again, it's not the linearity of the demand or the profit function that matters. It's just when you turn on a path, you're going to get a certain level of variable profit for whatever kind of demand system that you want to use. Yeah?
What's this commercial solver?
Its name is called Groby. You may have heard of it. Actually, a lot of my econometrician colleagues also use it. I forget now the name of the leading open source one. It's almost an order of magnitude faster than that one. And fortunately, they're still giving free licenses for academic use. I'm happy also to talk much more about the software later.
Defining a technology as the ratio of the fixed cost to the marginal cost, and then make that a continuum.
No, you really can't. I mean, I'm going to show you the problem here that like a typical firm is going to solve, and that kind of will give you the flavor. But you really can't. They're just with the different stages and kind of this heterogeneous, as you were alluding to, kind of you have a certain fixed cost and a certain level of variable cost. You really can't transform it that way. So here's a typical problem that the firm is solving. It's going to think about what products is going to sell to what consumers. So the products here are colors. It's going to sell the blue and the pink model in the West, and the blue and the orange one in the central, and no models are going to be sold in the East. And for every model that's being sold, so if I want to sell the orange model to consumers in the central destination, I have to pick this path that I was going to talk about. I'm going to have to choose that I'm going to do assembly here, and I'm going to get my sales from here. Okay? And of course, the complexity here is not just once you know which facilities are open, it's a relatively trivial problem of finding the paths. The key issue is that which facilities you open and close are going to be interdependent. So you can only choose a path through an open facility, or another way of thinking about it is if you want to use a path, you have to open all the facilities that are along that path. And so we have the entry cost for introducing models, and of course, whenever you open a facility, that's going to be associated with a fixed cost. And so very quickly, kind of just the way we kind of solve and do this estimation is we estimate the marginal cost associated with these paths up to parameters. And given these parameters, we can specify the cost of a path. And then the variable profit, say, associated with selling the orange model in central, is then going to be a function, and this function can be nonlinear, of the delivered marginal cost, which is going to be a function of parameters that we estimate, and an endogenous level of market demand that we're also going to estimate in our final estimation. Now, this strategy is going to imply some restrictions. So we're going to assume constant marginal cost. The marginal cost can be very different across the facilities, but at a given facility, it's going to be constant marginal cost. If it wasn't that way, then firms would do basically what is called multi-sourcing. They would source a given vehicle a bit from one. They would equalize the marginal cost of production, which vary across the two locations. And I'll show you, or mostly just tell you, I think I have one graph on that, mostly just tell you that that just doesn't happen for electric vehicles. It's really single sourcing. And so single sourcing is a consequence of the constant marginal costs that, of course, those inputs are are substitutes, right? We don't see Tesla sourcing, one car with kind of 2 batteries and another one with, 2 other different parts. It's like one battery is going into every car. And again, this idea that you're only using a single supplier is that those plants are incapacitated. And again, in our data, that's what that is very much what we see, that it's going to be single sourcing. And so I'll show you a graph, again, for Tesla supplying different models to Germany. We see very clearly that it's changing its single supplier, but it's always kind of using a single supplier approach, with the only time where it doesn't are transition years where one plant is coming online, and that multi-sourcing disappears very quickly. It's very transitory once the new location is chosen. And then the other restriction is that this is optimization at the supply chain level. And so in many circumstances, not all manufacturers, the firm that assembles and sells the car is not the firm that produces a battery. And so we have to assume joint optimization by this joint venture of the battery producer and the assembler, meaning a single decision maker. Again, here we're helped by the characteristic of the electric industry, vehicle industry, which is that this is kind of what happens. So what would break kind of the use of our algorithm is if a battery producer would produce a battery and kind of put it on a table and say, hey, different car manufacturers come and use my battery, and it'd be used by different ones. And we just don't see that. The battery producers produce for different clients, different car manufacturers. But in a particular location, the battery they produce is entirely dedicated to one client. And again, that's something we see very clearly in our data. This slide, just to say, there are huge investment costs. They tend to be an order of magnitude higher for cell production than they are for assembly. So in the billions for cells, sometimes kind of just 2 digits. We're not modeling the dynamics of that. So think about if there's a lot of learning by doing, think of it as I pay a high upfront fixed cost, and think about like that end level lower cost as being the marginal cost that is going to be obtained.
So you capture it on the extensive margin between technologies, maybe.
So we do but so think about the learning curve. The cost starts high and ends up low. Like in our model, the way it's going to show up is it's going to be a low marginal cost. Kind of we're thinking this as a longer run effect. And I'm going to have to pay as kind of part of my fixed costs. I'm going to have to move down my learning curve. And that's kind of how we capture it. So it's really about that long run marginal cost of, say, a bigger facility once it gets to a certain scale level. Okay, so our data, we have, can I, yeah, okay, sure.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering if it would be useful to think about the scarcity of rare earths, as that's like a key input for the batteries.
Yeah, that's a great question. So I'll talk about that at the end. I'll show you a few counterfactuals just based on like the kind of what the IRA looked like and kind of what the European policies are going to look like. But the advantage of being able to kind of model the decision-making and supply chain reconfigurations is we can model in our counterfactuals lots of different types of scenarios. And so we've thought about potentially kind of including that. We already have a very long list that we do in the paper. We look at tariffs, different kind of combinations of tariffs and location requirements. But we could certainly add those too. And I think that is also kind of a big kind of concern for this industry. I agree. Or yeah, I'd love to. Let me see how fast I can go, and then because I'd love to talk a lot more about this. So let me see how fast I can get to my main results, and then we can talk some more. So here's our data. We're going to use actually, well, when we started this project, the latest data we had is 2022. Now we have 2024 data. So everything I'm going to show you is based on 2024 data. You just see that even though these fixed costs are huge, you do see this is an industry that's been expanding up to now. And we see increases in assembly facilities being open. We're going to separate our analysis at the continent level between the Americas, Europe, and Asia. Fewer battery facilities. Again, they're bigger, the fixed costs are much higher, but we see a bunch of new battery facilities opening up, in particular the giga battery production in Berlin. Also the battery production in Nevada, a lot of these new facilities. Just a little bit of data. This is what I was saying before, that this is showing you the impact of distance, that assemblers still source the batteries from quite far away, lots of heterogeneity. Over time, there's still a big pressure to kind of source your batteries from closer. And so the mean distance that a battery travels to the assembly facility has decreased substantially over time. This is the example I was giving you for Tesla. Since I have 5 minutes, I'll just say it's really just kind of single sourcing. When before it always using Fremont, so it sells all its models from Fremont. Shanghai opens, it switches to sourcing from Shanghai for the cars sold to Germany. Berlin opens and it's producing the Model Y, so the Model Y now is being sourced from Berlin. The only time we see that it isn't single sourcing is in the transition year, and then after that, one of them goes to zero. Here's kind of the configuration of the industry. I'm also showing you the headquarters here because we're going to estimate that these fixed costs of opening facilities do really respond to the distance of the facility to the headquarters. So that's something we're going to incorporate in our estimation. So we have the data we're matching to is going to be all of the locations and all of the car flows we see across the world. I don't have too much time to talk about that other than maybe kind of point out that what we observe in the data is a strong revealed preference, for example, for batteries that are produced in Asia relative to the US and Europe. So let me finish in the 5 minutes I have left and talk about the impact of industrial policy. So the first part I should back up is just modeling the baseline configuration and just matching, not just to this, but matching to a whole bunch of moments about where the existing production facilities are and who sources, how many cars are produced, what the flows are, and where the batteries and the assembly occurs for all the cars that are sold in the main electric vehicle markets around the world. So once we have that, we have all the parameters of how these firms optimize, and then we can model, okay, now given an industrial policy, or it could be something about rare earths, how are the supply chains going to be reconfigured? And so I'm going to show you this in just one example, well, kind of 3 examples, but we have others in the paper that were loosely inspired by the IRA and kind of what happened, also what's happening in Europe, of 3 types of subsidies to electric vehicles. One of them is a clean subsidy. You can think about that as the demand subsidy. Here we're going to model it as a 20% subsidy. It doesn't matter kind of what number we use. The key critical part then, when you see in blue and in green, is that we're going to also model what happens when you impose restrictions on that subsidy. So you subsidize, but you make it contingent on the vehicle being assembled in your country or region. And even more restrictive, you make it contingent on both the vehicle be assembled there and the whole supply chain being located in your region. In this case, the batteries also coming from your country or from your region. And so very briefly, we can kind of model exactly, well, what kind of expenditure responses we're going to see. We see this kind of classic protection versus kind of consumer surplus trade-off between the clean subsidy and the one that's contingent on assembly in the US. Here I'm showing it for the US, where you get the biggest boost in terms of demand for the clean subsidy. From a protectionist point of view, or if you care, put more weight on employment, you're going to see that, of course, requiring assembly in the US is going to boost the number of facilities in the Americas relative to the clean subsidy. And so we give a way of kind of evaluating what is a trade-off in terms of number of production locations and in terms of expenditures, lower prices, higher volumes of EVs being consumed. Then when we look at the even more constrictive one, and we can, by the way, we can also see the increase in assembly in the Americas. Where does it come at the expense of? And mostly Asia, a little bit of Europe. Then when we look at the most restrictive one, contingent on the sales being produced in the Americas, well, producing sales in the US is just not very cost effective. And so we see a huge drop in EV expenditures because of lower take-up. A lot of car manufacturers decide it's not worth for me to get this subsidy if I have to move that. And the ones that do so at higher cost. I'll show you the breakdown in a second. And it also makes the point that from a protectionist point of view, this is not a very attractive proposition. Yes, you do increase battery cell production in the US at this very high cost. It also makes assembly much less attractive because these cars are much more expensive. And so there's not much gain here, even from a purely protectionist point of view, and a huge loss in terms of lower take-up. So I have the European one. I clearly don't have time to show you. These are kind of the numbers. So let me just take 30 seconds and then I'll wrap up. You can see for each one, like in the unconditional subsidy, all cars get the 20% subsidy. You can see how take-up drops as you increase restrictions, which we see as basically lower subsidization rates. And then critically, we see what happens to cost. So kind of what do we get with this model of fixed cost? We can model the extent to which an increased subsidy, this clean subsidy, is going to lower the delivered marginal cost of electric vehicles in the Americas. And so our preferred estimate here is going to be a 4.5% decrease. This is not something that you can really estimate in a model without these fixed costs, where there wouldn't be kind of any response here. And then we can estimate the response of what happens to the cost of a car with the contingent subsidies. The cost would still go down with the subsidy contingent just on assembly. But as I was kind of alluding to just before, when you make it even more restrictive and you restrict it on the sales coming from the US, we see that actually the cost goes in the opposite direction. So we see what I was highlighting before, that even the direction of the change cannot be determined just by the parameters in the model. It's really kind of, you need a model that's going to really figure out how these firms are going to reoptimize when faced with different types of industrial policies. And so I'm out of time, and I'll maybe just focus on just this last point. I hope that I've convinced you that it's important to kind of develop models and tools that can handle this really kind of very complex problem of supply chain reconfigurations, because that's just a key aspect of understanding the impact of industrial policies. And I'll stop there.
Okay. Yeah, it works. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you to the organizers for the invitation, and thank you to all of you for being here. So the paper I'm going to present is called Market Entry and Plant Location in Multi-Product Firms, and it's joint work with Juanma Castro-Vincenzi, who is currently at University of Chicago, Eugenia Menaguale, who is a student at Princeton, and Alejandro Sabal, who is currently at Yale. So you will see that this paper in some setting has many similarities with the work that Marc just presented. I'll try to trace the differences as I describe the paper. Okay? But this paper is going to be a paper about multinational firms, and in particular, the way that we are going to conceptualize multinational firms in this paper is that firms that have three characteristics. One, they are multi-product, and then for each of these products that firms have in their portfolio, typically they are produced in multiple locations and they are sold in multiple locations. Okay? as Marc was emphasizing, it's very natural to think that the decisions about where to produce and sell any given product are going to be related. They are going to be interdependent. You can think in the presence of tariffs, there may be an incentive to set up production and sales in the same location. Not only there are going to be interdependencies across production and sales decisions for a given product, but it's also very natural to think that the decisions across different products will also be interdependent. In particular, in our model, we're going to allow for the possibility of cannibalization, for the possibility that for any given firm, whenever they are selling a product in a particular destination, the amount of sales they obtain may be reduced if they are also offering other products in that same destination, because the different products will be cannibalizing each other. The reason why we are thinking about this particular structure is because then when you start to think about what's going to be the impact of policies that one particular country puts in one particular product, now firms are going to potentially reorganize the whole set of production and sales locations in such a way that policies for one product in one country are going to have implications for other products in other countries. And this is something that I'll try to illustrate that we think is something that is quantitatively relevant. In particular, in this case, we are going to focus in the global car industry where firms are indeed multi-product, multi-plant, and multi-location, and they have been the target of recent policies. Okay. So in the interest of time, I'm not going to go over the model in detail. I'm going to try to summarize all the model in this slide. Okay? So it's going to be a static model. And for the part that I'm going to be presenting today, you want to think that this is the problem of one firm. I'm going to be trying to solve just the problem of one firm at a time. Okay? So I'll describe later, but at this point today, it's not an industry equilibrium problem. It's a static problem of one firm. But it's a firm that has a fixed set of products in their portfolio, a fixed set of car models, and they need to decide for each of these car models where to produce them and where to sell them. Okay? Because they are going to be fixed cost of selling a particular model in a destination, in the background there is going to be a binary decision of whether for each model that you have in the portfolio, do you want to sell it in each particular destination country? Because there is going to be a fixed cost of producing, of setting up a plant in any location, there is going to be a similar binary choice going on in the background. And the model is going to take a stand on whether these decisions are going to be complements or substitutes. So in particular, there is going to be a demand function specified in the background that I won't go into details, that is going to imply cannibalization. The amount of sales that a particular model obtains in the US for a particular brand is potentially going to be lower if that brand is offering other models also in the US. On the other side, because similarly to what Marc was describing before, we are going to have this assumption in the background that every firm decides to sell in every destination market from the plant where is the minimum cost of offering that good in that particular destination market. This is going to create complementarities between the set of markets where the firm wants to sell a model and the set of production locations. This is very natural. The value of setting up a new plant is going to be bigger the more markets that you are selling that model. And then because they are export platform sales, there's going to be substitutability across different production locations. In the version today, there's going to be no strategic interaction, so it's going to be a monopolistically competitive model. But it's still, because you have all these binary decisions that they are interdependent that the firm needs to make, this falls into the category of what is called binary integer programming problems or combinatorial discrete choice problems. Now, there are different labels depending on which branch you are. Okay? Correct. So you are going to have both, exactly. I'll get exactly into this. And as I said, I mean, we have some ongoing work about how you can relax the monopolistic competition and then start to compute industry equilibrium and how to add dynamics to this framework. But for today, it's just going to be a static. So let me emphasize the methodological part, okay? So these problems, as Marc was pointing out, they are called NP-hard, okay? NP-hard problems, in practice, it means that in the worst case scenario, there exists no algorithm that can solve the problem in polynomial time, okay, in a computationally physical time. Neither commercial nor free. In the worst case scenario, these problems are not solvable in a computationally reasonable time. This doesn't mean that every NP-hard problem is not going to be solvable in computational time. There are going to be versions of these problems, and there are going to be particular examples of these problems for which there exist algorithms that you can solve in a reasonable amount of time. But there may be versions of these problems that you cannot solve ex ante, and the problem is like you don't know ex ante getting into the problem whether you are going to be in one that you can solve in a computational reasonable time, or you are in a case that you cannot solve in a computational reasonable time. So the approach that we are going to follow is going to be slightly different. It's going to be, okay, finding the solution, you never know ex ante whether you will be able to do. But what you know is that you can find, in a computationally polynomial time, you can find bounds on that solution. That's actually very easy. And in economics, there has been a whole development of bounding algorithms that don't guarantee that you will find a solution to this problem, but you are guaranteed that you found bounds to this solution to this problem. And these algorithms had been developed for cases where the objective function was supermodular. They had been developed for cases where the objective function was submodular. As Marc was emphasizing before, this sort of problem is neither submodular nor supermodular, because in some cases you have complementarity, in some cases you have substitutabilities. So in some way, our methodological contribution is just to work on these bounding algorithms to adjust it to these kind of more general problems than what the literature has done. Okay. Once you are operating in this world of bounding algorithms, for estimation, this creates some challenges, because it may be that whenever you are evaluating different parameter values, ex ante, you don't know the true value of those parameter values. It may be that in some cases, these bounding algorithms are such that upper bound and lower bound don't coincide, that you didn't find the solution. Okay? So there is the question, how do you embed this in any of the standard estimation procedures that we have that require point identification, require knowing what the outcome of the variables are at every value of the parameter? Because we are going to take seriously that the only thing we have are bounds on the solution, we are going to embed this in a moment inequality framework, and therefore, as I showed you the results before, afterwards, you shouldn't be surprised that I'm not going to show you precise numbers for parameters, I'm going to show you intervals. And these intervals are coming from the fact that, as I was pointing out, the only thing we have are bounds on the solution, and the only thing we have is some sort of confidence set for the different parameters of our model. However, I'll show you that at least in our application, they seem to be tight. Okay? This doesn't mean we have no guarantee that in other applications, when you combine our bounding algorithm, they will be equally tight, but at least in our case, they seem to be tight. Okay. So now, instead of going through the equations of the model, I'm actually going to do, sorry, Felix.
Ultimately, you want to probably do counterfactuals to evaluate like different policies. So once you have the parameters, are you actually then it seems like you're going back to the problem that you don't know whether you can solve the problem or not, depending.
No. So I'm going to do exactly that. I'm going to also, at every value of the parameter in the confidence set that I obtain in the estimation, I'm going to evaluate the counterfactual policy using my solution algorithm, and therefore I'm going to obtain also a bound, also a confidence interval for the outcome of any policy. And this bound that I'm going to show you before is going to combine two things. It's going to combine uncertainty about the parameter coming from that confidence set and uncertainty about the solution coming from bounding the solution. But that's a great point. Thank you. So as I said, in the interest of time, instead of going over details of the model, I'm actually going to show you estimates. And I'll describe some characteristics of the model as I go along by showing you what are the estimates that we are recovering. Okay? And the data has very similar to data sets that people have used in the past. It also has some similarities. So let me maybe not go into the details. Okay? So the first thing we said, one of the forces that the model has, or that we allow for, is cannibalization. Yeah. Is it important in the data? Do we find cannibalization? And the answer is going to be yes. So here I'm showing you the percentage reduction in sales of a particular model in a particular destination market, comparing the actual equilibrium, so the observed sales, to the sales that you would observe if that model was the only one for that brand offering that particular destination. And you see that on average, what we observe today is 60% less than what you would observe if it were to be the only model being offered, meaning cannibalization is actually very important in the estimates that we are finding. Okay?
For total sales for that company, I mean, so that's per model.
That's per model. That's per model. That's per model.
Yeah, so total sales would go up, but per model.
Correct. Exactly. That's totally right. Then one of the features that we are going to allow in the model, because we think it's going to be important whenever we try to do policies and see how the different firms are going to reorganize, is something that Felix had studied before, that is the presence of home bias in preferences. Okay? And the model is also going to say this is very important. So let me translate this figure. This is saying, take two models that are completely identical, but one of them is of a brand that is headquartered in the US, the other one is of a brand that is not headquartered in the US, is headquartered in one of these countries. And our model is going to say demand is 30% larger for the car that is headquartered in the US than for those cars that are headquartered somewhere else. In this case, for example, Canada, Mexico, and then our specification has some decaying on distance, and this is why it's decaying in this particular way. Okay? So people prefer their local cars, in this case local means by the location of the headquarters. These two features that are going to be important when I present now the counterfactual analysis coming from demand. Let me also show you some features that are going to be important coming from the supply side, coming from the marginal cost. And there is indeed a big heterogeneity that we recover on what is the marginal cost at the country level. So this is a common component at the country level of producing 1 unit of car. Okay? So everything here is normalized to the country that in our data set, in our estimation, is actually the most expensive one, that is going to be France. And everything is relative to France. And you can see that then there is a color code that tells you the geographic location of these countries. They are ordered by the relative productivity relative to France, or relative marginal cost relative to France. You can see that orange dots, European countries, they tend to be relatively expensive. American countries in the Americas, they tend to be relatively efficient. So the US is actually very efficient. Sorry, where do I have it? Here, the US is actually very efficient, and then you see that countries in Asia are a bit on both tails. So you can see that China is actually very productive, then you can have countries like Japan and Korea that are going to be much less productive. But there is a substantial heterogeneity in marginal cost that we recover from our estimates. When you care about where you want to locate the plant, you not only care about what is the cost of producing, but you also need to pay a cost to deliver that car to a particular destination market, and that's going to include the traditional shipping costs that we introduce in our trade models, and it's going to include tariffs. Okay? So here, I'm going to try to show you what would be the marginal cost of producing in the US, and then from the US, selling that unit of car in any other country in the world, and everything is normalized to the cost of producing in the US and selling in the US is normalized to 1 there. Okay? So something that the literature had noticed before is that in general, the marginal cost of producing for any plant increases as you get farther away from the headquarters. Okay? Maybe the know-how from the headquarters to the plant is not transmitted equally well. And you can see here a tiny bit. So you can see that this is the difference cost for one plant that is located in the US where the headquarters are in the US, that's in the triangle. And then if that same plant was belonged to a brand where the headquarters are in China or in Japan, then you can see that the cost is going to be a bit bigger. So there is this cost of being farther away from the headquarters. Okay? Of course.
Where's the headquarters of Stellantis?
Yeah, it's a great question. So we are going to, in some way, I don't know the case of Stellantis, but there is.
Is it Italy? Is it the Netherlands?
Correct. So I don't know in that particular case how to do it, but in some way in the data set, there is going to be something that is going to call headquarters location.
It'll have a single headquarters.
That's right. Yeah.
Even though it's a vertical.
That's right. That's what I read. Okay.
What is an example of a US-made car that's sold in Japan? Like, if you walk the streets in Japan, I don't see any.
It could be. So let me say what this is coming from before. So before we are using, this is what the model implies about what that cost would be. So what's going behind in the model? There's going to be a cost of producing a car in these different countries. In this case, producing in the US. There is going to be a functional form that determines the shipping cost or the trade cost, and then there's going to be tariffs. So this is going to, so obviously here there is extrapolation to cases where we may not see any transaction. Okay? That makes sense, but somehow it's the combination of what is the cost that we recover for producing a car in the US, what are the shipping costs that we recover, and what are the tariffs that we observe. And this is what you could observe. And for counterfactuals, unless you want to shut down that possibility in counterfactuals, you need to have a prediction for what that cost could be, and this is what the model says.
Just a clarifying question. Based on the introduction, I was expecting to see a bound on the parameters, but it seems like you have a single number. Is that you are?
Fantastic question. So there are many parameters that you can recover conditional on the observed allocation, because we observe prices, and these marginal costs are coming from some mapping from prices and quantities to marginal cost and demand preferences. Those part of the parameters, they are point identified. The ones that are not point identified are the ones that you can only recover by trying to match where cars are produced and sold, and those are the fixed costs that I was describing before of setting up a plant or selling a particular destination. So these ones, they are point identified. Okay? Also tariffs, also tariffs. So this includes, of course. So this includes also tariffs. In fact, when you see spikes, the spikes are due to tariffs. They are not due to the shipping cost. Our specification of shipping cost is a smoothing distance. So any non-smoothness here countries are ranked by distance to the US. Any non-smoothness is coming from tariffs in 2019.
But Eduardo, why is it that even in Japan and China, it's cheaper if the car is produced in the US? That seems strange, no?
Say that again?
You know, even for Japan and,
so again,
China.
this is that if the car was produced in the US, how costly it would be to put that car in Japan or China, right, even if the headquarters are they can be whatever.
But, you know, but then the cost would be lower. You know, if you go to Japan and China there, the triangles are lower than, you know,
Sorry, maybe I'm not understanding. So these cars in Japan and China are not produced in Japan or China. They are produced in the US. And this is reflecting what would be the cost if you produce in the US of a brand.
But for the squared ones, you know, the green square and the diamond.
Let me just in case, because they are produced in the US, so there is a headquarter cost of producing in the US. If they were to, this is I'm showing you now, you are producing in China. Now they are below because now the headquarter will be the other way.
Okay.
Does that clarify them? Okay. So then another way that you can do this is now let's see what would be the cost of selling to the US. Okay? So now it's not of producing to the US and selling in different countries, now it's selling to the US. And again, everything is normalized to selling in the US, we are setting this cost to 1. And you can see that there is wide dispersion. There's going to be some countries where it's going to be very expensive if you actually wanted to produce a car and sell it to the US. And again, it's going to be a combination of trade cost and tariffs and the production cost in those particular origins. And there are going to be others where the difference in cost is much smaller. So for example, you can see that if you produce in Mexico, the difference of supplying 1 unit of good to the US is not going to be much bigger than if you were producing in the US. In Canada, it's going to be a bit bigger, whatever. You can see a bit the different relative cost. Okay? What I mean to say with this is that as I was discussing with Felix before, and he was very correctly pointing out, whenever you want to do a counterfactual policy and now I want to change tariffs, where production is going to reallocate is going to depend a lot on this, right? It's going to depend a lot on which countries do I think that the marginal cost of producing is going to be closer to what I observe in the data, what do I think fixed costs are. So in some way, the results of the counterfactuals that I'm going to be showing to you now, they are going to depend a lot on what are the marginal costs that you are recovering, and this is for you to have a flavor of what's going on now. This is what is in the background. Okay. Okay. So I'm doing surprisingly 10 minutes. Okay, good. Reflect. I'm actually, let me try to explain. I'm going to skip this and I'm going to go to this, and if I have time, I'll get back there. Okay? So we do 2 types of counterfactual experiments. So the part that you have to remember always is that we are doing experiments and we are solving the problem of one firm. Okay? So before, in the slides that I skipped, we were solving the problem of one firm that was Audi, okay, for 2 models, and I was describing what was going to happen exactly to Audi. Now, instead of doing that, I'm actually going to do this for all brands in the data, and I'm going to show you how the average firm is going to react to different policies. Okay? And as I was discussing with Felix before, you are going to see that intervals are going to appear. So the predictions of my model are going to be an interval. And you need to think that those intervals both reflect parameter uncertainty, the fact that we only have bounds of model parameters, and also solution uncertainty, the fact that we may not be able to find the solution exactly. Okay? So I'm going to evaluate 3 types of policies. First, tariffs. Then we are going to evaluate consumption subsidies and then production subsidies. And in this particular example, I'm going to do it on electric vehicles. Okay? So the only firms that are in the background are those brands that have at least 1 electric vehicle in the portfolio. Okay? So the first result that we are finding, and this is very robust across many firms, is like tariffs by itself do not induce production reallocation to the US. Okay? It's incredibly hard if the only thing that you're implementing these tariffs is to induce a big production reallocation to the US. Okay, so let me try to explain where we are seeing this. So here at 0 is the current level of tariffs, and this is matching roughly what we observed in the equilibrium in 2019. So this would say, for any electric vehicle, the probability that is produced in China is some interval here between, I don't know, let's say 0.22 and 30%. The US is this black interval here. So we are starting in 2019 from a very low level of production of EVs in the US. As you start to increase tariffs, 25 percentage points, 50 percentage points, 75%, you go to autarky, okay? You see that the black interval is increasing. So it's true that there is some production reallocation going on, but I don't know what would be the prior, but certainly it's not going here. It's not going to a case where now 60% of the EVs produced worldwide are going to be produced in the US. Okay? And this is what you are doing tariffs in the rest of the world. When you are doing tariffs on only one set of markets, in the case of the EU, you are actually observing something very similar. If anything, naturally, the production reallocation to the US is even smaller because now you are letting the firms avoid the tariffs by reallocating somewhere else. Okay? So tariffs in general, in terms of production reallocation, they are not doing much. Okay? Does that mean that tariffs have no effect whatsoever? No, that's not true. They actually have a very large effect on what is the set of products that will be offered in the US. Naturally, if you are bringing tariffs to 5,000%, you're going to autarky. The only cars that will be offered in the US were that 8% or kind of 10% that were produced in the US when you are going to autarky. So actually, from this perspective, there is a big cost in terms of availability of products to the US. Nothing much is going on in the rest of the world, as you can see here. What this also means is that it's not only in which goods are available in the US, it's also on what is the total volume of sales. You can actually see that if you go to autarky, the predictions of our model is that we wouldn't see much production reallocation to the US. What you would see is actually a retrenching from all these companies of offering their products and selling their products in the US.
The mistake that's being made on the policy is to think the US market is bigger than it is.
Correct. In combination, with a similar thing to this is like, if the US market was so big, then they would already be here. So then you need to find a particular set of values where somehow the US market is not so big that they are already producing here, but somehow is large enough that if you go to autarky, it will compensate the fixed cost of setting up a new plant in the US when you already have a plant somewhere else. And this is the set of, this is the knife edge, I'm gonna call it knife edge. It's not so, there are some parameter values for which you can get this, but partly I think sometimes what we are missing in this reasoning is this idea that you want the change. If you are already in the initial equilibrium in the US, then you are on, it's the inframarginal versus marginal logic.
Your model is only looking, is it just calculating relocation, while when you have an expanding industry, you're actually setting up new?
That's a fantastic question. So, no, because it's a static model, so you always resolve, only right? So it's not, so you always resolve. Are there other policies that would be successful at inducing production, at switching production to the US? Yes, they are. Okay? So in this case, we are going to look at production subsidies. So these are subsidies that somehow are lowering the marginal cost of producing in the US. Okay? And these policies, if large, they can have a huge impact. Our model would predict if you actually start to subsidize the marginal cost of producing in the US, even with a 20% subsidy, you start to see already much more production reallocation than if you are moving tariffs to autarky. Okay? And at the same time as you are observing production reallocation, naturally, because there are trade costs and there are tariffs in the way that I was describing before, you also start to see an increase in the availability, in this case of electric vehicles in the US. In this model, there is this connection between producing and selling. If you are able to attract production, you are also going to be able to increase selling. Interestingly, you are going to increase the offering of electric vehicles not only in the US. Once you have set up the plant in the US, now it's very cheap to also sell from the US to other countries, so you are also going to have increased availability of electric vehicles in other countries. Yeah, let's go for it.
So this is if the production subsidies are happening in the U.S.
Correct.
Right? There were other countries like France or Spain that had much higher marginal costs. Would you expect that to be even bigger of an effect in those countries?
That's a fantastic question. We would need to do it. It's a great question. I don't know the answer. Like in some way, the issue of these models is that to know something analytically is like incredibly hard. So we can compute it, and I agree that it's something very interesting to compute. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm want to come back to the headquarters one. I'm going to get because you don't have anything on R&D or headquarters subsidies in your next slides, so I'm not jumping. So like take an example, because that's actually, I know, it's an already complicated model, but a thing you can actually bring into the model is their choices about that, because what it really matters for an HQ in the auto industry is actually R&D designs. If you're looking at Stellantis, they've got HQ is Dutch, but they've got a design center in Detroit, they've got a design center in Turin, they've got a design center in France. And actually they can allocate models across those as well. So that cost is shifting too for most of the big companies.
So there is this, as I was saying, there is this difference in marginal cost depending on how far you are to the headquarters. You could think that
the headquarters is a variable for some companies.
Oh, right. That you could be in a very reduced form way. So then the question is how well we are modeling headquarters. So I completely agree with that. That sounds great. So the part that I wanted to go, it was a bit these things like, where is cannibalization kicking in? So is cannibalization kicking in is kicking in the following way. When you are subsidizing the production of electric vehicles in the US, and therefore consumption of electric vehicles in the US is going up because the prices are going down, even without industry equilibrium, just solving this firm problem, but with cannibalization, you are going to observe a reduction in the offering of non-EVs, because now you don't want to cannibalize that EV that has become such a low cost and is such a good product to sell in the US. You don't want to be cannibalizing with other goods that will compete with it, so you will start to pull out non-EVs out of the market, and actually consumption of non-EVs will go out. Okay. What happens if instead of doing production subsidies, you do consumption subsidies, right? So another thing that the US could do is, even if you had in mind, I want to induce production reallocation to the US, but I'm not going to do production subsidies, I'm going to do consumption subsidies, and I'm going to play around with this proximity concentration trade-off. I'm going to try to play around with the fact that in the presence of tariffs and shipping costs, maybe with consumption subsidies, I already get my production reallocation to the US, right? This is partly happening. So again, you can see the black interval going up. It's going up less than with the production subsidies. But obviously, not very surprisingly, as I was showing you before, the cost of supplying a good to the US from Mexico is not really much bigger than the cost of supplying a good to the US from the US itself. So then you also start to see a fair amount of production reallocation that is not going to the US, is going to other countries where the cost of supplying to the US is relatively low, in this case, to Mexico. Okay? What you can see is that actually this case looks quite different from the production subsidy case, because Mexico is still a market that is very small for EVs in terms of preferences. So the plant that was located in Mexico doesn't want to play those selling costs of selling in Mexico. So you actually see that the amount of electric vehicles that they are consuming in Mexico is not really going up, because they are setting up this plant to basically serve the US market. So mostly the only consumption change that you are going to observe is going to be in the US. Okay? And then once you have this increase of the sales of EVs in the US, then again, cannibalization is kicking in, and you have this extra effect that consumption of non-EVs is going to be going down. Okay? So I think basically out of time. So let me just summarize quickly. So we are introducing this model in which we think about multinational firms as firms that have three characteristics. They carry multiple products in their portfolio, and for each of their products, they need to decide where to set plants and in which markets to sell. We have this novel algorithm that is not really an algorithm about solving these binary integer programming problems. It's an algorithm about bounding these binary integer programming problems when you have both these pairwise complementarities and substitutabilities. And then we combine this with moment inequalities as an estimation procedure to kind of be able to never have to take a stand on what the solution is beyond what our algorithm says. We apply this for a set of counterfactual policies, and if I were to summarize them in 3 bullet points, I could say tariffs are ineffective at inducing production reallocation to the US. consumption subsidies, if they are sufficiently large, they are going to induce significant production reallocation to the US, but not only to the US, also to other countries where with those countries it's actually cheap to sell to the US, in this case, neighboring countries like Mexico and Canada. And then the sales of competing products are going to be impacted. If instead of doing consumption subsidies, you are doing production subsidies, now, yes, now you get all the production reallocation to the US, but it's also true that you still have these cross-country spillovers, where now from the US it has become very cheap. And because it has become very cheap, now you will start selling to new destinations that you were not selling before, and this will increase the consumption of electric vehicles, not only in the US, but in other countries, and again, at the expense of non-EVs that through cannibalization will be pulled out. And that's it. Thank you so much.
But it seems like the conclusions of the models really depend a lot on some assumptions about supply prices and how much learning by doing is in there and where it comes. And I guess if there was a moment or something, I would ask all the authors, because it seems like nobody actually has direct data on costs. It's all kind of inferred. And so it seems like it really depends a ton on the assumptions and the parameterizations of the models. Anyway.
Eduardo, answer, and then maybe give Marc and Felix a chance. We have a 30-minute break, so maybe we can... We'll cannibalize 5 minutes of the break. Okay, yeah, great.
So I think 2 comments. So the one on marginal cost is completely spot on. So this is always back from prices and quantities. So obviously the assumptions that you are imposing on the market structure are going to give you a mapping from prices and quantities to marginal cost. Given that constraint on the analysis, then we are trying to be as flexible as possible in allowing for heterogeneity. Because again, there is this thing that once you are putting this policy, how much reallocation you are going to get is really going to depend on what is exactly the cost in Mexico relative to the cost in France, let's say. But you are completely right. And I was pointing out at this point we are doing this monopolistic competition case. We are working on something more with markups and oligopolistic competition, but the general point is completely correct. The thing on the learning by doing, so in the paper in which we are doing industry equilibrium, this becomes super important, right? In this paper, it's a tiny bit less important only because our analysis is less ambitious. We are just solving the problem of one firm, right? So as long as that single firm is not changing big time the whole reallocation of learning by doing, that will appear to us like a parameter that is fixed when we are solving the problem of one firm. But obviously in the industry equilibrium, when there are multiple firms solving and you are, then that obviously will be an important dimension.
Is it on?
Yeah, I mean, part of the answer is very similar to Eduardo. So the best that we can do to infer these costs is to see how they're reflected in the choices that the car industry is currently making. So for facilities that have benefited from this kind of learning by doing, we do kind of see that. So we can see, essentially infer what kind of fixed costs they pay to set up that facility, which also includes the cost of moving down the learning curve, and we see how big their volumes are, which is reflective of how low they drove their marginal cost to. And so we clearly see that advantage, which was driven by learning by doing, for example, for Asian cell productions. But it's true that we don't estimate it by just measuring how many batteries a plant is producing and looking at the cost of that. But we see the size of those facilities, and we see the cost advantage of those production facilities. And so we're able to infer some part of it. One part that I didn't have time to talk about is if we think about different possible variations in the data about industry outcomes that we could have observed. They're very sensitive in terms of these kind of cost differences that also Eduardo was talking about. So we have pretty wide bounds for those. But then when we transform it to the space of for those counterfactuals that both Eduardo was showing, that I was showing in terms of what is going to be the production relocation responses to those bounds are much more narrow. And those are kind of, it's basically saying that the learning by doing can really affect exactly how you measure those cost differences, but in terms of the impact of a policy on production location decisions, we can have much tighter bounds for those.
You had heterogeneity discount rates, something that led you to have different valuation of the benefits to investing and learning by doing, which is not a crazy idea, that the Asian companies seem to have much lower discount rates than you might, and you might think policy and the government would have a lower discount rate in the U.S. than, anyway.
Yeah, we measure it as it's reflected in the data. But if also what you're suggesting is to say, and I think that this is part of the motivation for the industrial policy response, is to say we think that there are substantial learning effects to that. Those are, for example, things that we can build in just in the counterfactual part that says, okay, what if costs went down by X%? Is that enough? What kind of volume of relocation would we observe under that scenario?
I'd rather actually take more questions, but I think maybe one thing to add is that in our study we found that there's this motivation for quote-unquote industrial policy, if you think of the Buy American as industrial policy, even in the absence of learning by doing, right? So adding the learning by doing would only strengthen that.
Thanks. Okay. I'm wondering whether there's other pressing questions that someone wants to ask, or should we just go to the break? Yeah, Emmanuel, and then maybe we'll have one more round, and then.
Thanks. So to Eduardo specifically, whenever you were showing us the results, you always went to the last column, the last bar, basically, for the tariffs, for the prohibitive tariffs, and for the subsidies, all, both types. So basically, what I'm getting from this is that this decision about production location is very insensitive to all kinds of policies. So you have to go all the way to levels that are practically, impossible, right?
Completely. So that's totally true. And then the only question is, what are big changes, right? So, 20% subsidy is already probably quite large, but you are going, just in this case, I don't even know what I'm looking. I'm looking like from a probability that seems around, 5% to something that, let's say, will be between 10 and 15. That may be a big change, right? But it's true that when I was presenting as if that were to be a small change, but maybe actually in the policy arena, that's a big change. Right? So, but you are right that they are quite insensitive. I agree with that.
Okay, let's close it there. We'll reconvene at 11:45, so I have 20 minutes.
Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to session 2. And here we'll talk more about industrial policy in developing countries. We have 2 papers, one from Brazil, one from Turkey, that will take very different angles in terms of what types of policies they will look at. And hopefully there are also lessons to be learned in advanced countries from this. So thank you for being here. Kartik Saishri from Princeton University is going to present a paper on public R&D meets economic development, and he's going to talk about the agriculture revolution in the context of Brazil. Thank you.
I would just like to quickly thank the organizers for putting together this program and thinking to have our paper on it. This is joint work with Ariel Ackerman at the IADB, on whose behalf I have to tell you these aren't necessarily the views of the IADB, Jacob Moscona at MIT, and Heitor Pellegrina at Notre Dame. So the big question that I think is fair to say kind of keeps all 4 of us up at night is the following. Can public R&D investment in developing countries drive productivity growth? Now, I'll argue that there's a conventional wisdom in economics that's going to suggest the answer to this question is no. And interestingly, that wisdom sort of pops up in very new classical studies of economic growth, as well as a lot of the sort of practical work people have done about development policy. The idea there would be something like the following. R&D is a productive activity, but especially in, say, frontier countries that have enough physical and human capital to do it. Moreover, the output of R&D are ideas that are non-rival and at least partially non-excludable things that can spread around the world. That's going to create a viable development strategy for countries, say, in the lower and middle income bracket, which is to adopt foreign technologies without even having to produce them. And then a lot of policy activity is going to be focused on removing those barriers to technology adoption, trying to really understand what they constitute at the microeconomic level. On the other hand, there's growing evidence that suggests that growth through adoption can have severe limits, especially focusing on particular critical sectors. And I think some of the best examples are sort of the influential work in both economics and tropical medicine about the differences in medical conditions across countries and the literature on neglected tropical diseases, as well as a sort of old body of work that Jacob and I have tried to contribute to about how similar differences, especially in environments, inhibit the flow of technologies in the agricultural sector. So say we're living in this world, frontier technology isn't productive in all contexts, and this is the notion of the inappropriate technology hypothesis in economics. What can you do about it? Well, one policy solution you might start thinking about is if you're a lower middle income country, can we invest in R&D? Can we use the state as a form of industrial policy to move towards developing new technologies in order to drive productivity growth? It could jumpstart innovation and growth. There's certainly an argument for that, but empirical evidence on its efficacy is very, very scarce, and that's where we see the role of this analysis in this paper. So we're going to study what we'll sort of refer to as Brazil's big push on agricultural R&D and focus a lot on Embrapa, which is the Portuguese acronym for the Brazilian Agricultural Research Corporation. I'll give you more details about Embrapa as we go, but it was established in 1973, and I want to emphasize it's big. It has a similar scale today as the US Department of Agriculture. It's larger if you scale by agricultural GDP than public investments in, say, India or China. And the emphasis was on locally appropriate science and technology by some definition from the beginning. So here's a picture of and a quote from Dr. Eliseo Alves, a social scientist, actually, who's one of the early architects of Embrapa. And the way he framed it in his own memoir is the following. The major problem in Brazilian agriculture was not a lack of potential. The potential existed, but there was no science capable of generating technology suited to what we needed. And to address this, we needed an institution capable of focusing high-level science on solving the concrete problems of Brazilian agriculture. Now, the establishment of Embrapa, I just want to quickly convey, coincided with a big reversal in fortune for Brazil's agricultural economy. So I've just plotted here by way of motivation yields for 3 major crops in Brazil with normalization to 1 in 1970. And we see a pronounced takeoff. It really accelerates even further in the 90s and 2000s, but in many ways, the turning point is around 1970. Broader international estimates suggest that Brazil's agricultural TFP growth was the second highest among developing countries after 1970. And I think we're being quite fair reporting this as the second highest, as the highest is Brunei. A country that, whose development experience we may think is a bit atypical. So our interest in this paper, against this backdrop, there's a large policy, there's a large change in the background. Our interest is trying to understand the steps of the argument. To what extent, if any, did the investment in public R&D through Embrapa spur these changes in Brazil's economic and agricultural development? And we'll break down the problem in parts. We'll start by focusing on the trajectory of agricultural research and development itself. Then what effects, if any, it had on productivity. And then finally, if we were to synthesize this together, what are the returns to this R&D investment? So in the first part of the paper and presentation, we're going to compile data on the universe of career trajectories of agricultural scientists in Brazil. So who are these scientists and what are they working on? And we're going to find evidence that the introduction of Embrapa redirects the focus of Brazilian agricultural research towards Brazil's ecology as well as to staple crops that were emphasized as part of the government's plan to ensure food security. So there's evidence that the redirection of research worked in a certain sense. People are working on qualitatively different things with more research productivity in a particular sense. That leaves open the question whether any of this research effort had effects on agricultural productivity. So what we'll do in the second part of the paper is we develop a strategy to exploit the staggered rollout of Embrapa's research stations in different parts of the country, as well as our background knowledge informed by part 1, that they're really researching local ecological conditions. We'll combine that with detailed regional data on agricultural productivity, as well as a suite of other outcomes. And our empirical estimates are going to suggest that there were large positive effects on agricultural productivity. Some of it's through input intensification, but quite a bit of it's through residual productivity that accumulate over time. How large are those effects? Well, when we synthesize that with information on the costs of Embrapa, which are readily available from a government transparency request, we get a benefit cost ratio of 17. And I'll go into a decent amount of detail about how we arrive at that number. It's large relative to known development interventions. It's actually within the scope of previous studies, case studies of tropical agriculture. And a qualitative lesson that we'll really try to emphasize, it's driven a lot by scope rather than scale. Even subnationally, a lot of the secret to Embrapa's success seems to be establishing research labs in different parts of the country that have very localized effects. And of course, there's sort of an analogy to what we're sort of trying to imply about the global distribution of research as well. Very good. Okay. And for outline, I'll give you more institutional context and data and then sort of go through the three parts as is. In full transparency, I'm sure in the return I'll go through the technical details, but many of those are available in the paper. Yeah, please, Tama. That's the MVPA? No. It'll be easier when we see some formulas to explain what that is, but it's not taking into account, for example, the alternative use of dollars or the indirect channel through tax revenues. It's quite a bit simpler than that. Okay. Please. Mm-hmm. Yeah, totally. So we will break that down a little bit more carefully when we do the direct empirical analysis. I wanted to give the motivating evidence of yields just to give a sense. And a quick preview, we'll see bigger effects. Think about the numerator and denominator of yields in value terms, value of agricultural production over land. The effects on value are going to be way higher than the effects on land of Embrapa itself. That's not to say there wasn't big land expansion in Brazil over this time, but we actually don't explain as much of the land expansion as you might expect as we do of the effect on the numerator, if that makes sense. But we'll break this down when we get there. Super. Okay, so let me now take a step back and give us a slightly more considered history of Embrapa and kind of its role in Brazilian agricultural development. So the 1960s, excuse me for this is a very quick history. The 1960s were a time of demographic transition and food inflation in Brazil's growing urban centers. Brazil was a net importer of food and even received food aid for the United States. 1973 was a break point. It was during the dictatorship, which I think is an important note from a political economy perspective. And the immediate impetus, I won't call this a blank check for identification or anything like that, but I think it's kind of interesting, was the oil shock in 1973 and its effect on Brazil's terms of trade. So Embrapa launched in the same year as a priority of the federal government with design principles to target key national priorities, inspired actually explicitly by the US National Institutes of Health, and to establish research laboratories throughout the country, which is this notion of scope, which is going to be quite important for our analysis. Embrapa was and is large. So it is easier to give you sharp statistics about the is than the was, although both are going to be important to our analysis. So its spending, kind of as of today, is about equivalent, if you normalize by agricultural GDP, is what's happening in high-income countries. And by that metric, it's about 3 times the comparable spending. If you look at national agricultural public investment, the comparable spending in China or India. The number of researchers, I find this kind of endlessly fascinating. This is easily checkable using our own data or other publicly available data. Embrapa, not its total employees, but its full-time researchers, considers about 2,300 people to be those, compared to about 2,000 in, I believe, the pre-Doge USDA. And 2/3 of that 2,300 have PhDs, if that sort of helps give a sense of the scale. It also maybe gives a sense of how we can get the benefit cost rather high, if you think about how much that really costs in dollars. And roughly, obviously, there'll be more evidence of this as we go. It's perceived as high-quality research. We found one researcher in Embrapa. We just found this very interesting. It's among the 2% most cited in any field, according to Scopus. Okay, so let me now give sort of a basic sense of. Oh yes, please.
Question. Could you say something about like the development and diffusion of green revolution technologies in other places that are not Brazil, and what's the timing?
Can I delay that by 2 slides? Because I can weave that into the story in a way that I think is handy, if you don't mind. So as a way partially of setting up Eric's question, so let's first orient ourselves about the geography of Brazil. I like to think, my co-authors Ariel and Heitor, this is the kind of stuff that they learned in middle school. And they might be watching on Zoom and sort of worrying a little bit about the sort of slightly crazy way that I'm going to explain this. Okay, so here's a map of Brazil, and we split it into sort of the 6 recognized biomes of Brazil. There's not going to be a quiz about this at the end, but broadly speaking, this is the Amazon, which in retrospect perhaps should have been the dark green biome, but here we are, it's light blue. This is the Atlantic forest, this dark blue, the Mata Atlântica, not all of which is forest today. That's kind of where the sort of known population centers of Brazil are. So Rio, Sao Paulo are kind of down there. And this transitional zone in the middle is going to be of sort of great interest in terms of the history of agricultural expansion in Brazil. In particular, this tropical savanna, the Cerrado, and this kind of tropical scrubland, the Caatinga. We've also noted Embrapa's 38 research centers as well as their time of introduction. And just quickly note, they're kind of reasonably evenly spread across physical space. If you were to weight this by population or by economic activity, especially in 1970, you would sort of recognize this as a pretty significant expansion into the hinterland, let's say, of Brazil. So I'm kind of moving towards Eric's question. A concrete example, what does the ecology of Brazil look like? What is the role of Embrapa? How does it relate to other things we know about, like the Green Revolution? I want to pause a bit on this example of Embrapa and the Cerrado. So the Cerrado is this dark green region in the middle, and this is a very flattering photo of the Cerrado, probably from Wikipedia. And here is a picture of Embrapa Cerrados, which was one of the founding research labs founded in 1973. The features of the Cerrado from an agroecological perspective is that it features very acidic soils, nitrogen deficiency, and high saturation in toxic aluminum. And economically, there's not a lot of extremely good data about sort of economic activity in the Cerrado beyond the census. It was used a lot for low productivity cattle ranching. And there was a lot of freely available land in the Cerrado as of the 1970s. So this was not lost upon the founders of Embrapa. This was the way they kind of thought about the problem. So again, going back to Eliseu's memoirs, the region lacked any effective agricultural research services. And he sort of observed the challenge was to occupy that frontier of over 2 million square kilometers. Also, again, related to Chiang Tai-'s observation about land expansion is a little bit on the mind. But to do this, it was necessary to gain a better understanding of ecologically and agriculturally what's going on there. So a lot of Embrapa's most famous scientific advances were really about specific techniques to make the Cerrado farmable. And these are kind of well written about in sort of the historical literature. So one example, just to be extremely concrete, is agricultural liming, which I'll just describe briefly. I'm neither a farmer nor a soil scientist, as putting a lot of chalk in the soil to neutralize the pH, but doing so in a way that's kind of intelligent about the nutrient balance. Developing new kinds of nitrogen fixation bacteria that are adapted towards tropical savanna climates. And then finally, I could speak more about this, but I'll be quite brief. Breeding soybean varieties that can grow in tropical environments, which were really not readily available through any foreign technology in the 1970s. And Embrapa Soja and Embrapa Cerrado played anecdotally a very important role in kind of marketing the lion's share of soybeans in Brazil basically until the 1990s. Cerrado today produces 40% of Brazil's soy and 60% of its cotton. So that's really where a lot of the agricultural activity is happening. And here I'll loop back briefly to the Green Revolution and maybe say a little bit more about this. So there were other changes afoot in international research in agriculture. They were happening in slightly different places. So you may know about the Green Revolution of the 1960s and 1970s, sort of a coordinated investment by philanthropic organizations to invest in tropical agriculture. It was happening in slightly different places, like the CIMMYT focusing on maize and wheat research was in Mexico. It's very close to Mexico City, I believe. The IRRI, very famous for developing IR8 rice, was in the Philippines. And famously, there was not a lot of catch-on of Green Revolution varieties in Brazil. And a lot of the thinking then was that it's because of the ecological differences between those places. Though they are, between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn, they don't necessarily have the environments that were applicable in Brazil. And I find very interesting this direct quote from Norman Borlaug, sort of a Nobel Peace Laureate, and sort of in the West is given a lot of credit as a father of the Green Revolution. In his own words, he says that when he was working in India and Pakistan and the Near East countries, they didn't think the Cerrado in particular was a particularly fertile place to farm, nor did they necessarily have the scientific solutions for it. But he gives credit in retrospect for Embrapa for putting the pieces together, which I think is an interesting testimonial. And yeah, this is a bit more trivial. Yeah.
In terms of the location and the choice of technology?
Absolutely.
I'm going to say you said they focus on soybeans and cotton, right? Instead of tomatoes and cassava and stuff that people eat.
Totally.
Right.
So perhaps the focus on soybeans and cotton is a little bit off in the data as well as kind of in a more comprehensive sweep. The main focus of Embrapa in the founding documents was on things that would reverse Brazil's food insecurity. So there was actually a lot of...
No, but it doesn't, right? Because...
Soybeans do.
Brazilians don't eat soybeans. I mean, they sell them to the world.
Oh, well, they do now. But certainly at the time, soybeans did, and it was understood that they would sort of feed into secondary production through livestock, right? Cotton a little bit less so. But broadly speaking, and I'll show concrete results to this effect too, the emphasis of Embrapa was really on staple crops. What was it against is probably worth pointing out. Sugarcane and cocoa, which were sort of the export crops of really the colonial economy in Brazil. And you'll actually see in the time series the yields of those stagnate, and we don't actually see any effect of, for example, the introduction of Embrapa regionally upon the cultivation of those crops. Now, again, sort of going back, is there politics involved in Embrapa? Yes. We've not really focused on the political economy as the main thing per se, but especially for a conference and a group like this, enormous amount of interesting questions about political economy, both at the national level and the subnational level. That I'm sort of very open to that. Super. Okay. So let me now be a little bit concrete about what data are we going to bring to the table, right? And again, sort of going back to the goal is to really understand with data what's happening in terms of research and what's happening in terms of productivity. The data on Embrapa's organizational structure, you've sort of seen a sense of what that looks like. We got from a government transparency request. We have very comprehensive data on agricultural research and researchers from this somewhat unique platform that exists in Brazil called the Lattice system, where any researchers who engage with the government in Brazil, for example, for funding or recognition, need to have an up-to-date resume basically online, which is going to give us information like education history, employment history, and a record of their research output. So a sort of nerdy detail about that. Often when we're trying to study research careers, we just have research output. We just see papers and we say, a paper was written by Chiang Tai-shek at the University of Chicago, so Chiang Tai exists and he does research. But here what we have is actually the full resume. So we sort of know where you are at any point in time, whether you are or are not producing research. And that's actually quite important to the sort of analysis that we want to do. Agricultural production from 9 rounds of the Brazilian agricultural census. And then finally, geospatial and ecological data we use to quantify the differences between places. And I'll sort of introduce that as we go. OK. So we're going to start by studying agricultural research using our data from Lattice. And first, our first test we're basically going to do with these data, it's purely descriptive. It's to understand, is there something different about what Embrapa researchers are working on versus non-Embrapa researchers? So to do that, we're going to run this linear probability model regression at the level of individual articles, where the outcome is the indicator of whether they mention a given topic. So to focus attention, the first is going to be whether they mention by name one of those 6 Brazilian biomes that I mentioned, which are sort of by definition typical of Brazil. A second thing we can do, I won't talk about it in as much detail, is for example, look for major pests and pathogens, another sort of easy to recognize by name characteristic of local environmental conditions. We can do this with rich controls, for instance, for background trends over time, as well as individual specialization, so with these individual fixed effects. And what we're picking up is whether there's a difference in means. Are Embrapa researchers more likely to be working on one of these Brazilian biomes, the Amazon, the Cerrado, taking into account that there could be time trends in the background, and even the fact that Embrapa could just be picking up the Cerrado experts of the world and kind of putting an Embrapa hat on them, right? We want, in principle, to know if that's the explanation but behind our findings. So what we find is that Embrapa redirects research towards Brazilian topics. So let me focus on these first bars for biomes. And this outcome variable is scaled by the average incidence in the population. So off the top of my head, so about 1% to 2% of our articles mention a Brazilian biome to begin with. And in effect, that's about 75% of that mean is the difference in means for working at Embrapa. Now, what's the second bar, which doesn't look quite as impressive? The second bar is to investigate an important mechanism. Could this have a lot to do with where Embrapa's research takes place? As I've kind of emphasized that throughout, it's kind of a key feature of Embrapa. Indeed, it looks like that. When we control non-parametrically for where the research is happening by adding fixed effects for municipalities, we remove most of this effect. And this is something we dig into more in the paper. The mechanism really seems to be local focus. It's pretty uniform in Embrapa or not. When people are working in the Amazon or working in the Cerrado, they tend to work on those topics. Moreover, another question you may have that I'll briefly flag, the way we've done this analysis actually leaves open the possibility of crowd out. That again, this is really just transferring research that would have been done counterfactually under Embrapa's auspices. When we aggregate the data and look basically at the time trends and research on these different topics, we see big breaks in levels when new Embrapa centers come online. And then finally, we can do similar analyses for crops, focusing on the staple crops that were Embrapa's explicit mission. OK. So what we said so far is that Embrapa researchers work on qualitatively different topics. But that was as a share. So there's a numerator and a denominator. There's research articles about, say, the Amazon or Cerrado, but we've normalized by the amount of research articles written. It's entirely possible that what Embrapa did, especially by moving research to these more remote locations, it sacrificed a lot of research productivity itself. So that's what we're going to study in kind of the second key model here. And again, I won't sort of go completely through the nerdy details here, but because we have individuals moving across places and across employers, we can use what's called sort of a multi-way fixed effects model. It's sort of an AKM model of sorts, if you're familiar with that lingo, to measure precisely the effect of working at Embrapa on your research productivity, so some transformation of the number of articles that you write per year, taking into account effects of where you're working, who you are, and even kind of where you are in your career. And the identification is going to come from moves across place and employer. In the paper, we go to some details about how we stress test that. The moves are surely not random, but they don't actually seem to have much of a pre-trend. And what we find here is the following. Working at Embrapa makes you more, not less, research productive. And again, this is holding into account where you are, and where you are in your career and who you are with the individual fixed effects. Now, I've kind of introduced this tension that, like, well, maybe you're working for Embrapa, but we're sending you to the middle of nowhere, so to speak, to do your research, and that could have some direct negative effects. So in these models 3 through 6, we're basically parameterizing that by using different measures, measuring whether places in the country are low on research according to our own measures of article production, or just a basic measure of human capital, the share of people who has a college degree. And what we find is that being in one of these remote places is bad for your research productivity. The effect of being at Embrapa more than compensates for it. And in fact, the Embrapa boost, if you'd like, is even strongest relative to control researchers working at universities and private companies for people who are working in sort of these more remote places, which is something I'll return to in terms of the qualitative lessons. OK, so everything so far has been about articles. There's more articles about Brazil, and the researchers seem to be productive in a certain sense. It's not completely obvious that this translates at all into agricultural productivity. Do these articles lead to technologies? Is anyone using the technologies? And this is a sort of classic empirical challenge in this literature to identify the beneficiaries of R&D. Moreover, there's a method we sort of encountered that we may not want to use, which is just looking at the time series, because there's a lot of other stuff going on. So what we're going to do, and I'll try to explain it at least qualitatively, is we'll exploit the staggered rollout of Embrapa centers across space and explore the impact across municipalities of Brazil that were more or less ecologically similar to the R&D centers. So I'll go a little bit more quickly through the plumbing of this, but basically we use geospatial data, and this is kind of motivated by previous work about technology transfer and human capital transfer in agriculture, to make a bilateral measure of how similar are two individual places in Brazil. So focusing on municipalities, which are kind of order 1 over a few thousandth of Brazil. Then we'll construct a treatment variable called Embrapa exposure based on how similar are you to a research center that currently exists, among the places that that currently exist, the maximum among them. So what's the most suitable Embrapa center for you, which is shifted based on where you are in space, as well as by the establishment of these centers over time. So here is Embrapa Pantanal, which is in the bottom left for those of you who really know the Brazilian geography in the Pantanal. So Embrapa Pantanal is in this municipality, and municipalities are about ye big, so you can kind of really see it, right? Different parts of Brazil are more or less similar to the ecological conditions in Embrapa Pantanal. And here we've even partialed out linear distance to the Pantanal. And something I think is interesting is you can kind of see this middle belt of the country, right, where there's sort of an axis of similarity. Now, in 1974, with the first suite of centers, everyone sort of has a value of similarity based on who they're most similar to. It may not be literally who they're closest to, but it's who they're most similar to. And moreover, this changes over time as centers are established. So our main estimating equation is just a panel regression with place and time fixed effects to measure how Embrapa exposure affects agricultural outcomes. And what we find, our baseline effect is that Embrapa increases agricultural productivity, measured as the value of production divided by the land that they're using. And more about the input decomposition in a second. This is a bit nerdy, but that result is quite robust to kind of a number of pretty harsh controls, especially really trying to ignore the effects of just proximity, which might pick up different mechanisms than the one that we're emphasizing. So we can drop all places that are right next to an Embrapa center or within a pretty reasonable distance, 100 kilometers of them. Dynamically, we see bigger effects over a longer time horizon. This is the first sense of how it decomposes across margins. So production value per area goes up some. Agricultural yields, again, sort of focusing on major crops, go up the most. Farm value per area, the hedonic approach, if you'd like, goes up a sort of medium amount, and we can construct agricultural TFP in different ways to kind of see what are the effects on different inputs. We also see no pre-trends if we look at how this effect, as a placebo test if you'd like, how does this exposure to Embrapa from 1970 to the present affect your agricultural outcomes from 1960 to 1970, there's no evidence there of anticipation or selection on that variable. I won't cover the falsification test, but for inference, one of the sort of most, I think, strong ways of doing this is to really compare with the effects of placebo Embrapas, because there's a certain pattern to expansion that could even happen by chance, that you're always kind of moving towards the west. So this is something that we describe more in the paper. And finally, towards different input margins. We don't find huge effects on land expansion. So this is interestingly because we see positive effect on cropland and a negative effect on pasture directly from Embrapa exposure. In equilibrium, things could look a little bit different because of the comment I made about soy earlier. We see the biggest effects on intermediate inputs, which are kind of exactly where we think Embrapa's direct influence is most likely to be, less on labor and capital inputs. And then we can also put together some direct evidence using more recent data on the adoption of seed varieties produced by Embrapa, as well as other kind of actors within Brazil, to sort of really see exactly that Embrapa's exposure seems to predict that adoption. And then I will skip this analysis I alluded to earlier, where we split the crops and we look at the staple crops that Embrapa worked on the most. That's really where the action is, not so much on these non-Embrapa crops, which notably include cocoa and sugar. Okay, so, very sorry. I just couldn't see you around the podium. Sure. So our main thing, we're just going to use the value of production as reported directly in the census. For some crops, we observe quantities. We don't observe their price, but we can sort of Frankenstein it back together using some other info. Super.
Okay. Can I?
Yeah.
So the staple crop that they did was what? Because I guess I get this impression that it's all been converted to soybeans and these gigantic soybean farms.
Yeah, so we have a list in the paper.
That's something else?
We have a list in the paper that I wish I could completely give you by memory, but I think it's maize, wheat, beans, cassava, soy, rice. And in this analysis, I went kind of quick. When we go crop by crop, we can also drop soybeans from the analysis. And we see yield effects on all the other crops that Embrapa focused on, excluding soybeans. And I think there's an interesting kind of aspect of history here, too. While I used the soybean example earlier, Embrapa has effects on a lot of different margins. And it's really most operative in the 70s and 80s, or a little bit before the soy revolution that we're kind of thinking about it today. There's clearly dynamically some relationship. But I wouldn't want to claim that sort of all that Embrapa did was soy.
Okay, so this is something else. So like the phenomena of the 1980s and 1990s of the GMO soybeans, that's not Embrapa, that's something
Exactly, both because of timing. Now, they are related because Embrapa really tropicalized the soybeans and in some ways kind of made it possible for the private companies to invest in soy. I'll sort of, we talk about it more offline.
Sorry,
I'm essentially out of time.
He needs to wrap up.
Yeah, of course. So I've not really, plausibly told you how we calculate the return on investment here, but the bones of this are those causal estimates of Embrapa on local agricultural outcomes, plus additional data on costs, as well as a sort of a model to help us think about it. In a few sentences, and I'll try really not to overstay my welcome here, the productivity gains are large. They're about 40% of the overall agricultural productivity gain in Brazil. The benefit-cost ratio is really putting that in dollars and dividing by the cost. That's how we get to 17-1. We talk a lot about alternative assumptions within the paper. A qualitative lesson is that we can also simulate an Embrapa where you just do the whole thing at massive scale in one place. That's quite a bit worse, and that's precisely because the mechanism underlying this is developing locally suitable technologies that's in the empirical analysis where we saw the biggest effects, right? That they were sort of very localized in environmental space. And we think that sort of gives a qualitative lesson. There's some tension between the importance of both within and across countries, locally appropriate technology versus any potential benefits of scale. And maybe the latter have been more studied, especially in developed countries. And we think that's an important lesson. Okay, so I'll leave it there, and thank you so much. Oh, yeah, of course. Sorry.
Okay.
Thanks. I might need this, sorry. Yes.
So we don't have time, sorry. We're going to continue with Francesco Laicano from European Bank for Reconstruction and Development.
I'm sure you have enough time, sorry about that.
Presenting on the effects of place-based innovation policies on farm performance in Turkey. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for inviting me. This is a great honor. And I am super excited to present this very fresh project. It's the second time presenting this. Let me just say a few things. So first of all, this is a joint effort together with Ralph De Haas and Cevat Aksoy, my colleagues at the EBRD, and Emre Akunduz and Hasan Ilmaz from the Central Bank of Turkey. And this is, as you can see, a work in progress also because this is one of those papers that has changed the title 4 times between the application to the conference and when the conference is actually accepted me. So let me give you the motivation of this paper. So we are going to talk about place-based industrial policies. So these are strategic interventions whose goal is to promote local economic growth, and they are increasingly more used across different low and middle-income countries. It has gained a lot of attention recently, both on policy realms and academic discussions. What has been less highlighted is that there are different types of place-based industrial policies. So everyone knows, is more acquainted with the special economic zones, whose goal is essentially like foster employment, and they are typically at the area level, there are some areas that are exempt from national regulations. Then we also have industrial zones, whose focus is on manufacturing productivity, as well as free trade zones, which instead are actually focusing on trade, and so export-oriented growth. The focus of this paper is about technology development zones, and we're going to call them technoparks. So the goal of the technoparks is to support high-tech innovation and technology upgrading, and the focus is on targeting R&D investments and innovation at the firm level. So, maybe yes, maybe not. Yes. So empirically, the effects of this type of place-based industrial policies has been heavily debated. Early studies have basically claimed and has basically showed that place-based policies have limited efficiency gains. So they're basically reallocating gains from one area to the other. More recent studies, especially those that are using firm-level data instead, show that there are more encouraging results on aggregate economic activities. What is less known is the effect of these place-based policies on firm technology upgrading and market access. So our paper asks this simple question. So what is the local impact of technoparks on firm creation, firm innovation, and productivity? How do we answer to this question? So thanks to the access to the rich data from the Central Bank of Turkey, which is, we have different administrative data sets that have been accessed through the Central Bank, and we're using a match difference in difference, which exploits the staggered introduction of technoparks across the country. The outcomes that we're going to look at are at the district level, so firms' entry and exit, as well as at the firm level, the technological context of production and trade, high-tech employment, and productivity. So, in the interest of time, so let me introduce you to the main findings of the paper. So first of all, what we find is that firms that are near newly established technoparks start to engage more in technology-intensive domestic and foreign trade. Second, we do find that technoparks establish and foster firms' automation. There is an increased employment of high skills, high-tech workers, and as a result, we observe medium-term gains on total factor productivity. But let me give you more meat to this project by introducing you to the context. So let me tell you why Turkey is a nice laboratory to study this question. So we're talking about the technology development zones that have been established as early as 2000 in this country, and they have started with major cities. So think about the Istanbul, Ankara, Izmir, the most developed cities in the country. As a few months ago, from the Ministry of Trade, we can count 113 technoparks, of which 93 are already operational and 20 are under discussion. And they cover different provinces across the country. So don't think anymore about just the richest parts of the country, but across the country. They typically host, so the membership are extended to a mixed type of firms, but there is a meaningful share of firms that are in high-tech and knowledge-intensive industries. What a technopark essentially it consists in economic incentives, such as corporate tax and VAT exemptions, but especially collaboration with universities and research institutions, because these are buildings that are within university campus. And they also give some access to services such as patent assistance, business incubation, and so on and so forth. While there is an heterogeneity in terms of sectoral focus, they are all under the same legal framework. So we're going to basically treat them, the technopark as being a unique type of treatment. Clearly, we can get more information. And so the next step that we're going to do as the EBRD and the Central Bank of Turkey is to run a national level survey with technopark managers to understand a little bit more about the content of the technoparks as well. So this chart shows you the interest of the government in this type of policy. So this is the rollout from the early 2000 up until September 2025, showing you the increased number of technoparks across the country. Now, let me introduce you to the, yes?
Can you show the rollout over space? Are there any in Eastern Anatolia?
We have, yes. I don't have a map over time, but I'm going to show you a map of where they are located. Yes?
Investment in physical infrastructure, high-speed internet access.
So we're gonna delve more into that once we're gonna do the survey, because this information is not publicly available. But you should think about a building which is already available at the campus level, and they're gonna basically put the infrastructure that already exists. So perhaps there is gonna be some improvement. But we can tell something more once we've collected the data from the managers. Okay. So the data that yes.
Distorting the location of economic activity?
So we are going to, so we do have some preliminary results on the type of spillovers, and the spillovers are kind of positive. But in order to say something more about that, we have to build a model, and we haven't done it yet. So we don't know yet. But it's a fair point. So the data that we use is the panel of all the universe of all the non-financial Turkish firms. And the sample that we use goes from 2009, which is when the Central Bank of Turkey has the most reliable data, up until 2023. And this exercise allowed us to construct a panel of 245,000 firms across multiple years. So the firm level data that we use are the following. So we have access to the balance sheet and income statement from the tax authority, firm location data from tax authority, firm-to-firm trade invoice, transaction level foreign trade, and matched employer-employee data from the Social Security Institute. How do we measure the technology content of trade? So we're going to call high-tech domestic purchases and sales coming from the firm-to-firm trade data and the Eurostat classification of two-digit NACE sector as essentially purchase or sale of raw materials, input, or intermediate goods or furnished products that coming from suppliers or customers in high-tech sector. So think about purchasing computers, electronics, electrical equipment, and so on and so forth. When it comes to high-tech exports, we are using foreign trade data and a Turkstat taxonomy in terms of what is high-tech and medium-tech or low-tech. And then we also have high R&D exports. And in order to define high R&D exports, we have foreign trade data merged at the 6-digit product level. And we follow an existing methodology that basically classifies economic activities by their R&D intensity. And finally, we define high skills exports from another existing paper from Journal of Politics that basically looks at 6-digit product level and essentially identifies goods that require a higher intensity of labor skills. When it comes to automation, we essentially take imports of capital goods that can be used in the automation of business processes. So think about industrial robots or other automated capital goods, and this comes from a definition of an existing paper by Gemoglu and Strebo. And finally, when it comes to TFP, we are measuring TFP using an existing off-the-shelf methodology by Olli and Pegs, which can correct for simultaneity and selection bias. When it comes to high-tech employment, we essentially classify occupations that are engaged in R&D and this technology implementation. So we come up with 4 different categories of employees. So think about science and engineers, ICT professionals, ICT technicians, and so on and so forth. Regional data is important because of the matching that we're going to do, so in order to have comparable districts. So we're going to take all the available data on population density, population growth, average household size, number of firms, sale intensity, but also bank presence, nighttime lights data, and so on and so forth. And these are going to be important when it comes to having comparable districts. And let me tell you a little bit more about what we mean with this. So the identification strategy, unfortunately, we cannot compare directly districts with a technopark with other districts that don't have a technopark because technoparks are not randomly allocated. And so we are risking of having differences that are driven by observable and unobservable characteristics. So one approach that we use in this paper is to combine matching with different diff, thanks to the context. So the idea is to match treated districts, so districts that have a technopark, they see the introduction of a technopark with comparable districts. And we apply a different diff on this sample of the matched districts. So what are these districts? So essentially, they are called ILSE. They are more or less equivalent to US counties, and they have a technopark opening in post-2009 period. We do a one-to-one propensity score matching within a subregion. And we are coming up with this method with 40 treated districts and 40 control. And this is the map that I was asked before that basically shows you which are the districts that belong to our sample. Yes. So we are matching on the following characteristics, which is population density, population growth, household size, gender ratio, young population ratio, then also some firm intensity, so the number of firms, sales intensity, employment intensity, bank presence, political preference, and nighttime lights. Say it again?
Distance to ports, distance to infrastructure.
Yes, so we haven't done it, but we can improve on it.
I only say this because as someone at the World Bank, we frequently get pressure to put these things in places where there's no employment.
Yeah, no, fair point. I mean, yeah, so to the extent, yeah, okay. The employment side, the employment part is captured by this variable, this number of people that are employed in the district, but fair point, this is a different type of variable. I mean, this is just to show you the balance table of the characteristics. So before matching, we have 880 control and 40 treated districts. Of course, they are not comparable. And so after the matching, you see that there is balance across these characteristics. Of course, also, we want to check that firms' characteristics are also balanced. And this chart shows you that across different types of characteristics of firm at the baseline level, they are balanced after matching. So the two type of analysis, as I said, at the district level, at the firm level. So the district level, we're going to use this type of analysis because we want to study the impact of technoparks on district level firm creation. So we define a variable called firm entry, which basically consider the firms that become operational in a specific district in a given year. And we also analyze the type of firms that are entering the district. So whether they are tech-oriented, they are into tech-oriented activities. In addition, we can also study whether technopark establishment affect also firm exit. Usual parallel trend assumptions. Here, we assume, and we're going to test with parallel trends, whether the outcomes in treated and controlled districts would have behaved similarly in absence of technoparks. Yes, Felix. They are becoming operational within the district, so I don't know exactly if there are like plans. I say this was already existing somewhere else. I don't know that. And I can do better with that. At the firm level, we are studying the effect of technoparks on individual firms' technological breading, automation, and TFP. We use firm fixed effect and subregion fixed effect such that we are exploring the variation within each subregion times year. Usual parallel trend assumptions that we're going to test. Firms in treated districts would have evolved in a similar way as firms in the controlled districts in absence of technoparks. We conduct some sample restrictions such that these firms are incumbent, so we want to measure, what happens to firms that exist before the introduction of technopark, and we observe them for other 3 years after the introduction of technopark. Our baseline estimation are on two-way fixed effect, but when we conduct more modern techniques, the results are qualitatively very similar. Okay, so finally, let me show you some results. Yes.
Sorry. So you can track individual firms as they move around, no? Have you looked at how much you see firms moving across districts in response to the?
Right. So we can in theory do that if they move from a district to another district, because unfortunately we don't have access to the exact address of the firm. But that can be done, and we haven't done it yet. So district level results. That districts that open a technopark stimulate firm entry. So there is a 44 more firms in districts that open. districts are all into high-tech sector. So, you define high tech based on purchases or sales, and you find a similar result. At the same time, we don't find anything on like more high R&D, high tech exports, because in order to have, in order perhaps to build this sort of capacity, it may take a little bit of time, and so it doesn't attract. In order to attract this type of firms, it takes a little bit longer. And finally, we do not observe, as column 7 shows, effect on firm exit, which can be that maybe it doesn't. There is like a low competitive pressure, or maybe that there is no immediate displacement of existing firms.
Industrial policy?
There are, so yes, so it's an excellent question, and that's on our table. So we have to collect this. We don't have access to where these subsidies are and where these other zones are, and we're making efforts to collect.
Do you match districts within the same province, or are they allowed to vary across?
Sub-region, yes. So essentially, like it's smaller. It's a little bit smaller than province. Yes. Per district, yes, on average. Okay, now let me move to the firm level results. First, what happens to high-tech purchases and sales? This event study shows you that, so whenever I'm going to show you event studies, you're going to find on your right extensive margins, which is essentially propensity, that equal to 1 if a firm starts to be engaged in these type of activities, and on the left-hand side, the intensive margin, which is the value. Okay, so firms in treated districts increase high-tech domestic purchases, and this effect is equal to 3.4% over the control mean. And when it comes to the intensive margin, this effect is equal to 3.4% increase in high-tech procurement.
So can you also see the effects on the firms that supply the inputs to these farms?
Right, yeah, yes, what's your idea? So the idea that you're also going to observe the propagation of the, yeah, so we could do that. We haven't done it yet, yes. And there is also an effect on high-tech sales. So the introduction of technoparks in a district also increase high-tech sales, high-tech domestic sales. So on the extensive margin, we do observe an increase of 4% over the control mean. And on intensive margin, we do observe a non-significant 1.3% increase. So taking stock, essentially, and an additional finding that I haven't shown you, but it's in the table and it's in the paper, we do find a negative effect on low-tech procurement, which to us is suggestive evidence that technoparks help firms to gradually reorient their portfolio. They are starting to deal in more technology-intensive domestic trade. Yes?
Is the leveling off on the effect on domestic sales because they're switching more towards exports?
Yes, so let me show the results on the exports, and maybe we can also talk about whether there is a connection if you have an idea of how to make this connection. So the effects on let me show the results on high-tech exports. And in fact, we do observe, both on the intensive and an extensive margin, that there is a higher probability of being engaged in high-tech exports. So the effect on the extensive margin is equal to 4.3% increase relative to control. And for what concerns the intensive margin, the effect is equal to 4.1%. So essentially for us, this is evidence that the technoparks alter the composition of the local firm's export portfolio. And these results are consistent across different definitions. Remember, I've just shown you high tech, but we also find exactly similar effects on high R&D, high skills, because these definitions basically overlap. What I've not shown you, but it's in the table again, there is absence of a negative effect on only low-tech trade, low sophistication exports. So what that means is that, to us, it means that there is this upgrading generates additional trade rather than redirecting export capacity. Let me give you also some evidence on firm automation and productivity. So technoparks gradually increase automation over time. As you can see from this event study, there is a 8.18% of the control mean in terms of increase in the probability of imports in automation-related capital goods. So this is only the extensive margin. But we have a similar effect also on the extensive margin. And when it comes to foreign productivity, we do observe that there is a medium-term gain in TFP. And this effect is equal to 2.9% over the control mean. Yes?
So you do have capital and investment, right?
Yes, we do. Yes, yes.
Do you have that as an output?
We had at a certain point of our iteration, but we don't have it. I don't have it here. Yes?
The sales, what is the nature of sales? Is it services? Is it merchant? Are the sales, what are the products they're selling? Is it services or are they merchandise?
It's a mix. It's a mix, yes.
But has there been a change in the mix?
Fair point. I don't know. So I can check, but this can be checked. Okay, so just to summarize what we found on automation and TFP, so the increase in automation is consistent with trade-induced technology upgrading, and the effect on TFP is consistent with learning by exporting channel. So in a summary, and to sort of put things in perspective of the literature on place-based industrial policy, technoparks appear to generate genuine efficiency gains instead of like reallocation of resources, at least for what concerns the portfolio of a firm. Yes?
How do you distinguish between whether those TFP gains are the product of learning by exporting versus just regular learning by doing?
I think that we can't do that at the moment, but there is evidence for that, but we want to sort of like delve into understanding more about the services of the technoparks. So we can do that once we get more information about what the technoparks are actually doing at each technopark. So we don't know, in theory we can say more, but we don't say it now.
Yeah, I was just wondering if there's any opportunity to link to maybe patent data to see what's the level of patenting.
Could be. My understanding, so I still have to delve more into the Turkish ecosystem of the data. I understand that it is like not a huge patenting at among Turkish firms. If there is, it could be like some specific large firms, but this potentially can be done and we can link the data.
So I was wondering, I mean, these parks have been around for a long time, but if you look at the Turkish firms' overall, industrial upgrading and sort of foreign exports, for example, the technology upgrading has been very stagnant. And here you just look at domestic high-tech exports, I guess, or do you also have the foreign?
This is exports. So these effects that I showed you are also exports. So this comes from the trade data.
Like foreign exports?
Yeah, foreign exports. Foreign exports. So yeah, so I've shown you domestic trade and foreign trade as well.
But does it actually lead to any movement in terms, like how much of this explains, do you think, the changes in the Turkey's high-tech export portfolio? Did you do like back-of-envelope calculation?
No, not yet.
Because that's very stagnant as far as I know, like over the years.
Okay. And so you think that this can be something that there must be something else going on rather than just
it's 4% increase, but I'm just wondering, maybe they need a lot more actually to get this going at the large scale.
At the aggregate level.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, fair. No, we haven't made any calculation yet on that.
Mm-hmm.
I think you might want to revisit. I know the Atelier and it old paper a little bit, and they kind of make a big point that migration and input-output networks kind of like make these type of policies, have more muted effects. I think it would be interesting if in your case, you could look at spillovers and say, well, both the spillovers in the goods market or through input-output networks, as well as, among employees, whether the effect is actually much bigger because of that.
Yeah.
Right? So
yeah, 100%. So we have just like touched a little bit about the employees' data, and so we can do much better on that also to understand where these employees are coming from. I have a slide where I show you that it's on our plate, but we're not there yet. But thank you. Okay. Okay, so this is just on the high-tech employment, just to show you that technoparks are increasing firms' employment of high-tech workers. So this is the propensity, so this is extensive margin, and the effect is equal to 3.1% increase of the control mean. But the effect is present also on the employment share of high-tech employees, and the effect is equal to 3.8% of the control mean. We've done lots of robustness checks. Results are remaining there. And so as I promised you, so I'm just like introducing you to the next steps. Perhaps the next version of the paper is going to be more complete. So we're going to use the employer-employee match data exactly to do something connected to what Martin was suggesting in order to understand where these employees are coming from. Are they fresh graduate from university? Are they coming from other existing firms? Are they coming from different districts? And so talking about the migration channel. And we're going to try also to link with the value, so linking in data, because unfortunately the employer-employee match data does not have education or type of skills. And so we can say something about the skill scarcity dimension. And finally, as I have already alluded to, we want to conduct a survey to Technomark managers to talk more about the activities. And so say whether it is heterogeneity along the line of, say, better governance or different types of park profile, whether they target larger firms, whether they target some specific type of firms, and so on and so forth. Presence of finance, infrastructure, and constraints. And this would allow us also to do something on the implementation cost and maybe do something, a calculation or return on investment, which we don't have yet. Okay, so with potentially my last 30 seconds remaining, so just let me conclude and summarize what we've done. So we evaluate the impact of the staggered rollout of technoparks across a large emerging country such as Turkey on firm-level outcomes. We do so by using rich microdata and a matched different design between 2009 and 2023. We do find that technoparks increased firms' export by 4.1%, automation by 8.18%, and productivity by 2.9%. So the main message that this paper has is to basically contribute to the policy debates about the effect of place-based industrial policy. So Technopark seems to generate, at least at the firm level, efficiency genuine gains rather than reallocating resources, again, at least at the firm level. And through technology upgrading, market access through international trade, and knowledge diffusion. Thank you so much for this, and looking forward to your feedback.
Thank you. So we have lunch break right now, right? Thank you. See you after lunch.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me. It's a real pleasure to be here. This is joint work with Andrea Gonzalez, Leo Iacovone, Santiago Llamas, and Martin Rossi. Let me start by motivating a bit export promotion policies. The aim of those policies is to promote export development and diversification, which is thought to be key for economic development. There is a well-known market failure involved, which is the lack of information and knowledge about foreign markets. And this justifies public intervention. In fact, more than 100 countries have national export promotion agencies. And among the many things that those agencies do, the many services that they provide, like organizing attendance to trade fairs or commercial missions, they increasingly provide capability building services. So this is what this paper is about. It's a program implemented as an RCT about building capability for exporting differentiated products from developing countries. This is largely based on work that I've done in the past with co-authors Artopoulos and Friel, where we did some case studies, qualitative case studies, on the export emergence of new differentiated good producing sectors in Argentina. And one of the main findings in that work was that consistent exporters from Argentina to developed countries adopted a set of business practices that depart largely from those prevailing in the domestic market. And so there are many things that they do differently when they start export, not when they start, when they set a continuous business in a foreign country. We're going to codify those practices here, but they belong to three broad families. One has to do with adapting products to foreign demand. It's rarely the case that an exporter succeeds in the export market, in a developed market, with the same product he or she succeeded at home. They are related to improving production processes to upgrade quality. This is always there. And also with establishing long-term relationships with foreign distributors and adapting to their business practices. And one of the main challenges is that domestic producers in general have a hard time getting this foreign market knowledge, the foreign market knowledge that is required as a background knowledge to adopt these practices. And this is consistent with evidence by Nyona and Opromola in a couple papers, also this famous paper by David Atkin, Amit Khandelwal, and co-authors on exports of carpets from Egypt. One more thing also, we study who were the pioneers, the export pioneers in those industries and what made them different. And also a surprising fact or surprising finding is that the distinguishing thing about these pioneers is not they're having a superior technological knowledge, but their acquisition, maybe in general for random reasons, of this foreign market knowledge. And I point to that because for firms in developing countries, here I focus on middle-income countries, this is a key challenge. This is a problem acquiring this knowledge. And because of this gap in consumption patterns and business practices that they have to bridge, and maybe they lack the knowledge to do it, maybe connecting it to what we talk about here, we can think that for developing countries, export promotion policies should be a more important component maybe of an industrial strategy than it is for developed countries. So I want to maybe emphasize this point and the importance of export promotion. It's not as easy to set up a food consistently in a foreign country with differentiated products. Lead review, I'm going to go very fast. I'm going to just focus. There are many papers evaluating the effectiveness of different kinds of export promotion programs. I'm going to focus on those that provide capability building services. And we organize those programs in relation to which is, if you think of a route to exporting, that it has 3 stages. It depends on which stage those programs target. So there is a stage 1 in which firms are far from the export threshold. These are firms that maybe don't know anything about exporting. They don't think that they're going to export that much. And there are programs targeting these firms, maybe teaching them basic aspects of the export business, like how to deal with red taping and stuff like that. Generally in formats like training sessions, in a classroom, in a virtual classes. And the evidence about these kind of programs is weak. And it's no wonder that it's weak because it's targeting firms that are far from the export threshold. On the good side, they're very cheap. So cost-benefit wise, we don't know how effective they are. Then there are other set of studies targeting firms more, let's call it, closer to the export threshold. So these are firms that are already maybe exported some or are close to exporting. In general, the content of those programs is providing or teaching, disseminating good exporting practices, in general in the form of individual consulting. And this paper will be about this. And the evidence is that the impact is more on the extensive margin, not on the intensive margin, which makes sense because this is they're teaching them to export, to get into the export market. There is also a related literature which we call the indirect route. If you think of you take very like the Melitz model very explicitly, you would think that rather than teaching them how to export, you just teach them how to be more productive. By implication, they're going to export. And there are some papers that kind of do that, and the evidence there is mixed. And then there is a stage 3, where this targets firms already exporters. They have some export experience. In general, they're not teaching them how to export. They're helping them connect with other customers and other kinds of help. And in general, the format is some kind of marketing trading. And the evidence there is that the impact is on the intensive margin. and which also makes sense. They know how to export, that are helping them get farther along exporting more. And the last paper I want to mention is by Eric and Nadia Ali and co-authors about it's not a capability building service, but we also, the way we understand it, it's also kind of targeting firms at stage 3, and the results are also consistent. The impact is more on the intensive margin. So what we do here, it's an RCT for a stage 2 capability building program. We codify 20 good exporting practices. The intervention involves a 72-hour technical assistance on those practices for 213 SMEs in the food and beverages sector in Argentina. And I think there are many studies, only a few doing RCTs. I think we think this is the first RCT of this kind of program, of what we call stage 2, like providing teaching them good exporting, some kind of good exporting practices. What we find when we analyze the impact on the full sample, we find no impact. Then trying to think what happened, actually the program went smoothly. We had very good feedback from many firms, so it was surprising. We tried to think what happened, and there were some, so it was everything went smoothly except for the enrollment period. So I'm going to talk about this in a second, but just for you to in advance to know where I'm going. We're going to identify firms that should have received the program from firms that should not have received the program. And when we focus on the good selection sample, we find large and significant impact, but only on the extensive margin. 33 percentage point higher probability of exporting 6 years later. Regarding evidence on the impact of the intervention on the adoption of good exporting practices, the results are positive, but not robustly significant across specifications. I'm going to tell you we think it's due to some issue I'm going to talk about later. So this is the summary of the whole thing. So good exporting practices, again, it's based on work that I've done in the past, but also drawing from other sources. Some national export promotion agencies, they have made explicit what they think are good exporting practices. So taking, based on all this information, we codify 20 good exporting practices. And we implemented in analogy to this famous paper by Bloom and Van Reenen about good management practices, same structure. So, but in contrast to them, rather than management practices, this program is about teaching them how to export. Not only how to export, it's how to deal with the whole export business. In contrast to the management practices, these practices are not standardized, not internationally recognized, not globally widespread. So this might have an impact on the impact of the program, right? The 20 practices are grouped into 7 areas of practice. These are, take a look at them. For instance, in market identification, one is market segmentation. The firms, whether they segment the market before, when they target the market, they have to segment it, they have to think about the positioning strategy. All these are different practices. This is one. In production, you have ensuring product quality, an obvious one. In distribution, building trust with the distribution channel. Consistent exporters do lots of things to build trust with the distribution channel. The intervention. So it was implemented by Argentina's National Export Promotion Agency, together with the Secretary of Trade. I was a public office at the time, with the World Bank. Between March 2017 and December 2019, yes?
Sorry, just one question about the export practices. I'm curious from this or your previous work, are there a lot of private sector firms that offer consulting services or sort of a certain dissimilar vision for what those practices are? I'm curious because informal evidence that maybe Bloom, Van Reenen, and friends are onto something is that it's pretty close to what the management consultants themselves say. So maybe it's known that there's some demand for that bundle of expertise. So I'm just curious if it comes up.
There are firms that do provide consulting. There are many freelancers. Actually, some of those freelancers, we hire them as consultants. But again, there's no set of agreed upon set of good exporting practices. And those firms are not that large. They are very tiny firms. And in general, it's not usual that firms hire those firms. Yeah.
Since you have food and beverage, is there a big difference between wine versus not wine? Because I would imagine that for the wine,
it's mostly food. Actually, there are very few beverages. It's mostly food.
Because that would be interesting to see whether in a particular sector where Argentina has a lot of international presence already, right? Maybe the barrier is smaller.
No, not here. In this program, we didn't have wine producers. It's not. If there are just a few, but not. It's mostly food producers.
Carlos, can you say something about the complementarities among the practices? I know that you think that there are some. No, that these things have to be done.
But that's a very good question. In that qualitative study, I think it was a big thing, understanding that changing the practices was important. Like this idea that when I go abroad, I have to change things. In this framework, it was very hard to capture that. But practice number one, which is under strategy, tries to capture this. How do you set your export business? And so it has many questions. It's very codified, right? So it tries to measure to what extent you are aware that when you go abroad, you're going to have to change things, that it's not like doing this, an extension of what you do domestically. So there is one practice that tries to capture this. I'm not sure how much it captures it, but yes, complementarity is important. Okay, sorry, maybe... Did I say everything? Okay, and it was delivered at no cost, and the focus is on food and beverages, mostly food. Let me skip the enrollment process because I'm going to talk about it in detail. So the structure, again, it follows Bloom and Van Reenen, so there are three phases. First, there is a baseline survey for all firms where we score, the consultants score the adoption of good exporting practices. Then the technical assistance, the consulting on the treated firms, and then again the follow-up survey. Almost 70% of firms completed both surveys. There are no issues with attrition. I'm not going to show it, but there's nothing to worry about there. On the diagnostic phase, it was in 2017. Each consultant first underwent 16-hour training in the framework, in the good exporting practices framework. I was also involved in doing that. And then the survey was administered in 9 hours in different days. And they scored, each practice had a score from 0 to 5, so the total was 100 points. The technical assistance treated firms received a 72-hour individual consulting over a 6-month period. They could choose among alternative assistant packages, but except for 10% of firms, for all of them, the core was what we call the strategy package, which had to do with how you set up your export business, how you choose the target to market, how you define a position in strategy. And the consulting involved building and starting a work plan. For example, the typical plan would be to set an objective, entering an export market and defining a strategy to deal with it. 10 minutes. So then follow-up case, we have administrative records. The outcomes will have to do with export variables. the dependent variables will be number 2. It's a dummy for whether you export or not. That will be the key variable. Number 3, it captures the extensive margin. Number 3 captures the intensive margin. And because of the issue of the zeros, we have a number 1 that is the inverse hyperbolic sign transformation. In the pre-plan, we said that it was number 1. Then we learned that it's not robust to scaling. But in any case, it just captures, it's a combination of the two. So the results are consistent with what we have in 2 and 3, which is yes 2 and no 3. And there are other additional variables, but again are consistent with extensive yes, intensive no. I have to rush because I have only 9 minutes left. Balancing tests, everything is balanced except for one thing, which is practical total score. We randomize first, and then we administered the survey, and it turned out that it was unbalanced between treated and untreated firms. This was a mistake. We should have done it the other way around. So it has it implies a problem for identifying the adoption of practice as the main mechanism. We'll have, it will hamper a bit our ability to see that. The specification is an ANCOVA linear model. For each year, we have a cross-section with the treated, whether you were treated or not. It's a latte, like how do you call it? The assignment as the instrument. And then for robustness, we do a diff in diff. So the result for the full sample, remember, it's going to be, we're not going to see results. So this is the main variable, which is the extensive margin, export participation. The two blues are firms assigned to treatment, dark blue, control, and you see nothing happens. The program ended here in 2018, and then we had some 19 was some macroeconomic turmoil in Argentina, 220 and 21 was the pandemic. This is the same thing in a regression, nothing. Well, very weak results. Event study, same thing. Let me skip this. Regarding the adoption of practices, this is, we see a lot of, much more change in the adoption of practices for treated firms than for control firms. In fact, it's 23% versus 8%. When we do this econometrically with the diff in diff, it's significant. When we do it with ANCOVA, it's not significant. We think ANCOVA interprets this as some kind of mean reversion. So results for the good selection sample. So let me tell you about the thing about screening. So we had a kind of a time schedule. The guys at the agency, they had to do it in the enrollment process in 45 days. And it was already 3 weeks, and we had 70 firms, around 70, 80 firms. So and they were in a rush for budgetary and political reasons. They had to do it. They wanted everything. All firms, they had some timeline. We had to stick to that timeline. And so they started increasing pressure on people involved in recruiting firms and recruiting them. And we think there were two margins in which, along which we got firms that shouldn't have got in the program. One is that 59 out of 213 participating firms actually produced non-differentiated products, and these, like beans was a lot, vegetables. We weren't aware of this in time to prevent that from happening. The other thing is that also during the administration of the program, some firms expressed that it wasn't what they expected, or they didn't show commitment to the effort that this program involved. So what we figured out later is that we had the order of firms in which they enrolled. And so we make an assumption. We think of this enrollment order as a proxy for the actual willingness and commitment of the firm to participate in the program. So we do the following. We take the firms actually producing differentiated good products. We take the half of firms that enrolled earlier. And so we get a subsample, which we call with the good selection sample. The sample of firms of the type that should have been the target, that all firms should have been like those firms. And when we look at export participation by treatment group, we see that here we find a big difference. These are 33-point difference between the treated and control, so we see an impact. One important thing here is it's not only firms that didn't export that now started to export, but also firms, among firms that were exporters not leaving the export market. You know, in exporting, there is a lot of churning. So the impact, again, it's not only making firms export, it's very easy to export once to somewhere. It's like making them keep their export markets. Yes.
I'm curious because I guess it's not only kind of this type of advisory services where we see highly heterogeneous returns when there's these kind of supply side services and given to firms in developing countries. And I'm wondering, other settings authors have used machine learning techniques with like many baseline characteristics of firms to try to predict which are the firms that have the high returns to the intervention. And it might be interesting here to like put this characteristic of being in the good selection sample together with other characteristics you have and see, you know, how well can you predict the marginal returns in your sample to this type of intervention?
Yeah, well, this is as much as we can go. So we had some other variables of heterogeneity, and we didn't. This was the most important thing. Yes, no, we didn't. We don't have much information about firms actually. We have the customs data and whatever they said when they enrolled, but we don't have good information. Yes, unfortunately, we don't have that. This is the same thing econometrically. This is.
Or are you out of time? Sorry, but this is a good suggestion, no? In the sense that it can be no researcher discretion involved. No, you can let the computer tell you what dimensions to focus on rather than choosing yourself.
Yes, we can talk later. I would like to know how to do how to do that properly. Yes, but. Okay. Yeah. David Atkin, I think, told me something about it. Maybe. 2 minutes. Okay. So this is the same result econometrically. As you see, there is effect on intensive margin. It's like now it's an interaction between the treatment and the good selection. No effect on the intensive margin, and this measure that combines both margins, it's also significant capturing this, right? This is the event study. You see the impact on the extensive margin. And let me skip this. Regarding now, even constrained to the small sample, same thing about there is more impact on the adoption of good exporting practices in the treatment group, but now it's not even significant when we do the diff in diff. So even though it's 25 to 12, because of the small sample, this is not significant. Lastly, this last slide, the mechanism, when we try to do, rather than regressing outcomes, export outcomes on whether you were treated, you regress it on the adoption of practices instrumented by the assignment. We find positive but not significant causal effect. We attribute to a large extent that there are very low F-stats for the instrument. So So concluding remarks, main takeaways. We learned a lot by doing this. I think that there is positive and significant impact once the right firms are targeted. The impact is limited to the extensive margin for these kind of programs. This is the magnitude. And the presumed mechanism, we don't have strong evidence, is the adoption of good exporting practices. We don't have an alternative story of why we find this impact on the extensive margin rather than the actual adoption of good exporting practices. Lessons, accurate targeting is important. I think this, what we faced is a common problem when agencies do these kind of programs. Also understanding what you're targeting, good screening is critical. Again, in a rush to get power, you get firm. What happened to us, I think, is more usual than you get firms without, the program is not for every firm. You have to choose carefully which firms are likely to enjoy to take advantage of the program in the lines of what you're saying. And there is some investment, I think, needed in standardizing and codifying good exporting practices. Thank you very much.
I was born Joel Rodrigue, but I live in Tennessee, so we'll go by Joel. This is joint work with Magnus Boos and Jakob Monk from Copenhagen and Georg Schor from the University of Tennessee. I'd like to thank the organizers for including this paper on the program. We're going to start from a very similar place to the last paper, which is that there's extensive literature suggesting that information frictions in export markets or in international markets are large barriers to trade. And this is true despite the fact that many governments spend large amounts of money trying to mitigate this type of non-tariff barriers. And so if I'm allowed to put on my classical economist hat for a moment and ask why that is so persistent, one natural rationalization of that is that this type of information is inherently kind of private, excludable, kind of highly specific to the firm or the relationship. And while that might be true, it also begs this question why we subsidize, why these programs are so prevalent and why the subsidies are so big. Another rationalization is that there's some public or non-excludable, non-specific component, and so firms think that, well, maybe they're going to learn something along the way. And so this is a paper that is really just about the empirical evidence of public good, and we're just going to go hunting for that. So the fairly simple question we're trying to answer is, does the information provided by the Danish Trade Council to target firms actually spill over to unsupported firms in Denmark? And what my co-authors have sent me to do is try and convince you that we have some evidence in favor of that hypothesis. We're then going to use a fairly simple model to try and quantify the informational gains, and they're going to be, well, you can think of it as small or large, I don't know, but 1% to 2% of aggregate exports in this one particular industry, which is relatively modest, but the additional taxes raised through those profits are sufficient to justify the entire subsidy. And so this is a self-financing program in that sense, which naturally begs the question of how could we think about expanding the program? And if so, what nature should that expansion take? This part of the paper is very preliminary, but so far the results are that the additional gains from program expansion are fairly modest. Okay, so this is a paper, this is our second paper on this export support program. And what really distinguishes this paper from the last one is that we're really only thinking about firms that are not targeted by the program. And so a treated firm, in my setting today, is going to be a firm that's close to or connected to a supported firm. So you can think of that as being part of a firm's network. And one of the things that we see, so we think of this bar as being firms that are completely unconnected to the Trade Council, and this bar representing average sales among firms that have a peer that's targeted. And those, I should have some type of standard errors on those bars, but they're not statistically different from each other, and they're relatively close. But what is surprising is that the same firms that are connected to the Trade Council only indirectly follow their supporter counterparts into the same markets after support. And so this got us thinking about an informational story. And so we expanded that second picture and looked across different types of firms, different destinations, different network structures, and we always get that the second bar is higher than the first bar, that the firms that are indirectly connected seem to be following the supported firms into the same markets thereafter. And so we're going to...
The outcome there was just any exporting, or it was exporting to a particular, or in the previous graph was?
In the previous figure?
Yeah, go back one more. Yeah, just here, export propensity, that's just do you export at all, or is it exporting, you're saying exporting to a particular market?
The probability of exporting to that market, to the market that the supported firm, so the support's going to be destination specific. So it's the additional probability that you export to the same market, which is relatively high. Yeah. So this is a paper that is going to think about information frictions. We're going to sort of borrow off the shelf an estimation approach and model structure from Eduardo. But we're going to try and answer a question that's very similar in spirit to a paper by Shan-Jin Wei on co-authors and thinking about the public benefits of information in a network setting, which is consistent with other work that's ongoing by other people here. And again, this is adding to what is now a large and rich literature trying to think about program evaluation of this type. So let me tell you about the Danish Trade Council and why we keep writing papers about it. On one hand, it's very similar to all the other export promotion agencies around the world. It offers subsidized support services that are administered through the Danish embassies and consulates. We know a lot about it because prior to grad school, my co-author Magnus had a job doing this. And so a lot of the sort of empirical innovation comes from his insight having worked there. Our first paper examined the supported firms. And what that paper tried to establish was that in Denmark, this program has almost no impact on prices, costs, quality, markups, except demand. It's a giant outward shift in demand. It's incredibly profitable. The return on investment is close to 10. So for those that are in the program, it's incredibly beneficial. Most of the services they offer target demand-side information, so not so much capabilities, but things like finding a buyer in a new market, facilitating trade fair activities, helping you find out about buyers and suppliers, buyers and competitors in that foreign market. I don't talk about demand spillovers so much. This is not because we couldn't. We could, or as I'll try and show you, we didn't find any evidence of them before, and I won't find any evidence of them today. But we are going to find this difference in behavior, and we're going to argue that that reflects something about information across the firm. On the other hand, what makes this program unique is that there are two ways to get into it. One is that you can self-select into the program, and so there's some endogenous self-selection there. But they also have an outreach program, and that outreach program is run in the following sort of unique fashion. They hire young, recent graduates from Danish universities. They give them a script, a country, and an industry, and a list of firms to start calling, and this was the job my co-author had. And like anyone else, if you get a list, you often start at the top of the list and work your way down. And so if your firm name started with an A, you were more likely to get a call than if it started with a Z. And I'll show you some evidence of that. So a very simple model, but to fix ideas of what we're going to do for later, think about a firm in some type of network, which I'll be very vague about on purpose, thinking about exporting to a particular destination in a particular year. And the object of interest is this script J, which is the firm's information set that it uses to form expectations over to whether that would be profitable or not. we're going to assume, consistent with previous literature and our own past work, that costs are kind of known to the firm and sort of invariant in this case. So they'll have constant marginal cost, iceberg trade costs, and a sort of a very simple fixed cost function. And we're going to load all of the uncertainty onto the demand side. We're going to import CES structure, which just is going to hold markups fixed. Since we didn't find any evidence in the previous work that these programs had any impact on markups, we're just sort of importing that. And in principle, the Trade Council might have downstream effects through firm networks, either by changing demand, so it could decrease, that would be, we don't find evidence of that either, or changing information. And so the timing is very simple. Firms think about a country they want to export to, and upon entry, if they enter, they set prices optimally. So this gives us a revenue function that has two components, an alpha, which is going to be a reduced form measure of the demand conditions specific to that market and that firm. And you can imagine that, and R sub IHT, which is in practice just the firm's domestic revenue, but standing in for the state, the firm's sort of core productivity or their state variables, so to speak. We're going to think about alpha as being firm specific, but they're being, it can be decomposed into two components, an alpha JT, which is a common component that you might want to know if you were thinking about exporting to a new market, and something I might learn from a peer. So if I knew that the US had a big alpha JT, that would tell me that the US is a big market, and I might be profitable in that market. So that is something I may or may not know as a potential exporter. This is a very simple threshold model where you export if you expect profits to be positive. But the only thing that complicates it is that to actually estimate the model, I need to take a stand on what firms know one way or the other. And the typical approach might be something like assuming that the researcher observes a set of covariates that are a good stand-in for what the firm is using to make that decision. But if I'm not willing to make that assumption, then I can't integrate out this structural shock, fixed cost shock, and I can't estimate the model. So our approach is going to be to use moment inequality estimations, which are moment inequality estimation, which is going to allow us to relax that key assumption. And so this is very much in the spirit of Dixon and Morales to think about just a series, a small set of covariates that are plausibly in each firm's information set. So we're going to hang our hats on the distance to each export market, the past industry sales to that export market, and their own past domestic sales. You can imagine an analogous model for supported firms that I don't have a chance to go in detail into, but we also let the supported firms know whether they're supported or not. We'll have to instrument that because there's an endogenous selection issue there. This has an added benefit to us in that none of those things have a network dimension to them, so I can estimate the model free of any network specification and then test different networks ex post, which will be advantageous because we'll see some networks, but arguably not all of them. It's not for free, right? And so like any partial identification approach, we're going to lose point identification. And so I'll show you some bands on fixed costs. We'll then use specification tests to perturb the information set and to test whether or not the behavior we observe in the data is consistent, the entry behavior we observe in the data is consistent with firms having some sense of what these alphas are. Okay, so the actual context, the actual data obviously comes from Denmark. We're going to focus on only one industry, machinery exports. It's the largest user of this program, though it's still a relatively fairly sparsely used. We're going to combine balance sheet data, customs records, trade council data, which is going to tell us who's supported, who's not supported, but also who gets calls and who turns down offers of support, which will be useful. And then we're going to combine this with network data. By network data, I really mean location data. So we're going to be able to place firms in zip codes or in wider municipalities, which on the basis of an industrial clustering type argument gives us a chance to look at things like diffusion, but is inherently kind of a bit of a black box in terms of the mechanisms through which information flows. And so then we'll use employer-employee matched records to follow workers who are at firms who are actively receiving support and then transition to a new job in an unsupported firm and see whether those firms that receive the previously supported workers actually start behaving like their previous firms, their previous employers. I mostly restrict attention to non-EU countries because we think information barriers tend to be small in the EU, but I'll show you some robustness in that respect. So think about Norway, US, Japan, so on. So this is what our randomization figure looks like. You can see that you're more likely to get a call if you're in the early part of the alphabet. It's not purely random. Our young Danish undergraduates are very bright, and so if they see a firm name and they recognize it and they say, that's a big firm, I should probably call them. They do, and so if we did this, if I don't want to oversell this, we do have to condition everything on sort of your starting size. So within a size bin, whether you get a call or whether you don't get a call is as close to random as possible. Find no evidence that the Trade Council is targeting particular network structures, though that would be a concern potentially. Okay, so let's talk about these alphas. These alphas, remember, are a measure of, in some sense, market size or potential market demand size, and that's the common component of it, the thing I might want to learn, and it sort of roughly follows gravity. This is only for the unsupported firms. I could run this regression again and kind of characterize the size for directly supported firms, and those alphas are really big. This is consistent with what we found in the earlier work, that these programs have a really high return for the firms that actually get support. And when you see these big alphas, like the US is huge, it naturally made us worry that there's some type of spillover on demand. And so we went looking for it. And the first, the fourth, and the seventh column are the coefficients on a spillover alpha, and they're all really close to zero in almost every market. One exception is probably China, where the coefficients are consistently positive, though not statistically significant. But to be clear, for the rest of this talk today, I'm going to impose that they're all zero, and we can debate whether that's
And by demand spillover, you mean like a U.S. customer finding out about this Danish firm through the sale with the firm that got the support?
Sorry?
Sorry, I'm trying to understand what this network spillover is. So I can imagine that a firm that gets the support from the Trade Council sells to the U.S. customer then figures out, aha, Danish producers of these, these goods or products are good. I'm going to buy from another Danish producer. Is that what this is saying? You're saying is here, or
could be the case?
Oops, Savannah, sorry, we just lost the screen.
Short answer is it could be the case. It could be the case. I have in the back of the slides this what I call an event story. It is not an event study, but it's a story about robotic welders that are made in Odense. And within a year of the first firm receiving support, you see this giant uptick in dense located robotic well. And then this rise. Whether that's driven by the buyers in the US, which are basically ports going to look in Denmark, or them searching, we don't take a particular stand on that.
It could also be like, I'm a Danish firm, and I just told I'm an employee, and I just told my friend about this company that we are selling, and this other company, which is a rival, but they hear about this firm we are selling, and they think, oh, there's like a lot of demand from there. Let's also try to target that firm. So, I mean, information spillover doesn't need to be coming from the firm you sell. It just could be, like you said, we are in the same social group and we just talk.
So an industrial clustering type story would explain both of these things. I'm not going to have a way to distinguish them, unfortunately, but they'll all be consistent with these geographically concentrated spillovers, and we will find evidence of that.
Yeah.
I can do my best.
We should give you this time at the end.
Yeah, well.
Sure. I'll go.
I had a question, maybe just reflecting on the two papers together, at least so far, and wondering if part of the reason Juan Carlos doesn't find a difference between the treated and the untreated is that there's spillover. I mean, I don't know if you saw that both groups go up. Maybe you could say it's because there's communication across the groups.
My case, I would say that we find a difference in a good selection. So if this is true, why wouldn't you find it? We find a difference in the good selection sample. So there is a. But why would that happen in the bad selection sample? You would have even stronger kind of spillover effects. You see what I'm saying?
So just a quick question about where you're going, Joel. I had a question on the employee moves. I guess you might worry that firms that want to enter markets kind of strategically try to poach workers from other firms. And I don't know if there's much you might be able to do about that, but maybe like managers are more likely to try to get poached than employees. Will you be able to say anything about that?
No, not that we did think of this and tried to. Oh, sorry. Yes, this is a great question. We did think of it. The number of employee switches, as I'll show you, is not sufficiently large that once we disaggregate by skill, like education or occupation class, we're going to have power to do anything.
I see. I mean, it still would be an information mechanism in the sense that I'm doing it because I want to acquire the information and like maybe some human capital, but like, yeah, thanks.
No, in terms of thinking about the sort of selection of workers that move and the reasons they move and whether it's because of that information, that's a point taken and completely fair. We haven't figured out a good way of thinking about exogenous moves, for instance. Yeah, but I can, it's a network I can build.
Hey.
Can you see your slides? I might be able to see them.
Yeah.
So let me describe the exercise. I can't see them, but I think I can remember them, or some subset of them. The interesting slides. I'll tell you about those ones. So we're going to go through a series of exercises, and in some sense, conditional on recovering model parameter estimates, we're going to conduct a statistical test where we give firms a little bit more than the minimal information set, and then effectively run something akin to a t-test as to whether that is consistent with the weekly, the model that's identified under weak estimation assumptions. And if the behavior of the firms is in principle inconsistent with that, we're going to conclude that it's likely those firms don't have that information. And so the benchmark test is simply asking, do Danish firms know very much about export market conditions in general? And you could characterize this as Dickstein and Morales 2018 applied to Danish data, and it turns out that Denmark is a lot like their Chilean counterparts. They're not very well informed about export market conditions. But now we're going to take the fact that we haven't had to specify the network and use that to perturb the tests a little bit. So we're going to simply ask, do firms that are located in a municipality that have a supported firm, do unsupported firms that are located in a municipality with an unsupported firm know export market conditions for those particular markets, while all the other firms, we're just going to leave them at the minimal information set. And we can't reject that hypothesis. If we narrow it down on zip codes, the p-value rises in the sense that in some sense we fail to reject it even more. And the same thing for the worker transition network. That is not evidence of a spillover, but it's consistent with a model where information is spilling over. And so then we're going to go ahead and use the structure of the data to try and validate that informational interpretation. And so we can see all the firms that get a call from the Trade Council. And if you got a call and you turn down the Trade Council, there are many reasons you might do that. But one of the reasons you would do that is that you feel like you already know what the Trade Council has to tell you. And in fact, for the firms that get called by the Trade Council, offered this investment opportunity that has incredible return on investment and turn them down, we cannot reject the hypothesis that they know export market conditions. For the non-called firms, again, spillovers appear to persist. And so the firm networks are filling in where the Trade Council is absent. These networks are sparse, so you might worry that some of this is an artifact of the underlying sparse network data generating process. And to address those types of concerns, we're going to run a series of placebo exercises. First, we're going to draw nodes randomly and mischaracterize firms that are as informed when they're not really informed. And so we can sort of size normalize everything. And there we always reject these hypotheses. So the placebo test suggests that if we had a different sample of the same size and asked the same question, that sample doesn't know export market conditions. And then last but not least, we're going to take the same set of firms that are indirectly supported in our sample, and we're just going to perturb the alpha that they get. So they're going to get it in the perturbed world for a different market. And that allows us to characterize whether this is really destination-specific information, and it turns out that we reject that as well. So that the thing that they're learning is really connected in some sense to the same market in which the Trade Council is providing information for their peer. Now, that we feel is sort of establishing the fact that spillovers exist, but the information does exist in this world generally. Large firms are relatively well informed. It's hard to conclude that large Danish exporters don't know much about the US, Japan, or Norway. It's really China, India, Turkey, and Russia that are kind of mysteries from the point of view of the Danish exporter. We can characterize types of information, so whether you learn things about the number of buyers or the sales per buyer. But I have no idea where I am time-wise. Okay. So then we run two counterfactuals, and I'll tell you about those because I guess that's probably the punchline. Is the first thing we're going to do is we're just going to eliminate information completely from our environment and compare it to a world where they have spillovers as they exist, as we estimate them, and that is something that has a modest impact on export propensity and a modest impact on average profits. But what's positive in both cases, what should be surprising about that is in a sort of standard threshold type model, if I push the marginal exporter into export markets, that should drive down average profits because that marginal exporter should be relatively small. In this case, that's not happening, suggesting that the information is actually improving the allocation of firms into markets. And in aggregate, across different networks, it's 1 to 2% of aggregate sales. And that the additional profits, are sizable relative to the subsidy. In fact, the tax revenues collected from those profits are the same order of magnitude as the subsidy given to the Danish machinery industry, which is a result I understand the Trade Council really likes. And so then we started asking, well, if you wanted to expand this program, how would you do it? Randomly calling firms didn't seem like the mechanism designer's first best path. And so we considered a variety of alternatives, such as targeting the most connected firms. That's probably a tough ask for policy design. But then we can characterize that relative to, say, something they could observe as something just like targeting large firms who have the most export potential. And it turns out that if we doubled program size, the information benefits alone are pretty modest. And so in the next iteration of this, we intend to incorporate the private benefits and think about the marginal public value of marginal value of public funds, but we have not done that yet. So that's it.
I have the mic, so. So I think you said this already, but could you just restate, if you were recommending to export promotion agencies, what are the key pieces of information they should give to firms? What are those statistics about the markets?
Well, all of the things that we see in the data that get, so these are subsidized, they're not free. The subsidy is about 50%. The firm is thinking about what it wants. Almost 90% of the services that get purchased are demand-side services. And the overarching, the biggest one is help me find a buyer. That is by far the thing that gets purchased most commonly. There is some back and forth here. So for example, in the robotics welding exercise example, I should say, that started here in the US, where there's a representative of the Trade Council at the Danish Embassy in the United States, or there's several, and assigned to different industries, and this particular representative realized that there are ports in the US that can't find enough skilled labor, welders in particular, and so they made the link. But that initial call, so part of what they really get from it is that the initial call to the, say, Port of Los Angeles comes from the Danish embassy, not from a small producer on the other side of the Atlantic. And so you get, the argument, the narrative argument is that you get further up the food chain when that call comes from the embassy.
Either in this project or the previous or follow-ups, have you thought much about the trade-off between experimentation and exploitation here? Because one argument about program design is the best way to do it is to randomize for a while in order to figure out the latent network structure of the world, and then you can go all in on exploiting, what you've learned about the centrality of firms, whether it projects onto observables or not. You could have just figured out that this firm's in the middle of the action, and we just keep calling them. So I'm just curious if you thought a bit about that from a program design perspective, or sort of practical lessons learned along the way that are of that flavor.
I'm not disappointed that they randomize. I will say that. So there is. This is. I haven't spent much time thinking about that question, to be fair, so I don't have a very good answer. I will say that this program is up for debate. Its funding is up for debate at present.
Okay, I think we'll close it there. Yeah, we're going to take, let's see, we're supposed to resume at 3 p.m., so a 10-minute coffee break.
It's my great pleasure to introduce this panel. We'll begin with Martín Aragoneses, Industrial Policy via Venture Capital. Afterward, Luke Schmitz will be presenting Hierarchies of Adaptation, Corporate Power, and Economic Statecraft. And I'll turn it over to Martín.
As the last presenter. Okay, so this paper, Industrial Policy via Venture Capital, is joint work with Sagar Saxena, who is a warden. Now, Sagar and I come from kind of different worlds. He's a bit of an IO development person. I'm a macro finance guy. And when we started this paper, it was a paper that was sort of like following us reading the Draghi report and thinking a little bit about the economics of what was going on. The main motivation is the fact that governments invest a lot in venture capital, and they do so indirectly, depositing money into venture capital funds, right? So it's not directly the government that goes and finances firms, but rather they go and they invest in private venture capital funds that then go and deploy capital in firms, right? This is the thing that we're trying to study. Now, like many other types of industrial policy, the empirical literature that studies this finds very, very mixed results. And there's no clear theory on why those results are mixed and how can we go about advising a government that wants to do this. What we do is, in our paper, build a thermodynamics model that's going to have entrepreneurs and venture capital funds that are going to face both financial frictions. And we're going to think about, how does the government, via investment, can alter the venture capital ecosystem. We're going to highlight what the government does is shift the supply of venture capital. There's going to be a big G in the model that's going to shift the supply of venture capital. And depending on how the government allocates money to different VC funds, funds that do more early versus late stages, funds that target maybe particular sectors or regions, they're going to shift this supply of venture capital asymmetrically across firms. And we're going to highlight that actually the financing frictions among the VC funds, not just among firms, are very important pieces of the story. The main application is going to be Europe. Now, this is sort of the first piece of the agenda. Sagar and I are working on maybe expanding this to the development context. We want to look into India. We want to look into maybe Africa or the Gulf, where the government is very much involved into the venture capital ecosystem by investing as an investor. In Europe, this is a big deal, right? So around 1/3 of the overall aggregate investment into venture capital in Europe can be retraced to the government to some extent, right? So the government is involved in around 1/3 of the overall investment into venture capital. Now, Europe is very interesting because TFP is actually very low. Investment is very low, despite the fact that we have, so much savings and talents and so on. So there's been, this sort of push by Draghi and others to sort of revive, how could we increase aggregate productivity, and maybe, the venture capital ecosystem has something to, some potential there. The government, because they've been very involved in this ecosystem, has been, expanding its size in this, ecosystem. And in particular, one of these agencies that they use, the European Investment Fund, has been, particularly, I'll show you, but it increased from, $500 million every single year of investment to $5 billion, making it the largest entity that invests in, the European ecosystem, bigger than, any sovereign wealth fund out there, right? If you are a venture capitalist raising money in Europe, you know these guys very well. Now, it's going to be very interesting because Europe right now, like many other countries, are facing fiscal problems, right? So they have to expand TFP, they're facing fiscal problems. So we're going to have recommendations based on this model on how to optimize, this allocation of venture capital so that you can deliver the biggest increases in aggregate TFP at a minimal cost. And this is going to maybe depend, and we'll highlight that, on the level of financial development. So even though we're studying Europe, it might have implications for, more developing countries. All right? Okay, we're going to proceed as follows. We're going to first look at data on all the investments into private VC funds of this government institution, and we're going to link it to the underlying portfolio firms. We're going to establish some facts about how this, VC intermediated government investments, are allocated across firms and their impacts. We're going to use at first, some propensity score match diff and diffs, and we're developing some new tools, a shift share designed to exploit, the data from this private equity and venture capital industry to say something about, how these government investments affect the economy. We're going to find a puzzle. Yes.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Are you distinguishing between VC and PE, or?
So I'll show you a graph. Yeah.
When you say government fund, you mean pension fund and institutional investor are included?
So I am studying.
Or fiscal funds, other than that.
So I am studying one agency that invests, think of it as like an institutional investor, in private venture capital and private equity funds that are run by private individuals, like by private agents. So think of them as a source of funds, not the ones that are going to deploy them. The ones that are going to be finding firms and investing in them are private agents. The government is merely acting as an investor, okay? A passive investor. That's kind of the power of it. This is very scalable. It's very scalable, and this is partly why they're doing it. They're not selecting companies. Now, we're going to establish a puzzle that we think is going to guide the policy debate. We actually went to Luxembourg to talk to the people that run this, this institution, to see what the puzzle was about when we found it in the data, and we confirmed our priors. So we're going to see that they have a major bias towards later stage venture capital investments. They're very focused on later stage VC because they believe that that's where the problem is. Now, in the data, and what we'll see in the model, actually early stage VC investments are much more effective at increasing, firm dynamics and aggregate productivity. We're going to make that point empirically, but we're also going to do it in a model that is calibrated to the European economy. We're going to calibrate it to moments of the life cycle of firms, but also to the entire portfolio of venture capital investments of the government, right? And we're going to establish that the way you want to conduct industrial policy via venture capital depends on the degree of financial development. What you want to do in maybe like a sector or a region where banks are not lending money is very different than what you want to do in a more developed economy where banks are lending. The kind of focus you want to do across not just sectors or regions, but also even the life cycle of the firm is very different. Yes? There's a question over here.
Raises is whether governments could be doing VC themselves, choosing investments, and probably not, because it's hard to be seen to be making mistakes, this lenders or whatever. And so, but I'm wondering, wouldn't that issue of like visibility of making mistakes also apply in this kind of two-stage process? Like it could be investing in VCs that have a low return, and that looks like that looks disastrous, and so eventually there's going to be political pushback, and so. And is the issue that if you're going through an intermediary, those intermediaries have law of large numbers will apply, and so on average their returns are going to be okay? Or do you think it will be subject to this issue of being seen to be losing. The government will be seen to be making sort of bad bets, and that over the long run, the political support won't be there for such a.
I mean, at the end of the day, the venture capital industry follows a power law, right? Most bets are going to go the wrong way. Only only 4% of them actually make it, and we're going to show that actually, like, when they do it indirectly, letting the private venture capitalists do their job, right? They're just going to do exactly the same thing that the venture capital industry does, and they're just going to mimic this sort of machine. When they do it directly, and we looked at programs where they try to pick firms, they mess up majorly. So in a way, it's actually good that they're doing this in a passive way. Any other? Yeah. Yeah.
Like a two-part question. One, are you going to entertain the hypothesis that the government should get out of this entirely? Yeah. I mean, just, the United States has both faster productivity growth and a much larger VC sector. And then I guess one way to test that is to say, is the distribution of venture capital across stages of investment or industries markedly different in Europe compared to the United States as a benchmark?
Our model will be able to tell you if there are places or sectors or stages where the government should just not touch. There's actually going to be instances where you're going to decrease aggregate productivity by doing too much in certain places or certain stages.
But you're not using the US as a benchmark. It's a
We're going to use Europe only, but we're going to be thinking about could Europe look more like the US? There was one more question.
So first question is I'm still trying to grapple with how is this industrial policy if what they're doing is that they're just investing their money like any other investor.
Right.
And the second question is more of a broad picture. Is the way to think about what's going on is that governments are borrowing money. They're borrowing money, and a chunk of the money they're turning around to and investing it. It's sort of like.
There's
Trump's proposal for the U.S. Sovereign Wealth Fund?
Yeah. There's multiple answers. Like the first, how is this industrial policy? By choosing venture capital funds and their sectors, you're deciding, how to reallocate sort of the future, allocation of investment across sectors. So in that sense, it's no different from going to invest in different sectors. Equity investments, are no different from doing a grant that then you keep a little bit more of a corporate income tax. So in that way, in my mind, it's no different from some tools that people use to study industrial policy. Where do they get the money? A lot of it is just going to come from taxes, like any other thing, but it's going to have sort of stamped of places where it should go. So for example, they may get like 10 million that need to be devoted to ESG. And it needs to go there. So in some way, part of this might be driven by some constraints or some mandates that they get from the overall, government entity. But let me maybe touch on that when I get to the model. Right. It
doesn't matter what label you put to a particular source of revenues. I mean, that's just a label.
I see. So in the end, they're kind of to borrow money to be able to pay for this, and it might not make any sense to do it. I completely agree. So that's why we want to optimize it. Maybe it doesn't make sense that they do all this. Maybe they should do less. Let me go over maybe the paper. So what we're going to do is we're going to digitize the records of, maybe in a given year they put $2 million in this, venture capital fund. We also look at, private equity funds. We do everything. And we collect, essentially where, the money from the government went, right? We're going to link that to firm-level data, and we're going to think about sort of this, government to investor, meaning the venture capital funds, and then to firms, and where the money gets spent, and what do firms do. Basic fact that I want to highlight is the magnitude and the allocation of these investments relative to the US, which is something I wanted to show. So there is this well-known gap between the light and the dark blue of average venture capital investment between the EU and the US. Now, we noticed that when you only look at this sort of 30% of the market where the EIF somehow is involved as a passive investor, it looks very much like the US. And when we talk to them, we kind of we get the sense that what they're trying to do is, at least in this pocket of the market, to try to make it more US-like. And you notice that it's pretty similar across the different early versus later stages. What you also see, and this is why I wanted to mention that we do both PE and VC, but only focus on VC, is that this difference between where the funds where the government puts money versus the market, in terms of the average venture capital investment, is only showing up for VC and not for PE. For PE funds, there's no difference between the government-invested funds and the ones that are just purely from the market. While in VC, there's been this sort of like active, increase in the amount of volume per firm invested. And what you also see is that they not only invest in larger firms, but they also, and this is fundamental for our story, invest in older firms. The distribution of ages of the firms where they put their money on is significantly older than where purely privately invested VC funds put their money on. And if you look at, for example, at all the different funds, you see that pretty much there's a bias against funds that invest in early stages. They mostly put into money into funds that do later stage investment. Now, it's interesting to think about that when you look at what happens after investments take place. In the data, when you keep track of firms, matched to control firms that are using the sort of standard propensity score matching techniques, you see that despite the fact that their investment allocation is biased away from young firms, where they're most effective is precisely when they make early stage investments. Right? So they are more effective when they invest in young firms, and yet their allocation relative to the private market is biased away from young firms where they're most effective. Yes? Is that only for employees? Yeah, for other outcomes? You see it in revenue, you see it in profits, you even see it in, like the Levinson-Petrie's measures of productivity. So this is like pretty robust. So the other thing you see is that, oh yes, go ahead.
Government or public somehow see the results of their investments and see that a lot of young firms die, and so they invest in older firms.
Right, so this could be one story relative to what somebody said before, like the failure, right? That could definitely be it. They're investing more in later stage investments because they're safer and they don't seem as bad. We actually went to Luxembourg to ask them precisely whether that was the issue, and they said no. The issue is their belief about where the problem is. What they told us was that they believe that the biggest financing gap is among later stages. It's among what they call scale-ups. They really think that they have already solved the problem of the early stages, that they've solved this sort of origination and technology creation problem at the beginning, and that the problem is that they just need to go and give more money to firms that have good ideas. So they really think that the problem is in the later stages. What we think is that not enough good firms have been created, and then they're just giving more money to relatively unproductive firms. But that's sort of what's going to come out of the model. Now, the other thing that you see is that there's not very much of a difference between the effects you get when looking at the firms that are ultimately financed by the government versus other VC-backed firms in terms of the post-investment dynamics. The difference actually, is significant, but it's not huge. We do think that this difference is coming from not so much the firm, but what happens at the level of the intermediary. We think, and we did this through a new shift share that we designed, that the big difference is coming from the private co-investments that the government attracts at the intermediary level. So they're somehow relaxing a financing friction that's not happening just among the firms, but among the intermediaries. By putting money into private VC funds, they basically attract other investors, pension funds and so on, to put money there in markets where maybe they don't exist. Okay? Let me go to the model to get to my counterfactuals. So the model is going to be a model that is going to have both heterogeneous entrepreneurs and venture capital funds, right? And all of them, meaning the entrepreneurs and the venture capital funds, are going to be financially constrained. What the government is going to do, the government is going to relax the financing constraint of venture capital funds, And then that money is going to flow towards firms and lift their financing constraints. What we're going to highlight is that changes in big G are going to shift the budget constraint of these intermediaries, the venture capital funds, and their flow into firms. And how you allocate money, how you do industrial policy in terms of which type of funds you put money on, with sectors, with stages, the venture capital funds are specialized in all these different things, right? It's going to matter because it's going to determine where the money flows. And we're going to show you that. So the model, I just wanted to flash this. I'm not going to go over it, but it has two different blocks, the entrepreneur block and the venture capital fund block. Right, so there's going to be two types of financing constraints. There's going to be the financing constraints at the firm level. So depending on your assets, you can borrow more and you can have more capital at the firm level. So when a firm gets invested on by a venture capital fund, their assets go up, so then they can scale up. In a way, it's like you solve the financing friction at the firm level in exchange for an equity share. That's what's happening at the entrepreneur level. Now, at the venture capital level, there's going to be a very similar financing constraints. VC funds need to spend money across firms, right? They need to spend money across the firms they finance, and they're going to be dependent on the amount of money they get. And this is the fundamental equation in our model. The government, whenever they do government investment, this big G, is going to shift the amount of investment that flows into firms at the micro level. So the government, by changing G, is essentially shifting the financing constraints of VC funds that then go on and finance the firms at the micro level. We think that actually when you look at the data, this is literally what's going on. When you look at the data, this is from PitchBook, you see that all that difference between privately financed VC funds and the publicly financed VC funds is a difference in the volume. There is no difference in the way that, for example, funding amounts vary with firm age, with firm size, which tells you that there's no there's nothing much except for the fact that the funds that are financed by the governments are just giving larger volumes. It's not like the slope, for example, with respect to size, is changing. All right, so this tells us that really the story could be about just a shift in the overall amount of money that goes into venture capital, which then gets to firms without interacting with their size. So it's sort of like an aggregate constraint, or like a not a firm level constraint that gets relaxed. And this is precisely what we get in the model. The exercise we're going to do is we're going to say, look, what would happen if there was this big push where the government increased the amount of investment that goes towards venture capital, this big G? What happens if you go from an economy where there's only this blue line and then you have this pink one? And that's the exercise that we're going to do first. And then we're going to ask what happens if they don't increase the amount of money they give to VC funds, but they simply shift the allocation maybe away from funds that invest in older firms towards funds that invest in younger firms, right? And that's what we're going to do. The baseline result in our paper is as follows. The baseline result is that a big push, meaning increasing the budget that goes towards venture capital, right? Increasing the size of this institution, the EIF, at least given the allocation they have been following of just spending more money in funds that target the later stages, it is going to increase aggregate productivity, so it would increase aggregate productivity. However, if you compare that to a different allocation where you only invest in early stage VC, you compare this line against this line, you get the same increase in aggregate productivity by doing a big push, by increasing the amount of G, versus keeping the G constant, keeping the existing budget constant, but just shifting it towards funds that invest in early stages. So it is a more cost-effective, at least for the European Union in our calibration, to not do this big push, but rather keep the budget constant and just shift it towards early-stage investments. Does that make sense? That's for the entire European Union in our calibration. Now, we also make the point that they do have there is a rationale for them to be focusing on later-stage investments, on these scale-ups they talk about. There is a rationale whenever the degree of financial frictions is really high. Meaning when lambda is low, when entrepreneurs just face really tight borrowing constraints, so think of a developing country or think of an industry where just banks are not lending money, right? The minute you have that, obviously aggregate productivity is going to decline, right? That is something that we knew from the development literature. However, you also see that the optimal focus on early stage investments is also going to change. The fact that shifting your investment allocation towards early stage VC increases aggregate productivity is a statement about relatively financially developed economies like Europe as a whole. When you move towards markets where financial frictions bite more, there is actually where you want to put some of your investments towards the early stages. You don't want to go all in investing in young firms. And so in markets where maybe banks are not giving enough money to these scale-ups, there is where you actually want to provide equity in the later stages to kind of substitute for that. So there is a rationale for them to maybe do this later stage bias that we see in the data to focus on older firms when they do investments in markets where financial development is not high. Yeah, and that's a point we make. So we think that when we go to the development context and we want to go to India and Africa, we think that maybe the too much of a focus on early stage investments there may miss this point that actually you need to provide some later stage investments to be able to help high productivity firms grow. Okay, how much do I have? Okay, let me conclude here. So the paper builds builds from the intuition that actually governments are very much involved in the venture capital ecosystem. They are passive investors that invest in the venture capital ecosystem, intermediated by private VC funds that just give money from the government to firms. So they're not doing this directly. We show that they're doing this indirectly as investors in private VC funds. We show that in Europe, this is particularly big, is that 1/3 of the overall of investment into venture capital is coming from or touches the government. We show that in a model where you have this, it's equivalent to a shift in the amount of venture capital spending. So the changes in big G in a model show up as changes in investment at the intermediary level. We show that this puzzle that they're investing way too much in the later stages, when you look at just the micro regressions, it actually makes sense from the point of view of the model in an economy with very high financing frictions. And because they believe that Europe has very, very high financing frictions, right? Maybe the banks in Europe are just not giving enough money to investments in later stages among companies that are very productive. That's why they focus their energy there. Now, what we show is that actually, given the calibration to Europe, where actually firms don't seem to have such high degree of financing frictions, it actually would make more sense for you to shift investments towards the early stages. You would actually get the same increase in aggregate productivity by just keeping the budget constant and reallocating it towards younger firms. In developing countries or in sectors where maybe collateral frictions are very high, there is where you want to do this sort of bias towards later stages, and it's kind of rationalized in that segment. Yes.
Any of these countries, Europe,
yeah.
the U.S. Does the government ever capture any of the benefits, which obviously also is another way of giving you more resources, or not?
You mean, do they capture the returns out of this? Yes. Of course. When you're a limited partner in a venture capital fund, you capture some of the upside of these investments, right? Now, in the model, it is isomorphic to a higher corporate income tax rate, right? It is as if the government is already essentially like an equity investor in like 30% of every company's profits, right? It is as if they increase the capital income taxes. We have a follow-up paper we're thinking about where we think about, maybe advising them to not take, what they call carry when they want to incentivize, this type of investments. But that's something we're working on. Yeah, yeah.
I'm really curious. So even in Europe, or even more, your prediction about how this depends on the fight of financial frictions, comparing. Thank you very much. Comparing between countries in Europe, or even sectors with different extent of plausible agency frictions and things like that.
Yeah, we're working on that. We have a Bartik approach that shifts both. So we want to look at that in the data and in the model to sort of give him a kind of like a fiscal rule of which countries and which sectors and which stages.
So one question I had was...
I think it's done, yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
One day, the argument you hear from Europeans, including people like Draghi, is that their medium stakes, lakes, are always being bought by American companies, and they're losing the upside. So that's a big driver, at least of the discourse in Europe. How do you respond to that?
So I respond to that as follows. In the model, there's going to be sort of a motive to invest in different things, right? So for example, you may have a motive to invest in defense because you have some geopolitical motives. In the same way, you may have a motive to invest in AI companies in Europe purely because you want to make sure that they don't leave to the US, even though they have no problem raising money from private financiers. So in some way, yeah, there is a geopolitical / sovereignty motive. Like nobody thinks that Mistral could not just go to the private market and raise funds. They have no problem doing that. The only reason they're doing that is because in the AI sector, the government wants to capture a bit more of these, either corporate income taxes, they want to keep them, in Europe. Right? So I think that's part of the story. We discussed, maybe, doing a sort of like a geoeconomics paper on that. That might be one of the follow-ups, but I think that's precisely where it would come in. It's like where do these, these mandates come from? I think that's the story. Because otherwise, why would they invest money in AI in Europe? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
I was going to say, the size of the investment is roughly similar to what public pension funds in the US put into VC as well, right?
To give you a sense, the overall amount of investment of the EIF, the agency we study, in Europe is the equivalent of the top five, sovereign wealth funds in the world that invest in Europe. You add them up, and you get exactly the size of the EIF, which means that they're huge. Every single VC fund manager in Europe knows about them and tries to raise money from them. I have 2 students that are starting a VC fund that invests in defense. The first entity they're talking to are these people. So they're major in the European VC ecosystem. They were not there, 10 years ago.
But I'm saying you might think that public pension funds in the United States might behave similarly, but they don't, right? They're similar size of investment, but they seem to have different ways they invest the VC funds.
Yeah, but we think that there's some commonality there in how you should model their effects. We think that there's not that much of a difference between maybe modeling, for example, pension funds in the US that have a local bias. We think that we should study those in the context of this type of, not firm-level constraints, but fund-level constraints. So we think that maybe this model could be applied to that, the the 90s in the U.S. when there was this expansion in private funds, private LPs, for example. Right? Pension funds used to not invest in VC, and now they do. So we think that this type of model could be used to study that. I think I'm out of time.
So one question here.
Yeah.
So you mentioned that the objective is to fund these early stage, right, through VCs. In many developing countries, government basically mandates that banks should give loans to priority sector and defines those priority sector. Why can't, and like at least in some countries, if not all, like government can just dictate that VC should give like 50% allocation to early stage without funding it?
I mean, I don't know exactly about the development context. I think whether you want to do it through, for example, like loans versus equity versus grants, which here means, do you want to do with F without putting like a higher corporate income tax rate, or whether you want to do it with debt, which is essentially like increasing the lambda, actually depends. It depends on, the devil is in the details. It depends on where the distribution of firms is in the economy. It's not so crystal clear. We're going to study that, I think, when we study what is the right tool to use in this space. But I think it's not so clear that you want to advise that to a developing country. Any other? I think I'm out of time. Yeah, thank you.
All right. So I start with a big thank you to the organizers for flying me out from Europe all the way here. And by means of introduction, if you couldn't already tell from the non-markdown latex slides, I don't have a background in economics. I'm a political scientist. And it's good to underline that fact because some of the more critical things that I will say are more directed at the way that my topic is discussed within my discipline and will be, I think, a bit more preaching to the choir for this audience. Now, in my paper, I deal with geoeconomics, geopolitics, and I asked the question, who profits from the volatility that is connected to what political scientists call economic statecraft, right? So the subsuming the sphere of commerce under national security through tariffs, through industrial policies, through export restrictions, and also who controls this transition. Because the sense that one gets from reading the literature, think about frameworks like weaponized interdependence, Farrell-Newman, is that it's really states that are able to dictate what happens. And firms are either eclipsed from the analysis altogether, or they don't really factor in as strategic agents. And when they do, the main sort of study focus would be lobbying, where the assumption is that shocks are uniformly good or bad. And it sort of eclipses the heterogeneity that that factors in here, right? So there's different reasons to doubt that assumption. Also, just the fact, as also the morning panel, I think, illustrated very well, it's really companies in collaboration with states that build these coordination structures of supply chains that are now the subject of the geopolitical storm, right? And also, if you look at the big technological transformations, data center rollout, or the flood of clean tech exports from China, it's driven by firms, and it's highly privatized. Another thing also has to do with the incredible concentration of profits at the corporate apex, right? The top 1% biggest firms capture about 90% of after-tax profits. And this increasingly translates into political power as well. And finally, there's some very interesting research coming out of teams from the IMF that also show how supply chains in the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine are actually getting longer and more intricate rather than shorter, right? There's all sorts of reasons to believe that the revisionist narratives about bringing back factories and jobs are sort of hitting the geopolitical game of whack-a-mole that ensues when you try to tell firms and markets what they have to do. So all of that factors into my theoretical perspective, where I argue that there's a hierarchy to who can adapt and who profits from all of this. The start sort of reiterates what I just said, that it's companies together with states that build these coordination structures, right? level choices about allocation, about where to facilitate production, how to organize intellectual property, all these things that then aggregate into macro level trade and investment patterns. Now, the second and third point are interrelated. So a lot of the economic statecraft literature uses network theory to think about supply chains and other networks such as financial networks to argue that state power comes from scale-free typologies, right? So when a network sort of is dominated by a couple of major nodes through which all of the flows route, if you then assert jurisdiction over those nodes, think about payment clearing system SWIFT, right? If you have jurisdiction over that, it's a way to sort of monitor what's happening and to exclude others from that system. And without much further ado, the assumption is that these kind of dynamics also apply to the physical reality of supply chains. Even though we know that supply chains, even if they exhibit the same sort of scale-free topologies, they're much more adaptable, right? It's possible through learning by doing, micro-level allocation decisions to reconfigure supply chains. They're much more malleable, and it also means, if that's true, that shocks propagate differently, they're more volatile, and there's just more heterogeneity in firm behavior as a result. And that leads into 4 different adaptive pathways that then sort of place companies to profit more from these shocks, right? So it's, the sort of term or theoretical concept, I borrow this from the work of Marion Foucault, who was a sociologist. I call this morphological flexibility. So the sort of ability to either change the shape of your supply chain or rather to profit from rigidity, in the sense that if you offer something that others cannot easily replicate because the barriers to entry are very high, think about intellectual property, think about geological sort of concentration of critical materials, then actually rigidity is a good thing, right? So there's a sort of U-shape dynamic there. And that features into 4 different pathways that I plot out here. So if you're very rigid, but in the end doing something that is not very strategically important, you're sort of losing without the ability to adapt yourself, right? So think about traditional manufacturers that face capital constraints and can't afford to switch supplier in the face of higher input costs or the sort of local content requirements. There's also adapting without winning. So companies that can sort of leverage their scale and pass through costs in their supply chain are still able to adapt, even if what they're doing doesn't really align with geopolitical motives of state policy. Then there's also the sort of rent extraction category, right? So winning without adapting. Think about logistics firms or defense firms that don't actually, in the case of defense, you don't see an increase in capital expenditure after 2022. It's just that their order books get prolonged because states spend more on defense. And there's the adapting and winning category, where it's a sort of narrow path to walk where you can adapt what you're doing to what states want. And as a result, profit from geopolitical dynamics. And the sort of temporality to all of this is to say that this reinforces over time, because there's all the time new shocks that sort of filter through this mechanism that I spell out and then stratifies results. So how do I go about capturing this empirically, you might wonder? I use corporate earnings calls. Earnings calls are quarterly investor meetings where corporate executives justify and explain the financial performance of their firm. And they take questions from analysts and investors as well. They've been used to measure, for instance, the statements of major polluters about climate change. Also, they've been used to look at large upstream firms and sort of their discourse after the same kind of shocks that I'm looking at to see whether they're coordinating to raise prices. And it's an interesting data source compared to other forms of corporate communication in the sense that there's legal restrictions to what can and cannot be said, right? So executives have to be more truth constrained, so to say. It's not to say that there's no performativity going on. And actually, I find some empirical proof for when performativity tends to creep in. So the data set that I collected, it has global coverage of most listed firms. It's about 30% US, the same size for Asia, and 20% Europe, and bits and pieces from the rest of the world. And I also track granular firm-level metadata, right? So think about sector classifications, about financial data such as intangibles, financials, and ownership. Now, as just a first look of what we actually see, so this is companies' discourse about geopolitics, and this is the raw count of earnings calls, right? And what you see is, of course, there's a pre- and a post-Ukraine war story, but also a story that never settles down afterwards. So there's this elevation that gets sort of reinforced by the cascade of shocks. Actually, May of 2025 was the busiest month on record. I guess we can all sort of understand why that is so. Now, in terms of analysis, I construct my analysis by annotating these statements and then using that to build sort of descriptive and more inferential models. So what I do is from the total transcript, I extract sentence triplets. So this is a 3-sentence context window with the sentence about geopolitics in the middle. And I annotate these sentences with a predefined coding scheme with the help of currently ChatGPT 4.0, well, one version of that model. And the space of text-based annotation is very exciting at the moment because these LLMs, of course, automated text analysis is nothing new per se, but using LLMs to do so is. And was already found that earlier versions, GPT-4 3.5 Turbo outperforms crowd workers like Mechanical Turks. And GPT-4 and onwards actually is on par, if not better, than human experts at this. I also have a couple of validation metrics later on if people want to sort of see this in more detail. Now, there's 5 annotation labels, right? So there's generally positive or negative sentiments that go for tailwinds and headwinds. There's choices when a statement is really explicitly saying that because of geopolitics, the company makes a different decision. There's holding strong. We're doing well in spite of geopolitics. And then the nil hypothesis is that there's no sentiment, which is actually about 20% of the time the case. Very important is that each triplet only gets one label. And in the case of ambiguity, as this example shows you, the sort of specificity is decisive. So something that communicates a choice on the basis of geopolitics are bad or good would still be classified as a choice. Now, I should also say that because of 2 problems in the nature of earnings calls, I don't conduct event studies, for instance. The first reason is just that there's a time inconsistency between shocks and when there's corporate communication. So you can't very neatly separate this. Also, there's this cascade of shocks that happens after 2022. So it's very hard to cleanly separate a before and after. A second reason is that in terms of matching, you can't sort of build a clear treatment and control group, right? So this limits somewhat the causal identification of the story. So that's something I should just be clear about. Now, if we then sort of move into what the earnings calls actually say, this is just to warm you up a couple of tidbits. It's not just boring boilerplate discussion. You have corporate executives talking about how they're relocating production from China, how geopolitics really have to be factored into every decision, how all the chaos, quote unquote, leads to a growing appetite for hydrocarbons, And my personal favorite about these global events, meaning probably the Ukraine war, is not necessarily positive for humanity, but represents a longer-term tailwind for business, right? So some interesting stuff does sort of get revealed in these earnings calls. Now, in terms of annotation, we start very simple because this is just the breakdown of sentiments, right? On the left, you see the cumulative sentiments, and on the right, there's the 200-day moving average of the relative share between them. And I mean, a couple of things stand out, right? So headwinds and holding strong are the biggest categories. Tailwinds is rather small, and choices is also a smaller, sort of less prominent category. But you do see interesting patterns over time, where around the COVID pandemic and the Ukraine war, choices and tailwinds go up, right? So there's a sort of phase change that seems to emerge from there. Now, if we start to sort of move into the sectoral story, the first thing I do is very simple. So I just calculate odds ratios and use chi-square tests to see whether there's an over or underrepresentation of the different annotation labels across 13 sectors that I aggregate through these NACE code metadata that I have. And there you see actually that the sectoral patterns are largely coherent in the sense that there's not a high headwinds plus tailwinds, except for finance and tech services being telecommunications. Right, so just to sort of illustrate 4 different interesting sectors, you have the defense sector that has by far the highest tailwinds annotations, almost 8 times the baseline, but also very low headwinds and no significant increase in choices, right? So that's the sort of winning without adapting pattern that I assert. But also, if you look at general manufacturing, you see very low tailwinds, high headwinds, and lower choices, right? So this is the losing and not adapting story playing out. And if you look at sectors like strategic extraction and mining, which is, it's not outlined, but this has high tailwinds and high choices. So this would be the sort of adapting and winning story. So that's a sort of snapshot of these patterns being present among my data. Now, one very interesting and important question is, of course, to ask about performativity and whether this stuff actually has any bearing on what firms are doing. So here, there are some signs to say yes. What I've done here is I've taken the modal sentiment, being the sort of most prominent sentiment of the prior year, and modeled that on the firm's capital expenditure. And there you see actually that choices is the highest performing category. So companies that say that they're doing different things because of geopolitics are also showing elevated capital expenditure, right? And tailwinds has the lowest level of capital expenditure. At the same time, if you look at year-on-year growth, you don't see very clear patterns here. So you see both choices and tailwinds as slightly elevated. But there are signs that discourse and practice actually do sort of meet each other. Now, another thing to ask, given that it's what I assert to be true, is whether these advantages or disadvantages compound over time. And for that, I use a transition analysis where you just use the previous sort of modal sentiment as a way to see whether it predicts the next one. And you see actually clear signs that it does, because you see a diagonal story, right? So the sentiments sort of on themselves predict then that the firms will state this the next time as well. But you also see a more vertical story where headwinds is a sort of black hole category that absorbs other sentiments, right? So the sort of hierarchy in how positive or negative firms are seems to also come from that transition analysis. Of course, we can also do this for every sector. I hope this comes through well. It's a bit overwhelming in terms of size. But I mean, the gist of it is that, yes, this still holds if you break this down by sector, but you also see interesting differences. So the more adaptive sectors, for instance, the high-tech manufacturing has higher sort of levels than baseline choices. But also something, and here I come back to the performativity of these earnings calls, one thing that is very clear as well is that holding strong has terrible retention. The only sector that does this systematically is the defense sector, right? So there it's a good predictor of things actually operating smoothly. So when a corporate executive asserts that things are going well in spite of geopolitics, better not believe them based on this analysis.
There's some sort of a composition effect happening, because earlier you had the bottom left corner.
Yeah.
Was the one that dominated 75. But and all your when you granularize it, it's the one in the second from the bottom. How do you explain that?
Yeah, so that's a very good point, actually, because the way I make sense of this is to say that the hierarchy that I sort of see at the aggregate level also reproduces within each sector. So within the sectors, there must also be some kind of hierarchy as to who adapts better or worse. And I will also show a bit of
it's different. If you look at it, it's the one from the 2 by 2 from the bottom.
Yeah.
And the aggregate one, it's the 1-1. Headwind versus tailwind.
Yeah. But
why does tailwind dominate when you look at individual ones, and why does headwind, when you aggregate it, become headwind?
Because when you break down the sectors, it's about what sort of is the probability of retention within each sector. So it's not about how many firms fall within the category, but it's about how probable it is that if you exert statement X, you will exert statement X again at T plus 1. So that would be my comeback.
So I'm struggling a little bit to understand how to relate this to what I would have thought you might have done is to look at particular events. You know, there's Russia invades Ukraine or something, and then you look at people, and I understand the timing is a little off on the corporate calls. I think they happen after 1 month or after 3 months or something, usually happening quarterly. But could you do that? And maybe you can talk more about why you wouldn't do that. No, because it seems like how they're going to respond. Is that coming? Or?
Yeah, it's coming right up, actually. Because, this is still work in progress, I must say, but what I'm doing here is I'm using different output states as a way to see how these different adaptation pathways perform compared to the baseline of losing without adapting, and then also include the post-Ukraine dummy that I have in my data as a predictor. And there you actually see that for favorable outcomes, so companies that move from something else into tailwinds or sort of escaping headwinds, you see that the post-Ukraine effect is positive. So I'm not sure that this addresses the...
I'd really like to know, Russia invaded Ukraine, they discuss on the corporate call, what opinion are they expressing about that? And I'd expect that to vary by sector or by type of chain, right? So that's not exactly what I think this is showing. But
No, but it's a good point. I can go back in the data and just see. I think there's someone in the back. Yeah.
This is a detail question, but it might have some conceptual point as well. How are you treating the quarters in which there is no information about the geopolitical stance, right? Because the time, are you sort of making the time step bigger when there's missing information, or are you assuming that they stay in their state? And how would you want us to think about firms? They're kind of communicating nothing.
So what you can see in this graph is also that for some of the cells, there's no information. So they go out of the analysis when there's no continuity. Yeah. Yeah. No, that's something to think about. Yeah. So just a few more words on this before sort of going to the concluding points, but these different models where I use the output states on the transition analysis, they partially support and partially complicate my my story, right? Because you do see the pathway firms that fall within these pathways outperforming the reference category, but you also see that, for instance, the being in a prior choices state is actually a negative predictor for ending up in a favorable state. So this adapting and winning story that I construct doesn't seem to come through at least in this analysis. And here you see, I think you do see the affirmation for holding strong being a strongly negative predictor actually for a favorable state, right? So this is just to confirm that the performativity in these earnings calls clusters around this kind of vague assertions about doing well in spite of geopolitics. Now, as a couple of sort of points to close off with, and this again is more directed at my political science colleagues, but right, contrary to what the scholarship would say, firms' ability to profit from or reconfigure around geopolitical constraints exists, is heterogeneous, and is tied to strategic indispensability. So how sort of geopolitically relevant is it, what you're doing? How well can you align yourself with state priorities? And also firm scale, right? So this is something that really comes through from the analysis as well. Now, the point about agency sort of follows from that, but if this hierarchy of adaptation story holds true, I think it also holds important policy, political implications in the sense that these policies, right, think about tariffs and sort of national security-oriented industrial policies exist because of political volatility, where research from economics and political science shows that there's a sort of geographic and sectoral driver of that. And if that is true, then sort of benefits accruing in larger firms is also a way to accelerate the negative consequences of this, but also the support for more of it, right? So there's a sort of doom loop implication in that, right? So unless this is moderated by domestic institutions, these kind of revisionist policies that states impose on markets have that potential. Yeah, that's it from my side, but I think we're not quite out of time yet.
Thank you very much. You started saying that you have data between different regions, United States, Europe, and I wondered if you can talk a little bit about what you find there in terms of patterns, if there's any differences, and also, you know, do you have enough data to make inference there, and does it break down even there by sectors? You know, is there something to be learned? Because you would expect that just geopolitical stories play out very differently. If you are, you know, gaining from the Russian war in Ukraine, like India, getting, you know, cheaper petroleum out of it versus, let's say, Europe?
Yeah, no, great question. So I've looked at geography and tried to model this, but found that it did very little, actually. And I think, I mean, it also gets back to a question that was raised at the start of the talk, right? Corporate nationality is kind of its own legal fiction. So the way that the best way I can approximate for nationality is to just aggregate headquarter location to a country or a continent and then model those effects, but that does very little. However, I mean, it's not in the paper because it will sort of overstack and overburden everything, but what I did was I ran a named entity recognition analysis, so this just picks up on semantic concepts like states in this case, and then just run a sentiment analysis. And there you actually see a very interesting breakdown where countries like India that profit from the Ukraine war, they are at the top, Mexico as well, and the countries that are actually at war are at the bottom, right? So this sort of connector economy story that the IMF also shows, it comes through in the way that my earnings calls talk about geography, but that seems to be more an outcome rather than a driver of variation.
Maybe I'm missing something, but the distinction between indispensability and adaptation seems artificial to me. You become indispensable by adapting, and otherwise you're making buggy whips, no?
So what makes indispensability separate is that there's a sort of geopolitical nature to what you do at T0 that lines you up for subsidies or other forms of support, right? So think if you have the intellectual property that is necessary for producing semiconductors, or you control rare earth deposits, then you're indispensable, quote unquote. And that also sort of factors into how well you can position yourself to adapt.
So I think I'm, given time, probably the last question, but I want to ask sort of a future research / methodological, or what you can do with the method relative to industrial policy, right? Right now you're looking at sort of geopolitical, economic statecraft kind of things. But in theory, you can also be looking at like something you just said, which is like reference to, well, we'll be helped by policy, not by help by policy, whether, reference in the United States to the CHIPS Act, reference to the IRA, or some other sorts of shocks, as opposed to general, that are related to geoeconomic things. You could start to look at some of that stuff as well, as a matter of method. Is that a sort of a way you could connect this sort of thing to industrial policy?
So I'm super interested in the whole sort of connector economy story. And I think that this is something that actually does, my data enables me to do this, and also perhaps to specifically hand code which firms are beneficiaries of different industrial policies, and then sort of track how well this translates into earnings calls data. So that's definitely like a follow-up. I think this paper is more like the big paper that also just talks about the data set and what can you do with it, what patterns sort of emerge from it at the macro level. But there's a lot of more granular things to be done as well.
Okay, so we have the last panel of the day, and what is, of course, a very short day, and tomorrow will be, the first march continues. So I'd like to introduce Bill Geerten, who has written a paper with Joe Stiglitz and Eric Verhoogen. So this is the organizing committee on stage and at some level, or parts of it. Anyway, Bill is going to present sort of a conventional paper presentation like the others for a half an hour. Then we will sort of move seamlessly into the panel where Joel Michaels and Franklin Keller will come up, and then the authors will come up, and we'll sort of have an hour discussion about the CHIPS Act and more generally. So, take it away.
Thank you, Josh. Pleasure to be here. So this is a paper with Joe and Eric, but I would like to also acknowledge great work by our pre-docs over there, our research assistants, Victor and Max. Their work on this project has really made it shine. So thank you, guys. So in this project, we're looking at the labor market effects of the CHIPS Act. And let me just say that, in the US, industrial policy has always been there, but kind of under the rubric of Defense Department spending and Energy Department, and through programs like ARPA and DARPA, it was ongoing for a long time. But under the Biden administration, it became much more prominent with the explicit goal towards reviving manufacturing sector in the United States. And in case of the CHIPS Act, particularly the semiconductors and kind of the broader chips and how that sector supports AI development and so on. So in this paper, we cover a lot of background in the paper if you're interested in how the act was motivated. So one of the primary motivations was national security. And in fact, that if the US falls behind in the development of cutting-edge chips and semiconductors, it will come at the cost of losing advantage to major international competitors, and that can have serious consequences on Thank you. So that is particularly become more evident since the pandemic, when we realized that the supply chain interruptions can cause really major issues in terms of how we can manufacture semiconductors in the US. And the other motivation, of course, was that we want to create good, well-paying jobs, and especially in the high-tech sector, and we want to do it in manufacturing as well. And of course, semiconductors is a major sector, and US wanted to be an important player in that. So we focus on employment because there's not much evidence about, did this act in fact produce any employment? Did it affect wages? Did it affect how firms create expectations about when and why they want to hire? And it's politically salient because we want to know both now, the short-term effects, but also in the future, did the employment effects in fact last in the future? So in this paper, we will focus on very short-term effects, but I think there is more that can be done in a few years from now when we know, for example, when we have data from firms specifically about how much they hired and what other decisions they made in response to this act. So it's a bit of an unusual paper because there is actually lots of effort that went into trying to evaluate the act very quickly. And we have some data constraints. So the data constraint particularly is that we don't have microdata on the plants for a couple of years. So they come out with about 2 years of lag. For example, census of annual census of manufacturing firms, which would be a great data set to use. We don't have it, it's gonna come in a couple of years. But the nice thing about it is we have employment data. In particular, we have quarterly census on employment and wages. And we are gonna use that until 2025, quarter one. And the first finalized CHIPS award actually happened in November 2024, but the CHIPS Act itself was actually passed in August 2022. Okay? So in the longer run, we would like to actually compare firms that got the final awards with the firms that got only the preliminary memorandum of terms and no awards to make it a bit more comparable in terms of treatment and control group. Currently, we are going to do a county-level difference in difference analysis, where we're going to look at counties with semiconductor facilities, right? We have that data, I'm going to talk about that, versus counties with high-tech employment but no semiconductor facilities. So these are also kind of comparable because given that semiconductors is another high-tech sector, we thought this would be a good comparison group. The other option is to take just semiconductors, but divided into two, where the first group, the treatment group, would be those with a fabrication facility. We call them fab counties. And the counties with the other control group would be counties with semiconductor facilities, but no fabrication units. So because a big part of the grant, the act was giving grants to fabrication units and production units in particular, the second one essentially isolates within the semiconductor industry the ones that are directly treated versus the ones that are not as treated. So we have those two strategies. I'm going to talk more about that as well. Yep. Yep, so there are facilities that are just for design purposes, so or like R&D purposes, and those would be a non-fab facility.
What about ATL?
That's not right, yeah.
No.
That's not.
Yeah, but I thought that's where a lot of them are going.
So fabrication is like basically the actual production of the chip, yeah. That's where most of the money went. Right, so currently no awards are, so only one award, according to the data set, was finalized, and they stopped publishing that data. So we actually currently don't know exactly how many firms got the award. Don't know. Yeah. Was there a question? Yeah, go ahead.
So when you talk about employment, I read in the news that there are a lot of relocation from Taiwan. So the employment here there's local employment or including also the relocations from Taiwan?
Yep, so we will have Taiwanese firms like TSMC is in the data set.
So it's
So
all included, the employment includes international
basically,
immigrants.
yes, because it's by residence, so the data includes foreign firms as well.
Okay.
Correct.
Can I ask you, so two questions. What is Mike, I mean, maybe it doesn't matter for what you were doing, but Mike, isn't it the case that most of the money has not gone up?
Right.
With the exception of the equity investment in income? Does that?
Yep.
So, but then what you want to measure is just the award, even if the money has.
So what we are measuring is, and in fact, I will show you what we're finding is that firms actually start reacting much before they get the award. And we are going to document that very clearly. So what we see is a very big anticipation effect. And this is similar to the literature about like other defense spending. So Raimi has a paper about, there's a bunch of other papers that did that for other types of defense spending in the US. And they always find that firms start investing before actually they get the money. Yeah. Because, and we're going to hear from the commentators that, in fact, it takes a long process, but the firms kind of get confident that they will eventually get it. It's still a negotiation. It takes 5-6 months until they get it, but they kind of know they will likely get it, given the market structure.
The second question is, maybe this is, I guess that's sort of a hostile question, but I'll put it this way. Isn't this like a really weak null hypothesis, like in the sense that if I give you $53 billion to dig a ditch and fill the ditch back up, you are going to find employment effects. You're going to find employment, but that's sort of not the question. Right? Or are you going to say that really what I want to know is whether if I hand out $52 billion in cash, there are going to be some jobs?
Right. Yes. So we will actually see at the 6-digit level, what will happen in a given county in a given quarter. So we will be able to differentiate, for example, the workers that dig these holes, right, versus the ones that actually do the semiconductor production.
But the question is, is this really the question that we want to know? Like, I'll put it.
Right.
Or what's the goal of the CHIPS Act?
Right. So as I said, the goal, actually, the CHIPS Act had many goals, right? And arguably you can say employment wasn't the #1 goal. The #1 goal is really catch up with the rival producers and make sure that we produce the cutting-edge chips in this country for also the resilience reasons, right? Because if there's how about another shock hits, we have also this trade war going on, right? So it's basically to kind of ensure US against future shocks that might be happening and to become self-resilient, right? So within that, we still think it's important to understand the employment effects because we don't know, did it actually create employment? Did it actually jumpstart the semiconductor production here at a level that was much lower before? So that's the goal of the project. Okay? Yes?
We shouldn't end here, the analysis of the CHIPS Act. This is the thing that we can do now, a few months after it's happened, right? But eventually you also want to look at output and productivity and spillovers, learning by doing all those things. We would never say this is exhaustion.
Exactly. And we make a point in the paper that this should be just starting point. As more data comes out, we definitely need to understand, like, did it have spillover effects? Did it actually increase productivity? Did it have, like, tangible effects at the firm level? Someone should write that paper. Please write it. So what we show in the paper is that these anticipation effects, as I was saying, start with the precursor of the bill, which is the U.S. Innovation and Competition Act. And as soon as it's kind of announced, actually, in the Senate, we see employment increasing in the semiconductor sector. And there was actually bipartisan support for this act from very early on, and it passes with a very big majority in the Senate. That shows that there is, overall not much opposition, that it's likely to pass in the House as well. And what we find is that there is robust employment effects in the semiconductor sector. So per affected county, the effects are about 110 to 180 jobs, and that varies based on basically the identification strategy. But it's very robust across different estimation methods. We also see very robust effects on the non-residential construction. So it's not just, as we were saying, in the production of semiconductors, but also actual construction, because lots of it went to construction. And you can see, in fact, the jobs created in the construction sector are actually higher than just the semiconductors themselves. And the back of the envelope calculations show a direct effect of about 15,000 to 16,000 jobs, and the indirect effect in these other sectors that get stimulated, like construction, of about 28 to 35,000 jobs. This is, as we say, it's not enormous relative to the $52.7 billion that was spent on the act, but larger than many people have expected because it's a very capital-intensive sector. Okay? So just a little bit of background. So in terms of components of the act, so $39 billion was allocated to be spent on direct subsidies for production of semiconductors and also related equipment and materials. $11 billion was allocated for research and development, and the act also included a 25% investment tax credit, and the Trump's Big Beautiful Bill increased this to 35% in July 2025. So in terms of the timing, the bill actually has a long history. So the first kind of bills that were introduced were in May and June 2020. The first one was called Endless Frontiers, and the second one is the Chips for America's Acts. And then these two bills, they were actually merged into one and introduced in the Senate in May 18, 2021. So I'm talking about these dates because we will actually do some analysis around these dates to look at the stock market reaction to these specific dates where the act comes into play. And I will show you that actually introduction of the bill in May 18 really mattered in terms of stock market reaction. Later, it gets passed in June, right? As I was saying, there were 19 Republican votes in support of the bill. So it's a very big majority. And then later, there's America Competes Act passes the House, but you see the CHIPS Act passage is roughly 1 year after the USICA passage. So the CHIPS actually comes much later. It first passes the Senate and then the House. I'll show you also event studies around that time. And later it gets signed by Biden in August. And what we see in the data set is that November 15 is actually 2024 is the first major CHIPS award finalized. So the finalization of the award comes much later, but we can also see there were preliminary memorandum of terms, initial contracts that get signed by many firms in the meantime. Okay, so here we have one of our descriptive graphs. So you can see this is from the current employment statistics. You can see for the semiconductor employment, we see more or less constant trend. And then the US Innovation and Competition Act passes the Senate. And in fact, the introduction happens in May, right at this point. And after that, you see a big jump in the semiconductor employment. And after CHIPS Act passes at the national trend, you don't see much. And we see kind of collapse after Biden drops out and then the Trump election again. Okay, so here's the stock market reaction. So we're looking at cumulative abnormal returns here. And the first one is the introduction of the US Innovation and Competition Act. And you can see 1 day after the bill was introduced, for these 21 semiconductor firms that have production facilities, you see a big jump in terms of the stock market reaction. But we don't see the same when the same bill gets passed in the Senate or when the CHIPS gets passed in the House. Okay, so it seems like the first introduction of the bill was really important in terms of moving expectations about how the sector is going to do in the future. Okay, so we have some more background in the paper where, yep, so those questions.
Just a tiny question. Do you know do you have a back of the envelope for what that means in terms of market cap or the magnitude of this, the first one? And I guess it doesn't mean revert either. Maybe it does eventually mean revert, but.
It doesn't last that long, I think.
Yeah,
but That's a good question. We didn't check that. We can check that. Okay, so in terms of companies' responses, so Global Foundries, for example, they held a press conference in July 2021. So this is just a few months after USICA was introduced. And in that, the CEO told CNBC that they believe that economies of scale and ability to bring capacity online quicker, it's better to expand existing facilities. And that's an important point for us because it's not that easy to jumpstart a semiconductor facility. It takes 2 to 3 years of investment, and it's quite a time-wise long event. So, but what happened most likely is that in the existing facilities, they expanded capacity, and in this case, for example, they hired 1,000 workers, and they invested $1 billion in Malta, New York. And of course, there was the whole chips shortage that happened right after COVID. But what we see is that until the USICA was introduced, there was actually no sharp movement in employment whatsoever. I showed you that graph, and it only comes with a 5-6 months lag. Okay, so some more anecdotal evidence. So this is another company, a smaller company called Skywater Technology. This is from its CEO, saying that as the country is coalescing around the concept of semiconductor sovereignty, Skywater plays an increasingly critical role in supporting the vision of reestablishing the US as a technology manufacturing leader. The CHIPS Act received bipartisan support in the Senate, and we remain confident that it will ultimately become law. Skywater will make a lot of money off of the mere fact that there is going to be more innovation, more investment going into R&D. We are talking with the state of Minnesota, both the executive branch and the senators and representatives from the US government, in terms of how we can accelerate adding capacity into our Minnesota fab so that we can resolve some of these near-term supply constraints. So, as we're going to also discuss in the panel, one of the conditions was that they already received funding from the state or the city. And this was sort of the first step through which then they can also get funding from the federal government. And here the CEO is essentially talking about how they're trying to establish that contract for Minnesota. And at the same time as they were saying this, they just added 100 jobs to their Bloomington, Minnesota site. So it seems like from the accounts that we see from the press, there are many that show that industry employment plans actually significantly changed after the passage of the act. Okay, so I think I mentioned that we are using quarterly census of employment and wages, okay, QCEW. So this is getting data from unemployment systems. And we are going to look at 60-digit industry, county, quarter level. We have some robustness for 4-digit level as well. So they have some suppression of the data. Basically, when it becomes a very low figure, then to preserve confidentiality, they may not release it, so it will appear as missing. So in the baseline, we just imputed zeros for missings. In the robustness, we dropped the missings and just work with the existing data. And actually, in the second case, we get even bigger effects. And we have also the Semiconductor Industry Association ecosystem map. So according to this map, we know location of all the facilities. And as I was saying, we know production, design, and R&D. So we are mostly working with the production facilities to identify 3-digit counties. We have also some additional data sets for robustness. Sorry, which one?
That you're using, is that just manufacturing, or does it include NVIDIA and AMD, essentially the main US companies which don't do manufacturing?
The semiconductor industry, you mean the 6-digit category?
Yeah, so that code,
yes. So
is it only manufacturing, or is it just, is the semiconductors more broadly?
Semiconductors broadly. Yes. Yeah.
So the NVIDIAs and the AMDs and the Qualcomms, they will all be there.
Yes, so in identification, we are using mostly the location of the production facilities, but when we are measuring employment, we are adding in design and R&D and the manufacturing workers all together.
All right.
Thank you. Okay, so these are the two different strategies. So the treated group in the first category are counties with non-university production facilities. The control, and that's about 149 counties, right? So the control counties is much bigger, about 752. And here we're looking at counties that have greater than 100 employed workers in the 11 four-digit sectors that the US Census Bureau identifies as high-tech. Okay? And I'll show you the map in a second. The second one compares treated counties with the fabrication facility versus those that don't have a fabrication facility but have semiconductor production. So that's roughly 82 versus 66. So that's like within the semiconductors that are more treated versus less. Okay, so here, the red ones are the high-tech counties that are in our control group in the first design. The summation of the blue and the green that are our treated counties in the first design, right? So basically, having any semiconductor facility can be considered as an intent to treat design, where we are comparing against counties that don't have those facilities, but they have other high-tech production. And in the second design, we are basically comparing those that have fabrication facilities, which are the green ones, and to those that don't have, which are blue. So in that one, we are looking within semiconductors, those that have a fabrication unit, and to those that don't have. Okay, so specifications are very straightforward. So we have first a simple diff and diff that's very transparent. So we're looking at treated counties in the post period, adding the county fixed effects and quarter year fixed effects. We have an event study version of the same. We also have a synthetic difference in differences that matches treatment and control trajectories flexibly over time and creates a better fit in terms of parallel trends. So the key assumption here in both cases is that treatment and control follows parallel trends in the absence of the treatment shock. So in this case, we're going to look at both the timing of USICA and the timing of CHIPS Act. Okay, so we can see that this is the simple diff and diff. We can see semiconductor employment sharply increasing after the USICA passes the Senate. So that's, again, the precursor bill of the CHIPS. And you can see that after CHIPS Act is signed, the employment level stays very elevated in the treated counties relative to control, but there is not much of a further increase after the CHIPS Act passage. And we can also see parallel trends throughout. In the fab versus fabless design, we also see quite similar parallel trends, and again, an increase in employment. One thing I want to highlight is the scales are quite different. So this goes from 0 to 300, so a treatment effect around 106 jobs on average per county, versus here, this goes up to, scale is up to 600, so this is about 190 jobs created on average county. And the fab versus fabless also shows similar post-CHIPS, not much effect, but employment remains elevated, and most of the action is happening before CHIPS Act happens. Okay, so this is just in the table form. So the first column is what I showed you in the graphs. Second column is semiconductor employment and materials. So these are two additional 6-digit categories. So these are basically can think of as like very important inputs into semiconductors. And we also see increases in those in terms of their employment. And the third column is summing up columns 1 and 2. And overall, that's also increasing. Okay, so this is our synthetic diff and diff. It's very similar, but you can see again that the parallel trends is, by assumption, it's imposed over here. And we can see very sharp increase in this case as well. And this is the fab versus fabless with the synthetic definitive. And again, we see a very similar pattern. And these are the synthetic definitive results. So in terms of numbers, they're very similar. So in the simple DID, it was 206. Here's 110. In the simple DID, it was 191. Here's 180. So overall, these numbers are quite similar. In terms of precision, the second category is not as precise here. Okay, here is the non-residential construction effects. So we can see, again, more or less parallel trends before UCCA passes the Senate, and then a sharp increase that actually continues after the CHIPS Act was signed. And we also see similar with the synthetic DID, similar increase with the fab versus fabless. And in terms of effect sizes, these are even bigger than the effects we see for semiconductor only. Sorry, that's here. So second column, so it's like 135 jobs per county, or if you look at fab versus fabless, 202. So we also looked at other inputs. There, the results are not as robust based on different designs. So in the first design, we see some increase, but we don't see that in the second design. That's why we don't overinterpret that effect. And total county employment, it seems like there's actually some increase in the total county employment for fab counties. Okay? We see that. And in terms of county GDP, it's not precise, but again, for fab counties, maybe there's some effect, and it's too early to tell. Here, we don't have much data because it's annual data sets, so we don't have enough power to detect that. But in terms of wages, so the first design shows some evidence of treatment effect for wages, but when we compare fab versus fabless, so we lose some precision, so we also don't overinterpret these results. Okay, so I showed this already. So just a brief discussion, and I will conclude. I have two slides, so I think I can do it in 2 minutes. Okay, so we have some discussion about the aggregation in the paper. So basically, this is a point about, this was an initial paper that we did for the Brookings Institute and for mostly macroeconomists, and they said, well, you have to be careful because you're missing the intercept here. And when we think about the missing intercept problem, of course, the only way to get around it is to estimate a structural model, which is beyond the scope of our paper. But we did some calculations to think about if we scale up the difference in difference estimate, what does that mean relative to the aggregate effect? So in our case, the counties that I treated are actually really small compared to the macroeconomy. The labor mobility between these counties are actually likely to be small. And the CHIPS funding is also small relative to the macroeconomy. So all of these suggest actually that the scale-up effect that we estimate, which is around 15 to 16,000 jobs that's created, is actually quite similar to the raw time series, which is 18,000 increase. So roughly speaking, we actually approximate pretty well to the aggregate effect. And just to conclude, so in terms of the main findings, so we find this strong anticipation effect of the implementation of the CHIPS Act that starts from the precursor bill. We show strong positive effects on the semiconductor employment and some spillover effects to non-residential construction. And in terms of employment effects, like I was saying, direct effect of 15 to 16,000 jobs, indirect for about 28 to 35,000 jobs, depending on which approach we use. But as we were saying in the beginning, we definitely need more research. We need firm data to measure output, productivity, profits, and how those outcomes vary in the long run. We want to know long-term effects, so we need to wait, unfortunately, until that data becomes available in 2 years' time. We also have a lengthy discussion about design of industrial policy, and I don't have much time to get into it. Hopefully, we can cover in the discussion. So specifically thinking about targeted subsidies versus tax credits, right? Which tool is more beneficial, and what are the trade-offs in using different tools? And how can government claim part of the upside, right? We always we are there when the part of the firms fail, government absorb the losses. When firms succeed, we don't absorb the gains. So what are some of the tools to do that? And also, should social policy be embedded in the industrial policy? Because CHIPS Act came with childcare policies, good wages, and other good labor practices. It came as a bundle. So it's a question of, do we need to have that, or should that actually be a more generalized policy? Thank you.
So we have another, they're going to be back up after we're going to, because there's a question about broad design. It's a quick question, Steve? Okay, go while they come on stage.
So
come on up.
We were talking over lunch about another chart that looks like your semiconductor employment chart, which is that private construction spending and manufacturing chart that Farrah Stockman made more widely publicly known, maybe last week in a column. And when you look at that, the increase in private construction spending in manufacturing since about 2021 is about 450 billion total over that period versus the 52.7 you talked about. I'm just wondering whether you'd hazard a wild guess as to what fraction of that increase is driven by chips.
Yeah, so that's a good question. We didn't calculate that, but I think, at the same time period, you will have the IRA and the infrastructure bill. Of course, our design, of course, separates those out, and we do the estimation here. When we think about, what part of the total manufacturing investment does the CHIPS Act account for, it's a little bit. So in terms of the government spending, we know how much they spend. We don't know, for example, the total spending from the firm side, I believe, unless Eric knows. Okay. Yeah. We don't have those figures. Maybe when the firm data comes out. Yeah. Yes, please.
I'll say, when did ChatGPT come out? It was November 2022. About
It's a good question.
Right. It's about that time. And when ChatGPT came out, my sense is that the world changed. The world changed, and so how do you want to think about sort of the combination, the CHIPS Act plus this, whatever you want to call it, this AI frenzy? Yep. AI frenzy. So is the way that the AI frenzy doesn't affect this?
Yeah, so
the things that you're
it
saying,
seems like
maybe it doesn't, right? Because Global Foundries, the company you mentioned, isn't making any of the AI chips.
Right.
Right. So,
that's true. It's true that some of the chips is an input to AI, but the LLM, for example, the ChatGPT you mentioned, it comes around the timing of the CHIPS Act, and everything we see is happening before.
No, but the question is so the plots that you showed us, the question is, how do you know whether it's a CHIPS Act or whether it is the AI boom?
Right. Any sort of macro movements that's happening affecting all counties in aggregate is going to be absorbed in the time fixed effects.
No, what I mean is a.
We're done by
mid-2022 is that we've already
Okay.
reached the max, right?
Right.
So the biggest stock price goes up after.
Yeah, okay.
Right, it's a little bit time-wise, we see effects earlier.
Okay, we will have the authors actually back up on the stage after we have, because the transition now, at least the way we thought about it, is actually kind of the end of this last slide, which is thinking broadly about what is CHIPS doing in terms of industrial policy, thinking broadly about that. Because we have Frank Keller, who's the founder and chief investment officer of Talos Asset Management, but he was also the investment director of the CHIPS Program Office, so he might know a thing or two about what was going on in some of those investments. He's got 15 minutes. Then we have Joel Michaels, who was actually on the stage last year talking about the administration of industrial policy, but he's over at the law school. But prior to coming to Columbia at the law school, he was a senior advisor at the Department of the Treasury, where he was doing things like advising the directing of capital, and he will say a few things about, say, the Intel stake and stuff like that. Timekeeping is in the back with Gabriella. Take it away, guys.
Great, thank you. Frank Keller, like it was mentioned, I am the Chief Investment Officer of Talos Asset Management. I am not an academic. I have spent no time in academia, nor have I spent time necessarily in policy, which is why my intersection with all this was kind of interesting, to me at least. I've spent my entire career since 2008 studying and investing in semiconductors. I found myself at the end of 2022 with an extended non-compete period from my prior employer. It was 15 months. And around that point in time, the CHIPS Act had just passed. And I thought, wow, this is kind of actually very interesting. Like, what are the chances that Uncle Sam could use somebody with exactly like my experience, semiconductors and investing? What I do today and what I was planning to do before I went into the Commerce Department is, I manage a global hedge fund. We invest a little bit north of $1 billion in TMT, tech, media, and telecom globally. And it's something I feel really passionate about. And it wasn't really something I planned on talking about, but since it was brought up in the slides, stock price performance around different events. And I actually think it's kind of an interesting place to start in the story that I want to tell, because it was observed that the reaction to the actual passage of the CHIPS Act in August of 2022 was pretty muted. Why? And what's kind of interesting about that is that not sooner than about 2 months later, really the revenues for the entire industry had peaked. And so, one observation is like, hey, it kind of took you guys a long time to spend all this money. There's two reasons for that, I would say. One is that, interestingly, and this is a quirk about government that I never appreciated, having never worked there, they had passed a CHIPS Act with no ability to actually spend any of the money. And so there needed to be a granting organization, any sorts of loans that we were supposed to make. We actually had to build a bank inside of the CHIPS program office. That was a whole separate project I had nothing to do with. But it was actually very interesting, because one concept could be like, well, why was the CHIPS program office nestled within NIST? What even is NIST within the Commerce Department? Well, one of the reasons for that was because NIST actually had an extant granting authority, and that was going to save us time in terms of actually getting the funds distributed from a taxpayer's perspective in accordance with the legislature. So anyway, the other was that, unfortunate timing. Leave it to the U.S. government to have come to the aid of an industry that was busy going through one of the largest supply-led inventory corrections that I've ever experienced. I started my investment career at Lehman Brothers, actually, in 2008. So ground zero for the global financial crisis. But some of these businesses, so like an example of a company that reported earnings in October of 2022, not long after the CHIPS Act had passed, the revenues for a business like Texas Instruments peaked at like a run rate of almost $22 billion. And the revenues then proceeded to go down about 40 or 50%, where they've basically only now recently bottomed and recovered. And why that's important is because, from my perspective as an investor in a cyclical but secular industry, the last moment in time as an investor that you want your companies that you own to be investing in capacity is when they have too much of it. And that is exactly the moment in time that the CHIPS Act arrived. And that was difficult for the government to imagine, because the goal of satisfying national and economic security, that doesn't really have a price tag on it. And I think that the desire was that these companies would pursue this opportunity to build in America, regardless of what the actual financial implications of doing so were. And what's interesting about that, and contrasting that with my experience as an investor, investors are telling companies, don't do this. And by the way, we pay your salaries, with the management teams report to the owners of the company. And something that I observed working in government, and like a really interesting thing about having a .gov email address, is like nobody can tell you no. So that's kind of a very interesting place to be a curious person. but also from the perspective of getting to witness the ambition of these companies, these very large companies, TSMC, Samsung, Micron, Texas Instruments, businesses that really were laying out ambitious programs to bring $500 billion worth of CapEx to this country to pursue the manufacturing of semiconductors, taking the share of leading edge manufacturing from 0%, which is where it was pre-CHIPS Act, to the projections that the Commerce Department put out before the transition was somewhere around 20%. The leading edge market share should be captured by the time the end of the decade approaches. My view is that we will probably exceed that. That's a whole separate subject. What was kind of interesting though about that concept though is that these companies were really ambitious. They brought to the Commerce Department. It will be difficult to probably ever find the information because it's very hard to FOIA. But the plans that were brought were very ambitious. And if you wanted some evidence that shareholders did not want any of this to happen, one example occurred with Texas Instruments. It's a current mature process node company. They make analog semiconductors, very cyclical, their business is, but they really had created the gold standard of shareholder return policies, which I would use that as sort of like a segue to describe some of the other constraints of the program. So Texas Instruments returns 100% of their free cash flow to investors in the form of a dividend and a cash share buyback. Those things they also have the plurality of market share in analog semiconductors. Interestingly, in that type of end market and sector that they compete in, they're the biggest gorilla in the room. And one of the things that is kind of an interesting knock-on effect of export controls and the limitation of leading-edge manufacturing and the sale of leading-edge chips into a place like China is that we really constrained China's ability to make leading-edge semiconductors. However, they still have the ambition of having their own semiconductor industry, and so they have rerouted the money that they would have spent on something that's attractive and interesting at the leading edge. Huawei's high silicon business was doing that for a long time. They rerouted that into current mature process nodes. So basically to compete with analog semiconductors, primarily like Texas Instruments and Microchip, ADI, a lot of other businesses like that. And we don't really possess the ability with export controls to do much about these lagging edge technologies and restricting their access or proliferation in foreign jurisdictions like we do with EUV tools at the leading edge to prohibit the Chinese from pursuing the most advanced process nodes. And so what's interesting about that and how it relates to Texas Instruments' shareholder return policy is that here is a company in Texas Instruments that is the market leader in the thing that we're the most concerned that the Chinese now are going to be able to amply oversupply. We don't have any tools to restrict the Chinese from being able to do something like that. And at the same time, we don't necessarily wish to give Texas Instruments money as a grant-making organization because they clearly have the ability to fund these activities themselves because they are able to pay out of their free cash flows very handsome returns to their shareholders. So it actually created like that was what I would describe as like one dilemma of the grant-making process is that, either you're a very well-run company like Texas Instruments, huge, doing exactly what the government asked them to do, is able to do it without subsidy, and, is our best defense against excessive manufacturing of current mature process nodes from China. But we can't protect them, and we don't wish to subsidize the activity because they're too profitable for now. And so that was one constraint. And then another constraint exists in the concept of, how it is that it's impossible to escape the observation. The gentleman brought it up earlier about, the relationship of AI and, this opportunity. And the reality is that the customers at TSMC are the wealthiest companies on the planet. So to what extent do these subsidies, look kind of more like corporate handouts than true activities that are meant to achieve truly national and economic security objectives. And that was something that the program internally we really wrestled with a lot. There's trade-offs with everything that you do, but I think that was something that we really struggled with in terms of implementation. And one question when you're subsidizing activity is, are you doing so to an extent where there is excess in supply? And that's an interesting one, because that was something that I worked internally to help underwrite. Is does the presence of a very large subsidy activity eventually end up causing oversupply of whatever it is that we're doing? So let's try to figure out what demand looks like. So projections, and they're pretty much market consensus, is that by the end of the decade, the semiconductor industry should be able to do $1 trillion of revenue. NVIDIA last week at their GTC DC event that they hosted, the CEO of that company described and laid out their plan for how in just their data center business over this year and next, they will generate $500 billion worth of revenue from just 2 product lines. So what's interesting about a projection of $1 trillion in revenue by 2030 from a start point of 2022, so basically extrapolating the peak of post-COVID demand and activity, is that we very much went from a peak to a local trough. We're still finding it in some end markets, to be honest with you, in the semiconductor industry. But from the AI and demand perspective, and that's kind of why I'm optimistic about the opportunity for the United States to get more than its fair share of leading edge manufacturing, is because there's no escaping the fact that the businesses that are consuming most of this stuff are US based. And there are opportunities for implementing and making profit from these opportunities are predominantly US based. It kind of leaves China a little bit out of the equation, a little bit. That's to be addressed. But from the perspective of, do I have confidence that by the end of this decade we will realize $1 trillion in revenue in this industry, and therefore when we're looking at the consensus projection for manufacturing, so the physical footprints and fabs that were analyzed in this paper, what you could see is, if you observed it, would be that consensus of where are these facilities built, pre and post CHIPS Act passage. One of the things that you would learn is that actually the number of fabs that were announced and would be built, leaving China out of this, didn't increase. So it's another way of saying what actually changed was the preference for location of the fab to be built, as opposed to the number of fabs to be built. And that's an interesting observation in the context of then the industry started to go into a massive, like I said, supply side correction. And we're now getting to the other side of that now. And I think that the thing that I find most reassuring about the position that these companies are in is that they are profitably pursuing a lot of growth that seems kind of like the Looney Tunes. You would see Sam Altman describing gigawatts of this and gigawatts of that, and this fever dream of AI investment that kind of seems too real, or too fanciful to be real. And one of the things as an investor that makes me not as concerned about that concept presently is that if you were to add up all those different gigawatts and translate that into the number of leading edge facilities that would be needed to exist to satisfy that, you would have to build an incremental 30 leading edge TSMC fabs. And I know for a fact that TSMC does not have that plan presently. So 2 concepts there. One is that, and these are TSMC's words, they were in the New York Times, perhaps they have a hard time underwriting podcast bros forecasts, but I think that in some ways they're coming around to it. And that though, supply is definitely not in excess of demand, is something that gives me a lot of confidence in how it is that these companies can profitably pursue this growth. And I think ultimately that's actually very beneficial for the industry in general and jobs, which is the point of the whole paper. And what's actually kind of interesting about the jobs part of it is that, and we can get into this in Q&A, is really that these are really high-paying jobs. These manufacturing jobs are extremely skilled, and they are also fiercely fought over in terms of also building out data centers across the United States in really grand fashion. And, you know, I'm at time, but just an anecdote about how in demand some of these laborers are for building data centers is they're being flown around in private jets to different work sites throughout the country. I know I didn't arrive here in a private jet. And so it's one of those things where it's kind of like these are labor-intensive jobs that are high-paying and in really high demand. And, you know, where there's an imbalance of supply and demand, you can fix that with wages. And I think that generally that's supportive of what the authors of the paper have been talking about in terms of the impact of the CHIPS Act and its subsequent industries on labor. That's all I had to say.
Thank you. Okay. Thanks, Franklin, and thanks to the organizers and Bilga and Joe and Eric for this great paper. I'm going to take us in a little bit of a different direction that hopefully productively sets up the Q&A to follow, in that I'm not at all an expert in the semiconductor industry. I'm a scholar of administrative law and the developmental state. So I want to talk a little bit about action that's happened subsequent to the initial deal with Intel, and offer some broad thoughts about how we should think about what the Trump administration is doing and the use of those tools moving forward. So almost all of you are probably aware that after Trump took office, a previously agreed upon grant contract between the Commerce Department and Intel was partially converted into an equity stake, whereas in the form that some untranched, some undistributed grant dollars were instead converted into warrants to purchase stock and common stock in Intel in exchange for conditions in that in those grant agreement being voided. So I'll proceed in three parts here. First, I want to sort of descriptively offer some different ways that we can think about why the government might use equity investments, then survey whether or not the Intel deal satisfied one of these particular purposes, and then use that as a basis to think about how we might move forward from here. So why would the government take an equity stake? There are lots of reasons that the government might own equity securities, some of which are outside the industrial policy context, right? So there are debates in the world of social insurance about whether federal trust funds should diversify beyond holding U.S. government securities to public equities. And in some limited cases, that actually has already occurred, right? Then there's a National Railroad Retirement Investment System that's administered by the federal government that invests in public equities without exercising governance rights. But limiting ourselves to the industrial policy context, I could see three different arguments for using equity stakes, which I'm offering not to endorse any particular one, but to sketch out different normative arguments. So one argument is that securing an upside for the government lowers the risk of a transaction, the cost of the taxpayer, and potentially on a portfolio basis, it allows the government to engage more on the scene, right? With the same budget constraint, it can provide more subsidy support to different firms. The second, and related, is to force previous shareholders to internalize the costs of bad decisions, right? This has both a backward-looking and a forward-looking rationale, right? So if equity is expensive to firms and shareholders are diluted in the process of giving an equity stake to the government, if shareholders know that the result of a future government bailout is that they're likely to be diluted in the form of the government taking an equity stake, they may be more risk-averse in how they ask the managers of the firm to govern the firm, which might have beneficial or deleterious policy impacts, right? So if there's an expectation that the government will dilute shareholders, that might create expectations that the government might trade on, right? A third rationale for equity stakes is securing ex post governance rights. So grant conditions require a firm to do something ex ante. It's fixed by contract. It could potentially be renegotiated. The government could say, we will give you more in exchange for you doing more, right? But there's a contractual obligation that's fixed in time, right? Whereas common equity stake gives, makes the government the owner of the firm. It has governance rights over it, and it has accordingly an indefinite right to participate in certain corporate governance decisions. So these are the three models I'm sketching out. Models 1 and 2 are pretty familiar, right? We've done Model 1 in a number of different bailout contexts, right? Famously, the TARP investments in 2008 contained warrants for the government to purchase stock in financial institutions, which was then extended also to automobile manufacturers. Before that, when the government bailed out Chrysler in 1979, it also took warrants. The Department of Energy, in one notable case, took warrants in Tesla in exchange for guaranteeing a loan to it. And the government's generally made money off of these transactions. And I think that the collective understanding of why it did so was to lower the cost to the taxpayer, at least when Congress has explicitly authorized these warrants. That's what the congressional debates have suggested was the motivation. And motive 2 is about forcing shareholders to internalize some of the cost and changing their future behavior is arguably one of the reasons why the government took warrants on the financial institutions in TARP in 2008, and why, especially why the government did so when it bailed out Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, where except for strange budget accounting reasons, the Treasury Department and FHFA basically decided that they were going to wipe out existing shareholders and force them to internalize the cost of Fannie and Freddie's poor governance decision. So those models can be achieved using warrants to purchase stock, right? They don't require governance rights. But Model 3 is definitionally something that requires governance rights. Right? That's its raison d'etre. And that's not something we've seen the federal government do thus far, at least in many, many years since the Reconstruction Finance Corporation in the 1930s through 50s. We could discuss in Q&A whether some of the government's investments through vehicles like the CIA's venture capital fund In-Q-Tel actually create something resembling a governance right, but explicitly or legally speaking, there's no governance right associated with those investments. Okay, so is that what the Trump administration is doing, or are they doing something else here? I don't think they're doing either of these three things, of these three models I've sketched out, and I'll lay out why. So for simplicity's sake, let's treat Model 1 and 2 as the same because they're conceptually linked, right, about whether this is making money for the taxpayer. And that's been an argument of the Trump administration, right? And that Intel stock has gone up significantly since the federal government took the stake, and President Trump and Secretary Lutnick have claimed publicly that the taxpayers are going to make a lot of money off of this deal. I don't think this is really true in practice, though. I think that Intel's stock market appreciation is in some sense tautological, that the expectation that the US government is standing behind Intel as a national champion, not only as a buyer of last resort, but as potentially likely to inject future capital into it moving forward, has caused investors to believe that betting on Intel is wise. And Franklin will tell me whether or not I'm right on that. But if that's the case, and that's the reason why the stock is appreciated, then it would be tautological to say that the government's investment has made money, right? Because it's on the expectation that the government might lose money in the future. A related question is whether or not this is a good use of budgetary resources, right? Because even if the government makes money off its investment, it has an opportunity cost like any private investor, right? And we need to evaluate any money it might make against counterfactual ways that it might use the same resources. And for that reason, I want to argue that the Intel deal is basically necessarily a bad deal. And it's because of reasons that are internal to the federal budget sort of accounting system. And I'll try to be brief here to spare you the gory details. But essentially, federal accounting rules treat almost all spending on a cash basis, which is that on the basis of the outlays that occur at the relevant time period, regardless of the expected value of any financial asset that the government might be purchasing. Loans and loan guarantees are the only exception to this. They are treated on a present value basis using accrual counting under a statute called the Federal Credit Reform Act. So for loans and loan guarantees, the federal government's books look basically similar to how every publicly traded company in the United States under SEC rules is required to keep its books. But for other kinds of financial assets, including equity investments, it looks very different. So that means that essentially, a $10 billion grant investment in Intel is treated on the same budgetary basis as a $10 billion equity investment, right? These use the same amount of budgetary resources. The Commerce Department had $30-odd billion to spend in aggregate on the CHIPS program with lots of different sub-buckets, and $10 billion of that is being used for this particular purpose, right? But we know because of Sorry, I lost you all. Oh, I'm back now. Thanks. So we know that equity is expensive to Intel, right? And that giving up $10 billion worth of common equity shares, or whatever the portion of it that's common equity as opposed to warrants, is more expensive to Intel than whatever they would have to give up. They're not willing to give up as much as they would for a $10 billion infusion of cash in the form of a grant, right? So I think because, and we can see that in the way that this deal was structured, right? Because, as I mentioned, in exchange for Intel agreeing to convert the grant agreement into equity shares, the government had to give up some of the contractual milestones to which it was previously entitled, right? It was going to only disperse the money when Intel had completed certain manufacturing milestones, and now Intel doesn't have to do this. The government may still push it to do so, but it's not legally required to do so. So they got less under this deal as a result. So if the CHIPS office has limited budgetary resources to work with, equity investments under current accounting rules are definitionally going to be a worse way of spending money. This isn't like an existential point about equity investments. This is something that's internal to current budget accounting rules. But I think it does tell us something important about what the Trump administration is doing right now in this moment. So recall Model 3 is about ex post governance. That's the last potential explanation for what the Trump administration is doing here. And again, I don't think that makes sense, right? Because as a facial matter, the Trump administration agreed by contract that they're going to vote with Intel's management on the vast majority of issues that might come before the board, except in some rare cases that might relate to merger, or foreign entities of concern. But essentially, this 10% of Intel's stock, as a legal matter, is now providing supply and command for Intel's management. The Trump administration may try to wiggle its way around this, but that's an altogether different question. Okay, so what's going on here? One explanation is that this is purely political messaging, that there was a deal that was done during the Biden administration that the Trump administration wanted to put its own spin on. So they've done some financial engineering. They're presenting old wine in new bottles, and they're saying, look at our great deal. The second possibility is much more insidious, which is that notwithstanding this contractual agreement, that the administration actually wants the ability to exercise governance rights over Intel. And it makes sense that given that the government has such a structurally significant role, not only as a common equity shareholder and a warrant shareholder, but as a potential future investor, as a buyer of last resort, as the exclusive buyer of some of Intel's chips in the defense sector, that if Howard Lutnick calls the CEO of Intel and asks him to operate the firm in a particular way, that notwithstanding this agreement that Intel has disclosed, that the Trump administration is going to vote with management, that Intel is going to think very seriously about acceding to that request, right? So I think that's really what's happening here. And it's difficult to read the tea leaves because all of this is happening sub silencio. But to me, that's the explanation for what's happening that makes the most substantive sense. And I want to suggest that we should be really concerned about this, right? Because we can have a discussion about when it makes sense for the government to take equity stakes and what sorts of administrative law tools and guardrails should govern how it exercises governance rights if we're going to use Model 3 of the three models that I potentially laid out. But I think that governance rights are way too capacious of a power to leave unstructured sub silencio, having the administration make ad hoc investments with no statutory criteria about how those governance rights should be exercised. And of course, this is a new problem in the context of equity investments, but it's not a new problem in the broader context of administrative law and the developmental state, right? We have all sorts of circumstances in which we want to give the government the power to implement statutes in complex ways that require judgments under uncertainty and may require using tools in very different and previously unexplored ways in the future, right? That Congress wants to be able to delegate broadly in circumstances where it's not sure what conditions on the ground will require. The purpose of administrative law is to make sure that even in those conditions, that government makes its decisions in a reasoned way that's legible to the public, that promotes the goal of the underlying statute that Congress set up, rather than the political and financial ends of those that are currently in power. And the thing I think we should be most deeply concerned about is that this action, in the Intel deal is happening at the same time that the administration is actively and very successfully working to blow up administrative law with the help of the Supreme Court, right? So we might respond to this governance dilemma by saying, well, we should have independent agencies that are able to take governance rights in firms and exercise them, but they should be somehow insulated from, the presidency and responsible to Congress in, using various accountability structures that we might imagine. And the Supreme Court is going to hear arguments later this month on a case that will potentially blow up existing agencies that operate on that kind of model of independent regulatory commissions. And I think with the Trump administration's strong advocacy, they're likely to do so, right? So we're going down a sort of uncharted road in administrative law, which I think might have, an uncharted road in developmental statecraft, for which there are some, reasonable arguments, without the institutional tools with which we might move forward. And I think that's very concerning. So my concluding message here is really that we shouldn't miss the forest for the trees, that the most important thing about this Intel deal is not whether it's a sensible deal for the taxpayer in this moment, though for the reasons I've suggested, I'm not sure it is, but whether or not we'll have the option to do something that might be sensible in the future, given that the action that's happening more broadly in the way the administration is attacking our democratic foundations. So with that, I really look forward to the discussion.
They can direct questions to each other, or you can direct questions to them. It is. So. I think. So a hand in the back there. Yes.
Cool. My question is for Joel. So I'm curious, in the example that you provided of how the government might exert governance rights over Intel beyond what the scope of the agreement provides for, like making a phone call to the CEO or what have you. I guess, to me, that doesn't sound very different from what the Trump administration, in theory, could do any day of the week to any company absent an equity stake. So I'm curious if there's whether it's it grants them the right to sit in on board meetings, the information they're being provided, but how you think about the equity at stake itself providing an opportunity for them to exert control beyond how they might otherwise.
Can I add to that? Because I had a little bit of the same reaction. If you have an administration who doesn't believe in the rule of law, then what difference does it make if you have a share? And typically, if you own 10% of a company, that's smaller than normal control rights. I mean, normally you think of at least 20% as having control rights. So, and officially it's 50%. I mean, so the question is, what is the delta there that if they act in an arbitrary and capricious way, and we have a Supreme Court that isn't able to circumscribe them, isn't an alternative interpretation simply that they are showing that they can do what they want? They, the NVIDIA, in the sales of the 10% of the sales to China, they're basically showing that they can rewrite the rules without congressional support.
They're great questions. I think it's absolutely right that the Trump administration doesn't need an equity stake to call up the CEO and try to coerce them, using extra legal means to do the administration's bidding, right? So this is something that's, if there's a delta, it's on top of that. But I think what's potentially happening here, right, is that the Trump administration is signaling that they intend to make Intel into a national champion, right? Or they want people in the marketplace to have the perception that Intel is a national champion, right? And this can only be a perception for the precise reason that you outlined, that the government doesn't have control rights. It's unclear how they intend to, whether they intend to seek an expansion of this stake in the future. and so forth, right? So I think the administration could just as easily, hold a press conference tomorrow saying, we're selling our 10% share in Intel. Make of that what you will, but investors take note. The U.S. government is no longer standing behind Intel, right? So I think that itself gives the administration enormous leverage over Intel that, absent the equity stake, they might not have.
Can I ask one related question, maybe to Franklin, which is, you described Texas Instrument as a great company, and a lot of people have the, Intel is a national loser as opposed to a national champion, and is Intel a national champion, or are we putting money into a national loser?
Yeah, I mean, fair question. I think evaluating that from an investment perspective, which we were doing, putting it through our investment framework within the CHIPS program office, obviously had unprecedented access to anything that we wanted to know about Intel and their customers and what the future roadmap for their demand looked like. And honestly, it was kind of a very interesting observation. At least I thought it's probably worth further academic study. But so if you were to look at the process nodes that Intel operates at, and you were to compare them against Samsung or TSMC at the same process node, the rubric that you would use is called PPAC-T, performance, power, area, transistor cost, transistor density, and cost. Anyway. If you were just looking at the same process node with the same product and you were evaluating on this rubric, scoring it, you'd be like, oh, well, this Intel process node is pretty close to TSMC or Samsung. It should be fine. Let us go with the cheaper option if that is what you're evaluating. Makes sense. It's what you learn in business school or something like that. And, you could have, in that instance, more suppliers, better price competition, that sort of thing. But the reality is that, and this was something that we learned as we were engaging with customers, is that they don't really care necessarily what the cost is because they pass it along. The real question doesn't even exist on this rubric against which you could score objectively a process node. It really mattered if you could walk into Tim Cook's office and guarantee him that you could make 200 million of the thing that you were going to ask Intel to make. And if you're not certain about that, congratulations, today is your last day at Apple. And not calling out Apple as an example, just as an illustration of, when the pace of innovation is happening so quickly, that you are dealing with a monopoly, which is TSMC, really isn't a problem at all. And in fact, they actually quite prefer it. So to answer your question, is Intel a national champion? I mean, if they were able to guarantee Tim Cook or some CEO that needed a lot of volume, that they could actually get it reliably, maybe. But it's not necessarily a question of how much money or protections you could offer it. It really is the commercial benefit that the customers would see from that foundry supplier. So the answer is uncertain. But there's not much evidence that there is much yet.
I have Andrew, 1, 2, I have lots. Okay, let's take a couple in a row.
So I have a question for Joel, and I want to preface it by saying I agree with you. I want to make it very clear that I agree with you. Here's the question. If I, God forbid, put myself in the shoes of Newt Gingrich or someone on that side of the political divide, I think I would look at this and I would say, this is just like TARP. Back then, there were national champions or maybe national losers, depending on your perspective. There was either an emergency or a market doing what markets do, depending on your perspective, and the government took an equity stake in these companies. And the question is this: do you have objective criteria, or even close to objective criteria, by which you can decide, without names of parties or proper names attached to them, when this is okay and when this isn't okay?
Do I, as a normative matter, have that?
You as a legal scholar, but I think Josh wanted to take more than one question at once.
Why don't we take it? Why don't we look at a collective view?
I had a question for Mr. Keller. What is your estimate of what was the additionality of the CHIPS Act subsidies? So in the sense, like for $1 of subsidy the government would give, how much additional investment does it actually encourage, whether it's just crowd out investment these firms would have done anyway. And then your free cash flow example, I think, sort of matters, because if it crowds it out, then it's just being returned to the shareholders.
It's a question following up the earlier Joe's to which you answered, which was basically saying, in spite of all that the government tried to do, in the end, the dynamic of what was actually going to happen was pretty much driven by financial or competitive considerations between industry. Elizabeth Warren wrote a letter at that time, which sort of laid it out and said, given the way you have structured it, it doesn't see how this adds any value in terms of effectiveness towards reaching your activities or objectives. So was she right?
I'm going to collect a few and then just give you guys another chance to pick and choose. That way you can pick and choose your questions. So I've got Chenying, there.
So this is sort of a question for our two panelists. I want to follow up on the discussion on the state that Intel is in, today. And so first, there's the narrow question, is that I guess my understanding about the equity investment is that one of the reasons that it was done was because Intel needed the money really badly, but the way that the CHIPS program was set up is that in order to get the money, it had to meet certain benchmarks. And it wasn't going to meet these benchmarks. It wasn't going to meet these benchmarks, so therefore they rewrote the contract. So first the question is that interpretation right? Second thing is that I want to just throw out a hypothesis here. That is, so here's an argument to be made that could one make the argument that part of the reason that Intel is in the state it's in was because of what the CHIPS program did? So let me just spin out a counterfactor to you. 2021, when Intel was deciding what to do, there was a big debate in the company of whether it wanted to go the route of AMD 15 years ago, which is to split itself up and into two companies, one of which became Global Foundries, and the other one became just a design company. It made the decision in 2021 not to go that route, right? It made the decision and to double down on manufacturing. And maybe one reason it decided to go down that route was because there was, $8-10 billion of free money on the table. And one of the consequences of that is that Intel Foundries is now the albatross around Intel's neck, and it completely missed out on the AI revolution. And then, so could one make the argument that if it wasn't for the if it weren't for the CHIPS Act money on the table, maybe Intel in 2021 would have made a different decision, that it would have gone the AMD route, and then it would have some hope of being a national champion without government money. Because right now it doesn't seem that it's going to happen, right? So, anyway.
Three more, and then we're going to go back to them. So I got Marc, Sue, keep them quick, please. Marc and Sue, I saw a hand. So.
Okay, I have two questions related to the CHIPS Act. One is geopolitical considerations tend to be a big part, especially for this sector. So one question is, as an investor, how does that enter into your valuation models? For example, production based in Taiwan versus production based elsewhere in the world. And then my second question is just what are the fundamentals that explain so much of the concentration of the production in Taiwan and Korea? Some of it, I think, might be related to what you mentioned about just the scarcity of actually the labor side because of that, but I'd be interested to hear more about that.
Yeah, I guess I'd be interested to get the panelists to talk about two things. I guess one is, what market failure are we solving? I mean, it's just we're sort of evaluating these deals from the point of view of an investor, but we don't need the government unless there's some kind of market failure. So what's the market failure? And then the second thing is sort of about design. If you were designing the CHIPS Act, again, what would you do? And so you could imagine, it's very much a supply side program. Do we want more of a demand side? If we put Joel in charge of putting structure on what an equity stake could do, what would that look like? Is that always a bad idea? Just so maybe it encompasses a bunch of the questions, but thanks.
So I'm going to ask the easy one then. I was impressed with the curve of the employment going up so fast, 16,000 people. Where are they coming from? What they have been doing before showing up in your chart? And what do they do once they show up? And where do they go once the curve goes back down?
Okay, I'm going to go, I guess, do you have preferences on order? We can, the order in which we went, paper first, paper just reverse, okay? So what do you guys want to take any of these? Or do you want to start down there? Okay. Frank.
Yeah, I guess a lot of those questions were directed at me. And I didn't take notes. You can tell how often I attend these conferences. But, I guess crowding out. Okay, so to address that quickly, I mean, possibly, yes. But, obviously, yes, because the grants exist and they didn't before. However, the reality is, let's just call a spade here. Every other government on the planet subsidizes these activities, and that is part of what it is, whether that's China, Taiwan, South Korea, you name it, they all subsidize it. So in some ways, 5 to 15%, which was our grant-making authority, and then an additional 25% from the investment tax credit, that was really just getting up to table stakes with the rest of the world. So that was an argument that was made that was fairly decent as to why the program should exist to begin with. Maybe that's a good segue to what market failure were we actually solving? Two different concepts. It's the failure that we were solving for, interestingly, was probably more so at the current mature process node end because, a company like Texas Instruments, which I assert is a good company, I really think it's because, okay, they do a lot of manufacturing almost exclusively in the United States. They employ a lot of people, and they do so at wonderful gross margins, which if you're trying to make the argument that we cannot afford to do high-quality manufacturing in the United States, well, here's a paradigm in Texas Instruments where you can, at 60+% gross margins, pretty reliably through cycle, and return 100% of free cash flow to investors. However, one of the reasons why they were in that position is that they had, arguably, they and the rest of the analog space underinvested in capacity for a long time. And interestingly, it wasn't really like the really amazing bleeding edge stuff that was ever in shortage during COVID. It was a lot of businesses that had been optimizing for free cash flow for a long time. And these are things that are relatively boring, so to speak, but they are an area where the Chinese are investing heavily right now. And so it's kind of interesting because how I was describing earlier about export controls not being able to protect this industry, which is very profitable today. It's one of those things where perhaps we are solving one thing with a subsidy that is not needed now, meaning at the bleeding edge, which absorbed a lot of the dollars because the AI demand is so strong, and now actually the subsidy is required at the more lagging edge, where the Chinese are more competitive. But to your question about should there have been actually a demand element to this, frankly, that is what tariffs are. It's not really popular to accept that, but that is a very blunt instrument for creating demand because the CHIPS Act, as you know, was a supply side program with no demand side element to it. It's actually kind of a fairly open criticism for how the act itself was produced. To do it all over again, we don't have time for that, but I think that probably one way of dreaming about it would be to let the market kind of more so decide and make it a very aggressive tax subsidy. Sorry? Which? Well, not necessarily, because what we would forget working within the government is that we think that we're very generous handing out subsidy and an investment tax credit. So we're handing out 5 to 15% of the capital allocation for a business. We feel very generous. However, you could argue that the shareholders are the ones who are investing the rest of that. And so the shareholders are making some investment, the vast majority of it, so they are taking some risk. And so, I don't think that it's necessarily, illogical to suggest that they actually are, they can be beneficial. Like if the business sees the opportunity, they can pursue that. I was talking with Eric, this is the last thing I'd say before we started this panel. Interestingly, because what you observed in writing the paper was that companies had started to invest to build capacity before the CHIPS Act had passed. They were doing so in response to investment tax credits and the assumption that a bill would be passed, which would be great for what they were trying to do. But that actually became the first argument against companies as they were pursuing subsidy from the CHIPS Program Office. That because they started manufacturing before the CHIPS Act actually passed, that is an argument that you actually saw a commercial viable need to produce capacity. So therefore, we weren't going to subsidize that. And you could argue that that actually creates like an interesting problem going forward. The next time there's some sort of crisis to solve, companies may not respond proactively because they're waiting for the US government to show up to decide if they wish to subsidize this activity. And, who knows if they will or not. So anyway, there were a bunch of other questions. I'll let you speak.
You're going to have to take it over breaks a little bit. Sure. We're going to we got a couple minutes each, and then I've got to kick everybody else out of the room because they have to set it up for dinner. But there's liquor. There's wine and beer after this. Not liquor. There's wine and beer after this. So yes, please.
Okay. Yeah. So let me begin by taking up the market failure. I don't think in the issue of whether foreign governments are subsidizing by itself is a justification. We should just take the benefit of their giving us money. So if that were the only problem, that would not be a justification. I think the argument that there is a capital constraint, a capital shortage, is also undermined by the fact that they started doing it before they got the capital. And as you said, the really good companies were awash with money. And Intel, politically, Intel had distributed something like $150 billion to its shareholders, which meant, where's the capital shortage there? So I don't think you can think a capital shortage as the reason. I think the most fundamental reason is, you might say, resilience, national sovereignty. It was that we did not want to be as dependent on Taiwan as we were. But that's not a requirement for every kind of chip. It was to de-risk the chip market, and that would be identifying how much capacity we needed to have some degree of national sovereignty. There's a little bit of there are two other market failures. The absence of risk markets. The market is pretty good at disseminating risk, but I think there are some specific risks here. And the other is imperfect competition. And I think the imperfections of competition in this sector are actually very deep. That if you look at the whole supply chain, you see a lot of monopoly power. From NVIDIA, it wouldn't be a $5 trillion company if it were a perfectly competitive market. ACML, which is the highly capitalized European, is making machines for the chips. So what you see is this is a sector which really departs from the competitive paradigm. It's just totally a series of monopolies that are dividing the rents associated. And that makes it a very difficult question of knowing exactly how to think about this in terms of normal market processes. But it's the resilience that I think is the national sovereignty, which is really the core. That issue of resilience actually speaks to a little bit of the design of the program, because a tax credit, which is unbounded, you don't know how much is, this goes back to the whole Weitzman discussion of price versus quantity. And here, if we know how much quantity we want to have for resilience, it's really you don't want to have an open-ended tax subsidy, but rather to do it with a direct quantitative allocation like the CHIPS Act, even though it has some very big disadvantages in terms of the selection process. And the final comment I want to make is, in a way, the U.S. government taking 10% of the shares is not dissimilar from the government imposing a 10% increase in tax rate. We had a little bit of a discussion of that before. It's ignoring the loss limitations. And if you think that a 10%, there are two ways of thinking about it. One of them is that if it were a tax on pure profits, it would have no effect on anything. That is to say, the optimal amount of investment, with or without, would be the same. And the only effect is relaxing the capital constraint and a little bit risk sharing. And if you don't think there's a capital constraint and you don't think risk sharing is that important change, then you say this doesn't make any difference other than the kind of governance issues of the Trump administration, again demonstrating that it doesn't believe in the rule of law and it can do whatever it pleases.
Super quick. To Chang, Intel made a series of bad decisions for a long period before the CHIPS Act was under discussion, and so the detail. It sounds like you know the details a little bit better than I do about what exactly made this last decision. But it had missed the boat on AI, well before the CHIPS Act. And then to Sue's question about what's the market failure. So I agree that resilience was overriding motivation of the actual policy, but we have to think here about industrial policy. What are the motivations for policy? And I do think that I sort of have the sense, my prior is that there are going to be spillovers that need, and so even if the companies are profitable and even if, they could invest even without the subsidy, you subsidize them so that they'll do even more, so they'll generate more of those positive externalities. And the problem is we don't actually have any measures of those positive externalities. We don't know how big they are. We don't know whether the $52 billion is an appropriate amount. Is it too small? Is it too large? And so that's part of what, motivation for a conference like this. Let's go out and try and estimate those spillovers and what's the optimal level of subsidy.
Yeah, and the spillover include learning by doing that spills over to other firms.
Exactly. We believe there's learning by doing. We believe there's spillovers, right? And we don't know how big they are. Sorry.
Okay, so in terms of where they come from, right? So we don't quite know, we didn't do really like shifts between firms and stuff because we don't have firm level data. But what I can tell in terms of the type of characteristics of the workers that got the jobs, they were mostly men, they were mostly white, and they were mostly college educated. From the QWI data, we could see that. That data is not entirely consistent with our main data set. For that reason, it didn't make it to the paper, but that's kind of what we see. And in terms of whether it reduced spatial inequality, that's also very hard to say. So these are very concentrated places, and the employment that grew already in places where there was a lot of capacity. So in terms of spatial inequality, probably also didn't reduce that. Yeah, so that's in addition to what everything has said that I can add that. Yeah.
I'll be brief. So, Andrew, in terms of the differentiation between chips and TARP, it's hard to speculate about whether or not the legality of this move, because the Trump administration has not shared their legal rationale. But one clear difference is that TARP not only in the statute, the Emergency Economic Stabilization Act, not only authorized the government to take warrants, but actually required it as a condition of the bailout. Right. So it was clearly Congress's intent to capture an upside. And I'll just briefly chime in on Sue's question about what are we solving here and structure. It's clear to me that part of the way that the CHIPS Act shook out the way it did, and for that matter, the Inflation Reduction Act, is because there's a particular political economy story we can tell about firms that were successful in agitating for subsidy at the same time that there were political actors who believed that subsidy served a particular vision of the state, right? But that's not the only way to solve, if our goal is resiliency, for resiliency needs, right? If you have a firm that's extremely well capitalized, but you think is distributing too much money to shareholders as opposed to reinvesting in capacity, there are all sorts of ways that you can deal with that problem, which may or may not include adding subsidy on top, right? We have a whole whole corpus of public utility regulation that is precisely fixated on this question, right? The Defense Production Act has legal authorities around forcing firms to prioritize certain kinds of production in times of wartime when it serves the government's ends, right? So I'm not saying that subsidy wasn't appropriate in this case, but I think the regulatory toolkit is much more capacious than that.
And on that note, we're talking about industrial policy regulation, things like that, and you can talk about it over wine, beer, water, other sorts of things, because they need to clear this room now. So keep the conversation going, but out there.